These local vendors, shops being gutted down.
Blaze singes smart city Gurugram as well.
शिव जी का मंदिर है और यहीं पर जो शोभा यात्रा है वो यहीं पर पहुंचनी थी और तभी जमकर हिंसा होनी शुरू हो गई।
First-hand reports on India Today tell you the full story.
ये बस दीवार से लड़ी और ये पूरी दीवार देखिए, ये टूट चुकी है, थाने की दीवार, और उसके बाद अंदर कितनी जबरदस्त तरीके से यहाँ पर पत्थरबाजी की गई है।
It's the only channel with a detailed timeline. Haryana on the edge. Top focus on India Today.
One of the challenges of reporting a riot is how many claims and counterclaims, how much misinformation and fake news, how much information is out there to actually sift through. And that's the reason why India Today does not compromise on facts. We send as many reporters as we possibly can to the ground. And that's the reason why we're in a position today on 5 Live to not only unveil the villains of Haryana, but also tell you for the first time since the violence happened, the true timeline, the true triggers, and those actually responsible. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live, these are the headlines. Home Minister Amit Shah tables Delhi Ordinance Bill in Lok Sabha amidst massive uproar. Congress and Trinamool called the bill unconstitutional. BJD and Jagan's YSRCP backed the centre.
हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की।
Lok Sabha to take up no confidence motion debate from August the 8th to the 10th. That's 3 days. Prime Minister Modi to reply in Parliament on the last day. Modi and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar share a dais in Pune. All smiles and handshakes and shoulder taps. Disquiet in opposition ranks over the meet. Congress hits the streets in protest. I'll be decoding this Kodak moment on 5 Live today. BJP's Maha Gherao protest in Jaipur against the Ashok Gehlot government. BJP cadre hits the streets over spate of crimes against women in Rajasthan. I'm going to be busting some whataboutery hypocrisy on the show as well. Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan 3 to enter moon's orbit on August the 5th. Touchdown on the surface of the moon on August the 23rd. Not some obscure or remote part of the country which would be just as bad, but to give you a sense of how close to many of your homes this is, these are the pictures of what happened yesterday and is continuing to happen in the Nuh area, the Mewat region of Haryana adjoining Delhi. Gurugram, Nuh, the Sona Chowk area are all parts of the larger national capital territory, and they are literally on the outskirts of Delhi, and that is where this big eruption has taken place yesterday. It started yesterday at 10 a.m. when a VHP Bajrang Dal Shobha Yatra began. These are pictures at 10 a.m. yesterday when that Shobha Yatra began. You can see the saffron flags, VHP identity. They were to march towards a temple. So a Shobha Yatra is a crowd of devotees along with the VHP and the Bajrang Dal, and they were headed towards a temple. At about 12 noon, 2 hours into this entire procession starting, stones began being pelted on the Yatra after a great deal of provocative sloganeering. This was in an area dominated by minority community families. Stone pelting erupted at about noon yesterday. These are images our cameras have captured of the stone pelting that began. Remember, many of the people in the crowd, in the procession, were also armed, and pictures of those had also been shared on social media prior. At 4 p.m., about 4 hours after stone pelting began, clashes not only intensified, but they spread across Nuh. Vehicles, police stations, shops, petrol pumps were all fair game. At last count, nearly 100 vehicles have been completely destroyed in fire. The landscape of Nuh captured on our cameras looked like, this huge hellscape of fires and smoke. And the damage that has been caused as a result of this clash is still being assessed at this point of time. It's going to run into many tens or even hundreds of crores. That's the kind of damage we're looking at. Police stations were attacked, vehicles were burnt as well. At about 5:30 p.m., as I was anchoring my show yesterday, at about 5:30 p.m. yesterday, the Haryana government took the call to suspend internet. Remember, this was about 5.5 hours after the violence began. After the first stone was thrown, internet services was suspended at about 5:30 p.m., by which time crowds had already descended on this area. The clashes had intensified and had spread from Nuh to other areas, including the Sona Chowk area and Gurugram. Remember, Gurugram, one of Delhi's biggest suburbs, it's part of Haryana and is a smart city where many multinational corporations and companies have their headquarters. July 31st, 6 p.m. Yesterday at 6 p.m., the violence then spread, like I said, to Gurugram. So it was in the evening hours that the violence, which had been erupting in Nuh, spread to Gurugram. So 10 a.m. the procession starts. 6 p.m. yesterday evening, things then spread to Gurugram. Late at night, things became even scarier. After we reported at about 10 p.m. about the deaths of two home guards, Haryana home guards, Jawans, in the clashes that took place. Late at night, a cleric, the imam of an under-construction mosque in Gurugram, also died in the clashes that took place. This happened late at night. We reported it first thing this morning. So that is a broad timeline of how things started from 10 a.m. to late last night, with the internet being snapped, and that snapping and the dropping of any assembly of crowds in that area is still very much in effect. Let's take you through the top developments coming in from violence hit Nuh, because that is really the epicenter of where things are happening. The tensions over there are really bad. This is what things looked like yesterday. I must tell you that things are calmer today as a result of deployment of forces. 3 people were killed and at least 20 others injured. That death toll has gone up now to 5 overnight. 2 policemen, 2 Jawans of the Home Guard have died. Several policemen have been injured. The mob apparently tried to stop the VHP rally in a minority-dominated area. There had been a great deal of social media provocation before the procession began from both sides. Locals in Nuh are agitated about the police not taking action on time. Nuh's cybercrime police station was attacked by rioters and vehicles were set on fire. They looted the police bus, broke into walls of the police station as well. Massive damage to police property in Haryana. It all started initially in Nuh, and this is what it looked like, almost apocalyptic levels of violence. Gurugram is where things got inflamed at about 6 p.m. yesterday. 2 communities clashed near Sona Road. An imam in an under-construction mosque was also killed in an attack late last night. Multiple vehicles and shops were also set ablaze. There are reports also of some looting that took place. The Haryana government, like I said, has issued prohibitory orders in Nuh, Gurugram and Faridabad. Schools, colleges, educational institutions of any kind, coaching centers are all shut today. And even though we don't know yet, they are likely to remain shut tomorrow as well. We'll update you on that information in just a bit. Well, in the wake of this intense communal flashpoint, Haryana Chief Minister M.L. Khattar has appealed for peace and harmony. A peace committee has also been set up to bring things to normalcy, but that's going to take a while. And we are putting out the names of the 5 persons deceased in the violence that erupted in Nuh yesterday, in Nuh, Haryana yesterday. Neeraj is victim number 1. He's a Jawan from the Haryana Home Guard. Guru Sevak is a Jawan from the Home Guard. Shakti, a 35-year-old shop owner who had escaped his shop when the clashes started later at night. He had returned to close his shop. He was found dead inside the shop in the morning. That post-mortem is awaited. Abhishek, a resident of Panipat, member of the VHP, 24 years old, was brought dead to the Nalhar Medical College, and the Maulana of the Sector 57 Masjid in Gurugram has also been found dead. So five Indian citizens have died as a result of this communal flashpoint that erupted in Nuh and spread to Sona and Gurugram. I want to go across to India Today's Shreya Chatterjee, who's been in the epicenter of this rioting overnight, and she's still there right now reporting bravely for us. The 5 names that you've just put out, Shreya, can you give us any information about the circumstances in which they died? Was it, in the rioting, the stone pelting? Was there firing that took place? Just describe each of these deaths and what we know about them.
Well, Shiv, the 2 home guards whose name we've put out, they were actually part of the Gurugram police team, which was on their way to Nuh when extra resources were actually sought by the Nuh police department. They came under heavy stone pelting. Both of them succumbed to their injuries. When we talk about Shakti, his postmortem is still awaited. He's a shop owner in Barkali, which is one of the regions in Nuh. He had actually gone back to close his shop. The locals suggest that he was beaten to death, but we are yet to receive the postmortem details. When we talk about Abhishek, he was part of the rally. He was a VHP member. He was also attacked. We do know that stone pelting is something that the entire rally had actually faced when they were passing the stretch of the bus stand and the Tiranga Chowk of Nuh. And when we talk about the Maulana, he was unfortunately inside the masjid that was actually attacked by miscreants, where he was killed.
Shreya, there's a lot of, information doing the rounds, very difficult to verify because there's such a angry war of claims and counterclaims in this very emotive time. Suggesting that there was a social media build-up to yesterday's flashpoint. Provocations had been taking place on Facebook and Instagram, etc. Anything you can share with us about that? Because it seemed like, both sides, if I may call it that, they're all Indians, but both sides, had already been ratcheting up the, temperatures before what happened.
Well, absolutely, Shiv. If I can name a few, we did see Monu Manesar, who is a killer. He is absconding in the Bharatpur case. He was putting out videos that he will be part of the VHP rally somewhere down the line, trying to instigate the matter. Yeah. Now, when we talk to the response, we've seen multiple YouTubers from the region of Mewat. Some names I can name like Mewati YouTuber, etc. They had suggested that if you come, we will give you a response. And that's exactly what has happened. But another point, Shiv, that I want to raise, because the cyber police station that came under attack, we cannot ignore that. That was deliberately done because recently the Nuh region has actually done a heavy crackdown against cyber thugs. Mewat is a hotspot of cyber thugs. Somewhere there was also revenge that was actually taken on the police. So it was a collective thing altogether. We cannot deny the police failure as well. But indeed, there was a lot of communal tension that was existing on social media, which probably shouldn't have been overlooked.
And that investigation is going to be a very difficult one because of all those angles that Shreya has put out. Shreya, stay safe. We'll keep coming back to you. Thanks very much for that live update from the ground. Haryana's Nuh, the epicenter of this absolutely terrible, terrifying violence that has taken the lives of 5 Indians. This communal violence in the region has rocked the entire state. There's tension in the air. As you can imagine, it's not just limited to Delhi's doorstep. 2 police and 3 civilians shot dead and about a dozen injured as stones were pelted, cars set on fire during a religious procession being led by the Vishva Hindu Parishad. The clashes erupted after a group of people, like we've told you in that timeline, began to pelt stones, brandished guns and fired at vehicles of VHP workers near the Nalhar Mahadev temple in Nuh in Mewat. That is the temple in which hundreds of devotees were then stranded. The violence broke out over reports of cow vigilante and Bhivani lynching accused Monu Manesar visiting Nuh and participating in that VHP procession. Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij states that members of the VHP took out the yatra after getting due permission from the police. Was that in itself a possible lapse, keeping in view the mood on the ground? Or is it a case of why shouldn't permission be allowed? Shouldn't law and order be the least thing expected? Further asserting that police teams from nearby districts were deployed, and not just that, they were airdropped to the places where roads were blocked. But what of the Haryana government's own negligence and dereliction of duty should be a part of this investigation?
मेवात में फिलहाल किस तरह के हालात हैं ये जानने के लिए हमारे साथ एसपी फिलहाल नूह है और डीसी प्रशांत जी हैं। हम सीधे बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले डीसी साहब, क्या मौजूदा स्थिति है मेवात की?
ये सिचुएशन अभी अंडर कंट्रोल है जी। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की 13 कंपनियां आ चुकी हैं, 6 और आ रही हैं। अभी मैं और एसपी साहब जो है हम फ्लैग मार्च के लिए निकल रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन फ़िलहाल कंट्रोल में है। कर्फ्यू लगा हुआ है और सारी सिचुएशन का मुआयना हम रखे हैं समयबद्ध तरीके से।
अच्छा सर, एसपी साहब क्या कितने लोगों की कैजुअलिटी है अब तक? कितने लोगों की?
अब तक 3 लोगों की कैजुअलिटी इसमें आई है। 2 हमारे फोर्स के मेंबर शहीद हुए हैं, 1 सिविलियन इसमें हुआ है, शहीद हुआ है, और बाकी 50 के आसपास लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हैं।
कितनी गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया?
करीब 100 इसमें गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ है।
100 गाड़ियों का नुकसान हुआ। सर क्या जो इंजर्ड हैं उनको गन शॉट इंजरी भी है, गोली भी लगी है?
नहीं, जो इंजर्ड हैं फिलहाल वो भी कोई खतरे में नहीं जी, माइनर इंजरीज़ हैं। जो 3 सीरियस पेशेंट्स थे वो हमने फर्दर रेफर कर दिए पीजी रोहतक में, कुछ गुड़गांव में अपना इलाज करा रहे हैं। तो एज सच जो भी फिलहाल इंजर्ड है उसमें कोई सीरियसली इंजर्ड नहीं है।
सर एक सवाल ये भी उठ रहा है क्योंकि जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसको जानकारी थी कि ये सेंसिटिव इलाका है और अगर शोभा यात्रा यहाँ पर निकलती है तो माहौल ख़राब हो सकता है। तो एक तो परमिशन किस आधार पर दी गई और क्या जब परमिशन दी गई तो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था पर्याप्त थी? क्योंकि वीएचपी जो हिंदू संगठन के लोग हैं वो भी सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
देखिए, ये शोभा यात्रा जो है हर साल निकाली जाती है, तो ऐसा कोई वो नहीं था। बाकी जो है सभी ड्यूटियाँ इसमें जो अधिकारी कर्मचारी सभी की ड्यूटियाँ लगी हुई थी। ये कितना फ्लेयर अप हुआ, किस तरीके से फ्लेयर अप हुआ उसकी हम जाँच कर रहे हैं और जो भी इसमें किसी की अगर कोताही मिलती है तो हम उस पर कार्रवाई।
क्या जाँच के लिए कोई कमेटी बनाई गई है?
ये अभी हम लोकल स्तर पर कर रहे हैं। अगर सरकार की तरफ से कुछ दिशा निर्देश आएंगे तो उनका ही पालन करेंगे।
2 होमगार्ड हैं, उनकी मौत हुई, 1 सिविलियन की मौत हुई। वो मौत कैसे हुई है? क्या गोली लगने से?
जी, इसमें जो मृत्यु हुई है वो पथराव में सीरियस इंजरीज़ की वजह से हुई है, गोली लगने से नहीं हुई है। जो एक गुड़गांव की टीम के इंस्पेक्टर हैं उनको गोली लगी है।
मोनू मानेसर की बात करें तो वो सोशल मीडिया पर 27 जुलाई को उसने वीडियो वायरल किया था कि मैं आऊँगा। तो प्रशासन ने क्या कोई एक्शन लिया किसी तरह का मोनू मानेसर के खिलाफ?
जैसा कि मेरे साथी नरेंद्र ने बताया कि सोशल मीडिया पे जिस प्रकार के जो वीडियोस वगैरह चल रहे थे तो इंटेलिजेंस के इनपुट के हिसाब से ही सारी जो है व्यवस्था की गई थी। जो इन्होंने बताया कि नाकों पे पुलिस लगाई गई थी, लंबा रूट था, लंबे रूट पे ड्यूटी मजिस्ट्रेट्स और सारी व्यवस्था की गई थी। और किस तरह से एक जगह पे जो है फ्लेयर अप हुआ उसके कारण ये टेंशन बिल्डअप हुई और सारी व्यवस्था उस फ्लेयरिंग अप इंस्टेंस से बढ़ी।
मोनू मानेसर को डिटेन क्यों नहीं किया फिर पुलिस ने, जब अगर ऐसा था?
जो उसके खिलाफ जो भी राजस्थान का केस चल रहा है उसमें राजस्थान पुलिस को भी सूचित, वो भी उनकी भी टीम लगी हुई थी और उनकी टीम है जो भी एज पर लॉ उसके खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई बनती है, जो भी उनकी जांच में उनके साथ तथ्य आएंगे उनके खिलाफ डेफिनेटली राजस्थान पुलिस कार्रवाई करेगी। उनके पुलिस और प्रशासन के साथ डायरेक्ट में यहाँ से हम लोग टच में हैं।
हमारे साथ हरियाणा पुलिस में तैनात एसपीओ पप्पू जी जुड़ गए हैं। कल आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे इनके सर में चोट लगी है। जब पथराव हुआ था उनमें सर में चोट लगने के तहत इनको बहुत ही बुरी तरीके से घायल होना पड़ा है और अभी ये थोड़ी देर पहले अस्पताल से डिस्चार्ज हुए। सर बताइए क्या हुआ?
कल पथराव हुए थे, उसमें चोट लग गई थी तिरंगा पार्क चौक पर।
तिरंगा पार्क कितने लोग थे? कम से कम
काफ़ी सारे लोग थे।
काफ़ी सारे लोग थे और आप लोग ड्यूटी पे तैनात थे, तो शुरुआत कैसे हुई? इससे पहले तो शोभा यात्रा नॉर्मली चल रही थी।
हाँ, वो नॉर्मल चल रही थी, एकदम जैसे भीड़ हुई और पथराव शुरू हो गए थे।
पथराव किस तरफ से पहले शुरू हुआ था, आप लोगों ने देखा था? और क्यों पथराव शुरू हो गया था? कोई कारण था या ऐसे ही लोग ऐसे ही?
पहले जैसे ये बजरंग दल वाले निकल रहे थे, उसके बाद एकदम ये निकलना शुरू हुए मोमडन और उन्होंने एक रैली से निकालनी शुरू कर दी।
ये कहाँ से शुरुआत हुई?
ये नूह सिटी से हुई।
नूह से कौन सी जगह से? अगर आप बताओ।
ये बस स्टैंड के पास से।
बस स्टैंड के पास से। उसके बाद आप थे बस स्टैंड से कितनी दूर जहाँ पे आपको इतनी बुरी तरीके से लगी?
नहीं, हमारे को तो फिर बाद में लग गया था जहाँ तिरंगा पार्क वो होता। हाँ। जो बजरंग दल वाले आ रहे थे वापस। हाँ। जाने के लिए। हाँ। उस टाइम
कितने बजे के आसपास आपके साथ?
ये 4 साढ़े 4 बजे का आसपास।
4 बजे। पत्थर लगने की वजह से हुआ? आप दिखाएं एक बार, आप कैमरे में एक बार दिखाएं कि कितनी बुरी तरीके से ये घायल हुए हैं और अभी बस अस्पताल से ये डिस्चार्ज हुए। आप देख सकते हैं कि इनकी पूरे शरीर में अभी भी खून की निशान है और ये अपनी ड्यूटी पे थे। ऐसे किसी पे पत्थर बरसाना ये किसी भी तरीके से सही नहीं है। ड्यूटी पे तैनात पुलिस ऑफिसर पे पथराव हुआ और आप देख सकते हैं कि कैसे इनको चोट लगी है।
एक मिनट,
पहले आपने कभी ऐसा देखा है?
नहीं नहीं ऐसे नहीं, पहली बार देखा है।
कोई और भी पुलिसकर्मी थे आप लोगों के साथ जिनको घायल?
हाँ काफ़ी हमारे साथ थे।
एहतियात के तौर पर वहाँ कर्फ्यू लगाया गया है। कुछ जिलों में 144 धारा भी लगाई गई है। सारी नज़र रखी जा रही है। जो लोग इस षड्यंत्र में नूह से बाहर के भी शामिल हुए हैं उनको निश्चित रूप से पहचान करके उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अभी तक सब मिलाकर 44 के आसपास FIR हुई हैं और 70 लोगों के खिलाफ अभी नामजद उनको किया गया है, उनको हिरासत में लिया गया है। छानबीन के बाद जो भी दोषी लोग होंगे उनके खिलाफ सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी। किसी भी उपद्रवी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Let's make no mistake, viewer. The Haryana police has been caught asleep. It's been sleeping at the wheel. All the actions that you just heard ML Khattar, the chief minister, list out have been taken after most of the damage has already been done. But we will continue to report the facts. In fact, we put those questions to Haryana's Home Minister Anil Vij earlier today. The only channel that's asking the tough questions here without the usual nonsensical political binaries. Take a look at Pooja Shali grilling the Haryana Home Minister.
मिस्टर विज, किस तरह की तैयारी, क्या प्रिपरेशन है, कैसे लॉ एंड ऑर्डर वापस लाएंगे? जिस तरह के विजुअल्स हम देख रहे हैं सर, ये तो काफी खराब हालत लग रही है। ना ही सिर्फ नूह मेवात में बल्कि गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट तक आ गया है वायलेंस। क्या आपकी सरकार कर रही है कि वापस सिचुएशन नॉर्मलाइज हो?
नहीं, देखिए, हमने सारे हरियाणा से वो फोर्सेस को और ऑफिसर्स को, एसपीज को वहाँ पे मूव किया है। हमारे डीजीपी खुद वहाँ पर बैठ के सारा नियंत्रित कर रहे हैं। हमारी एडीजीपी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड करके जो मंदिर में लोगों को बंदी बना रखा था उनको जाकर उन्होंने छुड़वाया है। हमने वहाँ पर इंटरनेट सेवाएं बंद कर दी हैं और मेवात में कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है, क्योंकि सबसे पहला जो हमारा मोटिव है वो है वहाँ पे शांति करना और स्थिति को नियंत्रण में करना।
सर, आपकी क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है? शुरुआत कहां से हुई? एक शोभा यात्रा का कही जा रही है जो वीएचपी ने निकाली थी, उस पर पथराव होता है, लेकिन ऐसे किसी रैली पे कैसे पथराव हो सकता है सर? क्या पहले क्यों नहीं प्रिकॉशनरी मेजर लिया गया? अगर कोई भी इंटेलिजेंस इनपुट था कि किसी तरह का कम्युनल टेंशन हो सकता है, आपके हिसाब से क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन है?
पहली बार शोभा यात्रा निकाली गई हो ऐसी बात नहीं है। हर साल निकलती है और शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से निकलती है, परंतु जिस ढंग का ये हमला हुआ है और बवाल हुआ है, लगता है किसी ने मास्टरमाइंड किया है। वो हम फाइंड आउट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन अभी तो हम फोर्सेस वहां पर पहुंचा रहे हैं और स्थिति को पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल में रहे ऐसी हमारी कोशिश है। हमने कर्फ्यू लगा दिया है सारे नूह में ताकि स्थिति को नियंत्रित किया जा सके।
सर, क्या इंटरनेट सस्पेंशन और रिस्ट्रिक्शंस ऐसी कर्फ्यू जैसी या सेक्शन 144 गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में भी लगाई गई है या अभी नूह और मेवात तक ये सीमित है?
नहीं, अभी कर्फ्यू नूह में ही लगाया गया है। बाकी सारी जगह पर हमने अलर्ट किया है और जो आजू बाजू के जिले हैं वहां पर भी अतिरिक्त फोर्स भेज रहे हैं। हमें केंद्र से, मैंने यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर से अजय भल्ला जी से खुद मैंने बात की थी और ही वाज काइंड एनफ कि उन्होंने 20 कंपनियां हमें अलॉट कर दी और उसमें से कुछ कंपनियां वहां पर पहुंच गई हैं। इवन एयरफोर्स को भी अलर्ट पर रखा गया था कि अगर दूर से कहीं से कंपनियां लानी हैं तो हम लाके दिल्ली उतार के और उनको जल्दी पहुंचाया जा सके।
सर, हमारे जो रिपोर्टर्स हैं ऑन ग्राउंड, चाहे वो नूह में हो या गुरुग्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हो, सर, उनका कहना है कि पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट बहुत हैवी भी नहीं है। ऐसे वक्त में जिस तरह एक तरह से दंगा ही हो रहा है, इसको उस तरह ही देखा जाएगा, पुलिस डिप्लॉयमेंट और हैवी होनी चाहिए थी।
वो शुरू में जब यात्रा निकल रही थी तो रेगुलर जैसे इस कार्यक्रम में जितनी आवश्यकता होती है उतनी पुलिस थी वहां पर, लेकिन जैसे ही ये दंगे की खबर आई मैंने खुद मॉनिटर किया है सारा दिन बैठ के और हमने इधर उधर से साथ के लगते जिलों से, फरीदाबाद से, पलवल से, गुड़गांव से, झज्जर से, रुड़की से हमने फोर्सेस वहां पर मूव की हैं और जल्दी उन फोर्सेस ने जाकर वहां पर स्थिति को अपने नियंत्रण में कर लिया था। सबसे बड़ी समस्या हमें आ रही थी कि जो काफी बड़ी संख्या में लोग मंदिर में कैप्टिव रखे गए थे उनको छुड़ाने की आ रही थी। तो हमारी एडीजीपी लैंड ऑर्डर ममता सिंह ने खुद फोर्स को लीड किया और जाकर उनको वहां से छुड़वाया।
सर लेकिन हमें बताइए शुरुआत कैसे हुई, ऐसे कैसे पथराव एकदम हो जाता है? क्योंकि एक एलिगेशन आ रही है जो मनु मानेसर है जिसके अगेंस्ट, मैं एक बार पूछ लूं सर, जिनके अगेंस्ट केस है वो था उसमें सर।
वी शुड नॉट रश टू अर्ली कंक्लूजन्स। हम इसको फाइंड आउट करेंगे, तथ्यों सहित हम इसकी गहराई तक जाएंगे कि किसने करवाया, किसने किया, कैसे हुआ। वी विल ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट एवरीथिंग।
अनिल वैद्य जी, हरियाणा में चुनाव होने वाले हैं, कहीं ये चुनावी हिंसा जिस तरह से देखा जाए उसको क्या आप देखते हैं? ये वो रंग भी है इसमें? क्या इलेक्शन से पहले ऐसा किसी टाइप का कम्युनलाइज करने का किसी का एजेंडा आप देखते हैं, अटेम्प्ट देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं कोई किसी बात को इतनी जल्दबाजी में नहीं कहूंगा। हमारी एजेंसियों को फाइंड आउट कर लेने दीजिए, हम आपसे सब शेयर करेंगे।
Now, when communal clashes take place, viewer, and they happened for hours yesterday, as soon as forces are poured in, as soon as the rapid action force, police, etc., come into play, things calm down, but things never become normal because that takes many weeks, if not months. So therefore, very uneasy tension has now descended on Haryana's Nuh. The region was up in flames yesterday for over 6 hours. After that procession passed through that area. Like I said, 5 people have been killed, several others are injured, some of them even critically. Hopefully, the death toll will not go up. Around 2,500 people also took shelter inside a temple as a mob went on the rampage. India Today is the only channel on ground tracking the sequence of this escalation. Take a look at this.
Communal clashes rock Haryana's Nuh. Guns brandished, stones pelted, vehicles set on fire. Communal hotspot Nuh was up in flames on July 31st after stones were pelted at BHP's rally passing through Muslim-dominated area. At least 5 deaths were reported and about a dozen others injured in unprecedented violence.
आप मेरे पीछे देख सकते हैं, स्टोन पेल्टिंग पथराव शुरू हो चुका है।
India Today was the only channel on ground tracking the situation unfolding.
ये मेन हाईवे है, लेकिन लोग इधर से जाने को मजबूर हैं। वजह ये है कि इस पूरी रोड पर आप देख सकते हैं किस तरीके से आगजनी, पत्थरबाजी और दंगे के निशान यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। सोमवार के दिन जब इस इलाके में हंगामा हुआ, जब तोड़फोड़ हुई, जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, जब आगजनी हुई, तो क्या मंजर रहा होगा, कितना डर का माहौल रहा होगा।
Around 2,500 men, women and children took shelter at a temple when the riots broke out.
I'll show you, the kind of stones that you can also see that are lying down over here. Now, the temple primarily hasn't come under attack, is what we are told over here by those who were there.
Locals are up in arms with the police claiming the rioters had a 5-hour free run. The rioters even used a stolen bus to break into the cybercrime police station and vandalize the property. The police station had recently launched a crackdown against cybercrimes plotted in Mewat.
Now, this is one of the walls of the cyber police station, which was actually barged in by this particular bus that you can see. What we are learning from the police sources here on the ground, they tell us that these people had actually looted this bus and subsequently they travelled in this bus and they barged in.
After Monday's communal clash, curfew has been imposed in Nuh and central forces have been deployed.
फिलहाल मेवात की बात करें तो इस तरह के तस्वीरें आपको दिखाई दे रही हैं। धारा 144 लागू कर दी गई है, इंटरनेट पूरी तरह से बंद कर दिया गया है। पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस के जवान वो धीरे धीरे करके इस पूरे मेवात रीजन में पहुंच रहे हैं।
The violence of Nuh spread to neighbouring Gurugram, the bustling Millennium City and IT hub.
The clashes that erupted in Mewat, Haryana, had spread to Sona as well. As one travels to Nuh, What you can see in Sona itself is that there has been there's been a heavy clash that's also resulted in these local vendors' shops being gutted down. We can see
A cleric was killed when an under-construction mosque was attacked in Gurugram. The dead also include 2 home guards and 2 civilians. The big question, why did the Haryana cops fail to control the rioting for several hours? With Shreya Chatterjee, Arvind Oja and Himanshu Mishra in Nuh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And here's the very latest we're getting from the ground by our brave team of reporters who are continuing to stay there and report all the facts as they see them firsthand. There is a fresh eruption in violence that has erupted in Gurugram on the outskirts of Delhi. This is Delhi's biggest suburb in Haryana. Shops have been attacked and slogans raised in sector 66 of Gurugram. Let's go straight across to Milan Sharma, who's on the ground where this is happening. Milan, what can you tell us? Another eruption today in Gurugram over 24 hours after things began.
Well, yes, Shiv, let me just show you in visuals. This is clearly a revenge for whatever has been happening in Mewat and Nuh. It's a spillover into the city of Gurugram. I'm at Badshahpur and this is also called Sector 66. But you can see that this is what remains of the violence that erupted just 1 hour from right now. And the police has, of course, cleared the area. But as you can see, that these are shops that belong to one particular community of people that have been targeted in the entire area. My camera person Ankit Khandelwal is trying to show you that all the vehicles, the bikes that have been overturned here, a mob of at least 50 to 60 people came in together and created a ruckus in this entire area. You see bikes here because this particular shop is a bike shop and next to it was a juice center, and whatever remains of the violence here can clearly be seen. I'll also ask Ankit to show you that all the posters here have been torn off. All the names of one particular community from the posters have also been removed, and these kind of sporadic instances of violence have been happening in Gurugram, in the millennial city, which is hardly a distance away from Fortune 500 companies throughout the day in broad daylight. We see the police also on guard over here. We can see the police around here. Of course, they've been able to contain the violence for some time, but we're also getting reports, Shiv, of other violent incidences and mob incidences within Badshahpur and even inside Sector 66 at the moment. And let me show you that the entire area, the shops of the entire area have been asked to close. There's a PCR van on standby right now that is doing the rounds here. But all this could have been averted if Gurugram police would have placed their men at various strategic points where this particular targeting of one community by the other and vice versa has been happening ever since Mewat. So where I'm standing, Shiv, we are just about 15 minutes from Cyber City. We are 15 minutes from Cyber Hub. We are about 15 minutes from all those places where there are big Fortune 500 and MNC offices. And this is completely unsafe for people. We've seen that the fact that a lot of people did not turn up to work today. Many were given work from home, but there's been a large section of blue-collared workers who were also told to clear out from this area. So this is what remains of the violence here. But as we go forward, we'll see more of such instances that are happening inside in the entire 66 sector, which
Milan,
is
this is going to scare people off Gurugram. This is already schools and colleges are already shut. They are going to feel very, very nervous right now, but even stepping out of their houses if it's happening in Sector 66. What can you share with us about preparations? How much deployment of police is there? For this to happen over 24 hours after the eruption yesterday seems like a lapse.
Well, Shiv, the mosque that was burnt, that is being told, and reportedly that one is in sector 57, which is not too far away from where I'm standing right now. That is something that the Gurugram administration and the district administration has taken into cognizance. They've issued statements as well. But what the police sources are telling us that this seems as a retaliation of whatever has been happening in Mewat and Nuh, and that is the repercussion that people have to face in such areas. These are areas dominated by migrant population, of course, but as I said, just 10-15 minutes from here is the Millennium City, Gurugram. So you take this stretch of road which goes straight all the way to the main city centers, and the other side of the road straight away goes to Sona. I'll show you the police personnel is also on ground, let me tell you, but not as much as deployment one would have expected, because a large chunk of the Gurugram police was also deployed in Nuh, Mewat and Sona districts, and that's what we've been told by the police themselves.
Okay.
However, yes, there is a sense of fear in the public here, and most of the people who go to offices here have left early for the day, as we've been told, Shiv.
And India Today's reporters, Milan and her team, will continue to update us the latest and most accurate information. The only accurate information, as a matter of fact, will be here on India Today. No claims and counterclaims, only facts. You'll see it on our main screen, or you will see it on our ticker. About road closure, schools and colleges, offices, all of that information will be first here on India Today. That is our personal guarantee. Milan, stay safe. Thank you very much for joining me with that live update. On the other side of this break, I'm shifting focus from Haryana to neighbouring Rajasthan, where the BJP took out a huge protest today. A Maha Gherao, one of the biggest seen so far, to corner the Ashok Gehlot government on the issue of crimes against women. Now, is this whataboutery in the wake of Manipur, or is there something more? I'll tell you next.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield, and I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
My first question to you, sir, is what do you make of Chief Minister Yogi's statement in this interview?
See, I feel and I believe that the facts of Gyan Vyapi are very, very glaring. And if someone in the society does not want to admit these glaring facts, for example, the Western Wall, for example, the Hindu Mandir Shikhars which are present beneath the 3 central domes, for example, the pillars which are there in the various parts of Gyan Vyapi which are Hindu Mandir pillars. For example, there are various defaced idols. For example, there are various idols which are in broken and mutilated condition. For example, there are shloks of Sanskrit, Trishul, Swastik, number of chins, shivling in the Vazu tank. If apart from these many facts, if someone says that it's a mosque, then I think this litigation we are fighting before the courts of law, and we will make all endeavors to prove before the court of law that this is not a mosque but this is an old temple structure.
You know, the comments made by Yogi Adityanath have been, they have in many ways been interpreted as overreach by a politician since this issue is currently in court. Vishnuji, you've got the AIMIM, you've got the Samajwadi Party saying it's totally inappropriate for the Chief Minister to make such comments because he's in a position of power. What do you think?
See, let me just put this legal position before you very straight. And the legal position is that UP government is not having any formal role in the litigation or any very important role in the litigation. This is a list between Anjuman Intizamiya and Hindu devotees. So if UP government was playing an active role as a litigant, then ideally whatever is the allegation, I would have said that yes, that allegation is correct. And if UP government is litigating as a litigator in the case, then a chief minister or a head of the state shouldn't have made such a statement. But UP government is not a litigator in this matter. This is a litigation between Anjuman Intizamiya and Hindu devotees. Apart from that, I want to ask and say very, very carefully and with lot of sense of responsibility. There is no order from the Supreme Court or the High Court or the District Court Varanasi restraining anyone from speaking on the issue. This issue is in the public domain. Everyone is seeing in the country the pictures which are being played by various television channels as well as your channels, and we are debating upon those pictures and we are forming an opinion. Can someone restrict anyone from forming an opinion? This Western Wall, if I am having a view that this Western Wall, or a Chief Minister of State is having a view that this Western Wall is a ruins of a Hindu temple, what's wrong in it? He can have his own view, but ultimately the law will take its own course and the matter will be settled before the court of law. And under section 89 of the CPC, as a politician and as a head of the state, every endeavor can be made to settle the matter before the final verdict. It happened in Ram Mandir case in 2010. It happened before the Supreme Court in 2019, where all the legislators had taken active part in settling the dispute.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
4 cases of gang rape have been reported in Rajasthan in just the last 24 hours. Out of these 4 cases, 3 cases of alleged gang rape have been filed this weekend alone in just Rajasthan's Alwar district. The State Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot has been under fire for increasing crimes against women that put Rajasthan on the number 2 position in previously available crimes against women data. In Alwar, not very far from Delhi, 2 minor sisters were allegedly gang raped for 18 months. The FIR was filed over the weekend after their father discovered that both the minor girls, 115 and 113, were pregnant. Another 17-year-old schoolgirl was allegedly kidnapped and gang raped by 8 men. The survivor, a class 12 student, was found by the police battered and bruised. In Barmer, Rajasthan, another 15-year-old Dalit girl was allegedly gang raped when she was home alone. Her photos were splashed across WhatsApp and social media. The BJP today, as you can see in these pictures, hit the streets in protest against the Gehlot government, who they blame for not engaging on this issue. Water cannons were used as protesters campaigned against alleged corruption, atrocities against women, crumbling law and order, and unemployment. Remember, Rajasthan goes to the polls in just a few months from now this year.
वर्तमान की सरकार जो बलात्कारियों को संरक्षण देती है, वर्तमान की सरकार जो भ्रष्टाचारियों को संरक्षण देती है, सांप्रदायिक ताकतों को पल्लवित पोषित करती है, वर्तमान की सरकार अशोक गहलोत साहब की सरकार जो महिलाओं का अपमान जो है उस पर मुखदर्शक बनी रहती है। ये सरकार जो दलितों की बेटियों पर होते हुए अपमान को सहन करती है, कभी एसिड से जलाया जाता है, कभी पेशाब पिलाया जाता है। इस तरह की घटनाओं पर जो सरकार मौन है और जिस सरकार का फोकस नहीं है, राजस्थान की जनता ने यह तय कर लिया कि इसको उखाड़ करके फेंकना है।
राजस्थान के अंदर बेरोजगारी, अपराध और भ्रष्टाचार ये चरम पर है और ये खाकी वर्दी के पीछे जो छुपे हुए अपराधी ये डंडे हमें मार रहे हैं। सांसदों को भी डंडे पड़े हैं, लेकिन हमें डंडों से डर नहीं लगता। हम अपराधी नहीं बनना चाहते। हम कल को पुलिस वालों को पकड़ेंगे तो हम अपराधी बनते हैं। हम अपराधी नहीं बनना चाहते। अपराधी पीछे छुपे हुए, पुलिस वालों के पीछे छुपे बैठे, उस वाटर कैनन के पीछे छुपे बैठे, वो है अपराधी। और अभी तो वो शुक्र मनाए कि साधारण जनता सड़क पे नहीं निकल रही, नहीं तो लोकतंत्र नहीं इनको हाथ से पकड़ के बाहर निकाल सकती है। हम लोकतंत्र से इनको बाहर निकालेंगे।
Viewer, it was this tweet by me sharing a news article about a horrifying crime in Rajasthan that has gone viral. 2 minors, one aged 15, the other 13, had been gang raped in Alwar district, and both were now found pregnant. The 15-year-old is 7.5 months pregnant and the younger girl is 2.5 months pregnant. The crimes were committed months ago, but they're now part of a fearsome statistic in Rajasthan, which has the dubious reputation of clocking the second highest number of crimes against women in 2022, just behind Uttar Pradesh. In 2020 and 2021, Rajasthan was in the numero uno, number 1 position in a list no state should want to be part of. There have been 4 reported gang rapes in Rajasthan in just the last 24 hours, according to one report. But if these crimes have been increasing for years, surely there's a reason why these crimes are being especially amplified now. Of course there is. 2 reasons actually. One, Rajasthan is headed into an election in a few months from now. Law and order and crimes against women under Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot are being used as one of the BJP's calling cards, just as it did in Uttar Pradesh last year. The second reason is the one I wish to dwell on, viewer, for just a minute. Opposition parties have called the BJP's emphasis on sexual crimes in Rajasthan an act of whataboutery, to dilute and divert from the horrors of the Manipur crimes. That the ruling party, the BJP, is on the back foot at the centre and is using offence as defence to counter-attack the uninterrupted spotlight on crimes and horrors in Manipur. Friends, I'm very clear about whataboutery. I've said it before here on the show. I've taken BJP spokesperson to task on the issue of whataboutery as well. As I've said right here before, no crime can be condoned, and Manipur and Rajasthan are very different. In Manipur, crimes were committed in an emergency-like situation under the darkness of an internet ban and came to light only much later with a cloud over the extent of similar horrors committed in the ethnic blood spilling of that northeastern state. In Rajasthan, the cases have by and large been reported with police cases filed, even if there have been lapses in timely action, etc. Let me categorically say that whataboutery is totally unacceptable. Amidst this crossfire, however, between the BJP and the Congress, it is victims and survivors who suffer. But I do want to point out that the outrage over whataboutery needs a closer look, because in my view, it is this outrage that gets off the hook amidst the indignation and rage. The reason I say that is the Congress, which claims to stand for the safety of women, simply does not say a word on an issue that couldn't possibly be more in your face in Rajasthan. A woman MLA of the Congress government and party in Rajasthan wonders about her own safety in Rajasthan, and yet the party is happy to cling to the whataboutery outrage wagon. The Congress is absolutely right about Manipur. There has been dereliction, negligence, incompetence that has led to the horrors in the state. But does that give the Congress a free pass to simply not engage with an issue that's burning right in front of it in Rajasthan? Or the Trinamool Congress to debate the Manipur issue and pass a resolution even while West Bengal sits at the number 4 position for 2022 in crimes against women, just behind poll-bound Madhya Pradesh. Let's be clear. Crimes against women must go down. States should be competing to be lower on the National Crime Report Bureau's next list, and without fixing the process of crime reporting. And just as we shouldn't allow whataboutery to let the BJP to divert from the Manipur issue, we shouldn't allow whataboutery to give the Rajasthan and West Bengal governments safe passage from accountability and answers. This may be a terrible thing to say, but our political battlefield is now engaged in a war of my rapes versus your rapes. And if there ever was a sign of a broken, lost, shattered political class, it is this. Thanks for watching 5 Live. 6 p.m. Prime with Akshita comes up next. Violence has reignited on the outskirts of Delhi 24 hours after it swept through Nuh and Gurugram. We're going to take you live to the spot where the story is unfolding as we speak. Live report coming up next with Akshita.
Ramdevji, since you spoke about the sort of historical, in a historical context, let me just add that as a financial journalist, when I started out, the Sensex was around 3,000 and the Nifty was in just 3-digit level. Given the fundamentals and a lot of reportage in the recent days about this being India's decade, India's growth story, what's your own view as far as the Sensex and Nifty are concerned? Where do you see them going over the short term to medium term, sir?
Short term, I have no clue. You have to ask the chartists. They might give you some idea. I have no idea of what market will do. I mean, market can very comfortably go down without giving any reason by 10-15%. So, or it can go up by 10-15% on a sustained buying by FIs or something like that. So I have no idea where it is headed, but I'm comfortable wherever it is, and whatever can happen, I'm ready in the sense that 10% done. See, I'm always a fully bought guy, so I'm ready to see 20%, 30% correction, because the corrections are there for 1 year or so. Within 1 year's time, you again get back the price. So, and that's the price you pay for getting 14-15% return. So clearly, the market is poised to do well, and this is called India's. See, what happens is that in short term, a lot of these things look to be very exaggerated. But when you give a 5-10 years time, then you realize what has happened. Like look at the tech. The tech started in 2000. Y2K happened, and we saw the birth of TCS, Infosys, Wipro. I mean, they were small companies. I mean, even in 99, 2000, they were 1,000 crores turnover, 100, 200 crores profit, 300 crores profit. But they become giant companies. 20 years out, 25 years out, they become like 2 lakh crores turnover, 40,000 crores profit, 20,000 crores profit. So you've got to give time. And that's, in India, you have to give not only time to a company, you have to also give time to the market itself. Today, it is a $3 trillion market. In 10 years' time, you will see that this will become a $9-10 trillion market. The issue is that do we have that patience? The market is all about the patience. Do you have patience? I mean, you decide what you want to write, where you want to write, when you want to write, but have patience. And that is what is missing. I mean, look at the option value, look at the futures value. People want to make money tomorrow, not even tomorrow. People want to make money next half an hour. That's not the market. At least I am not from that school.
Absolutely.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Given the way the markets are headed, how do you think sentiment is placed at the moment?
So what has happened, thankfully, and a stroke of luck or whatever you may call policy, things like that, just after COVID, at the time when no one would have thought about it, the whole capex cycle in India, including the real estate cycle, and the massive policy initiatives by the government in manufacturing, attracting manufacturing within India. Also, luck played along because China was getting impacted by this China plus one strategy. So I think this is coming out to be one of the most interesting times. We haven't seen such an environment. This environment played out during 2003 to 2010 period, where these elements played out. And this is showing up. And more than us, actually, now the foreigners are getting excited about India's story. We know that things don't change overnight, but, I think the foreigners who look at us now are getting very excited. And Indians have always been optimistic about how the local environment will go. So I think it's a very interesting time for investors to look at growth stories.
To looking at sectors which are consumer facing, and the first thing that comes to my mind is the boom that we are seeing, at least on the auto space. 4 or 5 stocks at record high levels, both commercial vehicle makers, Tata Motors, Ashok Leyland, and in the passenger vehicle space, Maruti headed for 5 digits. All the 3 top two-wheeler companies doing pretty well, and we've seen
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
Mumbai train murder unspools. MIM, Congress communalized killing. Call incident result of anti-Muslim hatred.
इस तरह से रेडिकलाइज तो मोदी सरकार इनको कर रही है और इसको पागल कहना सरासर गलत है। ये पूरा एक प्री प्लान, प्री मेडिटेटेड तरीके से इसने ये मर्डर किया है।
Jawan's skin confirms his mental instability.
जैसे टेंशन में रहता है ना बंदा, इस प्रेशर में रहता है, टेंशन में ही थे वो। वहाँ पे भी इनका ट्रीटमेंट चला था, क्लॉट वगैरह भी माइंड में निकला है।
A hate crime targeting Muslims. Or killing out of lunacy. Our top focus at 6 p.m. prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, and this evening we're putting the focus on the fallout of the Mumbai train firing. As more and more revelations come to the fore, there have been horrifying videos also that have emerged that's put the focus on the investigation and the motive of the crime. We're going to be getting you all the details, the facts that are emerging on that story. We're also getting you the latest updates coming in from Haryana as there have been fresh reports of violence. First, as always, the headlines. Haryana on the edge after massive riots in Nuh and Sona. Section 144 imposed in Nuh, Sona and Faridabad till tomorrow. 2 Jawans and 3 civilians killed. Home Minister Amit Shah tables Delhi Ordnance Bill in Lok Sabha amid massive uproar. Congress and TMC call bill unconstitutional. The BJD and YSRCP back the centre.
संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की।
Lok Sabha to take up no confidence motion debate from August 8th to 10th. Prime Minister Modi to reply in Parliament on the last day, that's August 10th. Prime Minister Modi and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar shared dais in Pune. Disquiet in opposition ranks over meet. Congress hits the streets in protest. BJP's Maha Gherao protest in Jaipur against the Ashok Gehlot government. BJP cadre hit the streets over spate of crimes against women in Rajasthan. And Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan to enter moon's orbit on August 5th. Let's begin with breaking news that's coming in right now from Haryana. Images from parts of Gurugram now, from Sector 66, that show arson scenes of vandalism that are being reported in several parts of the city as well. These are just kilometers away from the national capital, mind you, that we're seeing this kind of images of shops being vandalized by miscreants. Unfortunately, the reports of violence continues in several parts of Gurugram as well as in Nuh, and that's why Section 144 prohibitory orders, mobile internet has been snapped in several of these districts. These are images that we're getting to you from just a few moments ago from Sector 66 of Gurugram. Look at those images on your screens of the massive arson that's been reported as thick plumes of smoke cover the entire area. For people who live in these parts of Gurugram, it's an absolute nightmare. Many of them aren't stepping out as there have been multiple incidents, multiple reports of violence that's been reported in these parts of Gurugram. Again, let me highlight for you, this is in the national capital region, close to Delhi, that you're seeing these scenes of vandalism, of miscreants going rogue. All of it kicking off from July 31st, when you had communal clashes breaking out in parts of Nuh, in parts of Sona and Faridabad, and that's followed up by, in fact, the fire spreading to several other parts of Haryana, including Gurugram. Schools, colleges have been shut. Shops that dared to open amid the violence, amid the tension, are being vandalized and targeted in this manner. Let's take this across now to Milind Sharma. She's joining us live from Gurugram, from the spot where we've seen some of that violence breaking out. Milind, good evening. Can you tell us what's the situation currently on ground?
Well, Akshita, I'd like to show you that arson and fires were just burning in this particular area in Gurugram's sector 66. This is also an area called Badshahpur, which is not very far from the Fortune 500 offices of the Millennium City. And of course, whatever instances one is getting in these sporadic areas where mob violence is being seen, the police has not been found in action. But let me show you whatever remains of this particular shop that has been burned. There was a makeshift hotel over here owned by one particular community that has now been charred to the ground, and everything has been ransacked. What we've told is that the people who belong to this community had actually fled from the scene last night itself, and whatever remained here was abandoned. But a mob of a lot of people entered today, just an hour back, and burnt everything to the ground, and nothing has been left behind. There is a this, can you see this refrigerator over here, a stove oven over there? So this was something called as a dhaba that was at this part, and on the other side there was also a kirana shop, and nothing of that remains. Just to show you in what location I am right now, all around me, if Ankit will just pan the camera and show you, this is Ansal Essentia area. These are big high-rise residential societies just across the road. If Ankit will pan towards his right, these are posh societies and houses, Bestech, Parkview, Spa Next, big societies where people stay. And this is the kind of mob violence that is being witnessed right in the heart of residential areas of Gurugram, which is absolutely scary. A lot of office goers, a lot of MNC goers have also been either asked to work from home. So it's not just the schools and colleges, but even office goers are now being told
it's not
to
just
stay
the rural
back
pockets.
and work from.
Going by your report, Milind, it's not just the rural pockets. You see, amid all of those high rises, thick plumes of smoke coming out, there are incidents of arson, of vandalism, of shops which dared to be open amid the tension being targeted immediately by miscreants. I want to bring in Shreya Chatterjee, who's joining us live from Nuh, which was the epicenter of the violence, of the clashes yesterday. What's the situation where you are, Shreya? Have things calmed down or are they still on edge?
Well, fortunately, Akshita, there hasn't been any fresh reports of violence from Nuh and the outskirts of it. There is area domination activity that's been carried on by the police on the ground. We have reports of 11 FIRs that's been registered, and right now the police is at the first trying to ensure that all the remains of the riot is right now removed from the area. However, when we talk about the tension, it is still there. That is the reason curfew and Section 144 remains imposed. People are not happy with the way the Haryana police dealt the entire incident. Remember, there was the possibility of communal tension that was there on the social media bickering that was going on between Monu Manesar and the people from Mewat via YouTube videos and subsequently other media. The intel inputs that completely went ignored by the Haryana police. That's exactly why we saw the kind of violence that actually erupted in Nuh, which actually poured over then to Sona and now to Gurugram. So a lot of answering on the part of Haryana police. Why did they ignore the intel reports? We'll have to wait and watch what their answer is. But people on both sides are not happy with the way Haryana police dealt the entire situation.
And rightfully questions will be asked of how the administration has dealt with this, particularly because you've had the Haryana government, and Milind, if I can bring you in on this as well, the Haryana government has said very clearly that this, in some circumstance, in some cases, was pre-planned violence. Then there will be questions on why they weren't better prepared for this kind of a scenario, for this kind of clashes.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. The fact that whatever has been happening in Mewat and Nuh has actually had a spillover in Gurugram, and that too, let me tell you, in the selected pockets and selected areas only, because largely there are flash mobs that are congregating at one point and leading to this particular image that you see in front of you of charred shops, charred areas. Let me tell you that at least in Gurugram, the fortunate part is that the violence has not yet penetrated inside the homes and the establishments and areas where people stay for now. But what will happen after this, we are unaware of that. Of course, the DC Gurugram, the police administration has been trying to mediate between the two communities that are going back and forth with this kind of violence. But for how long will the citizens have to face this kind of uncertainty is the real question. And meanwhile, when you look at these images and juxtaposing it, Ankit will show you there are high-rise buildings. This is a scathing picture and the reality of Gurugram, really, you know, where you have high-rises, people spending money, buying homes here in posh localities. And just next to that, if there is no deployment from the police, there's no security that the administration can provide, paints a very scary picture for a city that holds a lot of MNCs, multinational companies and expatriate crowds, you know, in this particular area as well. And that's why perhaps the Gurugram police is on a back foot since yesterday and today as well. What the police has said that they have to be on guard and deployments will be done all around Gurugram, and Section 144 will continue to be imposed in sensitive areas.
Okay, so prohibitory orders remain in place, as Milind is reporting for us. It started off as clashes that broke out during a VHP rally that was going through some of the streets of Nuh of Mewat. There was stone pelting reported, after which violence broke out, as a result of which mosques were vandalized and there were casualties, unfortunately, on both sides. We're going to continue tracking the latest on this. Milind and Shreya, thank you very much for joining us with your respective ground reports. Let's take you through some of the reactions coming in. Opposition leaders have questioned the government on why they weren't better prepared, why adequate security wasn't provided on ground. Let's get you some reactions.
ये बड़ा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मेरा लोगों से यही अपील है कि शांति कायम रखें और कानून व्यवस्था कायम करने के लिए मदद करें और आपस में भाईचारा बनाएं।
गृह मंत्री कह रहे हैं कि हमने पर्याप्त जो है बल तैनात किया है।
वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, अब पर्याप्त उन्हें भेजा होगा, लेकिन पहले जितनी होनी चाहिए थी उतनी नहीं है जो मैंने सुना है।
हरियाणा को पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने जातीय हिंसा में धकेला था और वो आग वर्षों तक धधकती रही। अब जैसे ही चुनाव नजदीक आ रहा है, हरियाणा को धार्मिक हिंसा के अंदर धकेला जा रहा है। बताइए क्या कारण है कि हमारे हरियाणा में, शांति प्रिय हरियाणा में 75 वर्षों में देश की आजादी के बाद कभी धार्मिक दंगे नहीं हुए। पहली बार धार्मिक दंगे हुए, वो भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की नाक के नीचे। कहां है मुख्यमंत्री?
We promise to keep an eye on all the developments coming in from Haryana and get you those ground reports here on India Today. Let's switch focus to the story that came in yesterday, the horrifying incident of an RPF constable opening fire inside a moving train in Mumbai. He killed 4 people, including his senior, including ASI Meena and 3 others who were Muslims. And that's what's triggered now a big political fight, as AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has called this a terror attack. He said that Muslims have been targeted. This even as officials have said that the accused Chetan was mentally unstable. So obviously it's divided society, it's divided social media as to what was the motive, what triggered this crime. Let's first get you all the details in our report.
Four people dead at the hands of a man who was supposed to protect and serve. The shocking firing inside a Mumbai train on Monday morning has sent shockwaves across the country. The accused RPF constable who killed his senior and then 3 civilians is in custody. While on one hand, officials have claimed that the accused constable was mentally unstable, politics has now broken out over the religious identity of the victims. All 3 civilians who died were Muslims. Shocking videos have now emerged of the crime of killer Chetan ranting anti-Muslim comments, which we have muted here on India Today due to his incendiary nature. Sharing these videos, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has reacted sharply, calling the incident a targeted attack on Muslims.
मैं शुरू से ही कह रहा हूं कि ये लोग रेडिकलाइज क्यों हो रहे हैं, ये लोग इतने एक्सट्रीमिज्म पे क्यों जा रहे हैं, ये लोग हथियार उठाकर गोली क्यों चला रहे हैं, इनको लोकतंत्र पे भरोसा क्यों खत्म हो गया है। और इस तरह से रेडिकलाइज तो मोदी सरकार इनको कर रही है।
So was it a targeted communal strike or a man mentally unstable going on a rampage? India Today spoke to Chetan's family, who confirmed he was undergoing treatment for the last 1 year but never acted out at home.
तबीयत काफी टाइम से खराब थी तबीयत। हाँ, उनके माइंड में क्लॉट वगैरह भी है।
अच्छा,
माइंड में भी क्लॉट निकला था।
तो इलाज चल रहा था कहीं?
जी।
कहाँ चल रहा था?
और यहाँ तो ये है कि घर पे चलो फैमिली है तो छुट्टी मिलती तो दे देती थी, कंटिन्यू दवाई चलती थी। भाई ऑफिस में जाने के बाद में कंटिन्यू दवाई नहीं चल पाती है, ताकि आराम मिले, उनको रिलीफ मिले, वो चीजें नहीं थी।
India Today has also accessed the statement of a witness constable who was on board the train and was with the accused killer. According to him, Chetan resorted to this shooting spree because he wasn't allowed to leave early by ASI Tikaram Meena, who was also killed. Targeted communal attack or an unhinged man on the loose? The ongoing investigation will hopefully throw more light on the exact motive. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so we are asking some questions on this broadcast with regards to this incident, and that will hopefully give us answers post the investigation. Was the accused mentally stable, or was this an anti-Muslim rampage? Was the attempt to target all these Muslim civilians as he did in that train? The second question that hopefully we'll get answers to post the investigation: why did the accused target specific people, target only members of the Muslim community? He reportedly went from one coach to another looking for them, and then went ahead and shot at them and killed them. Let's get to also the next question now on our broadcast. With regards to if this was a communal crime, why did accused Chetan then go ahead and target his senior? Because remember, the first killing was that of ASI Meena. So that is, of course, something that we will hopefully have clarity on. And finally, also questions loom on whether Chetan was mentally unstable or not. We'll hopefully get answers to that as the investigation progresses. I want to bring in now Mustafa Sheikh, who's joining us live on this broadcast. Mustafa, there's a lot of back and forth right now on exactly what transpired, the exact sequence of events. What are officials saying right now on this angle that several people are questioning about the civilians who were targeted, about the Muslims who were targeted, and the horrifying videos that are doing the rounds?
Well, as of now, what the police are saying is that there are some versions coming out which is of those policemen who were with Tikaram and Chetan, and they are saying that it was work pressure, he was not allowed to go, and hence he targeted. But at the same time, there is no concrete statement which has been recorded of train passengers who were present at that point. And that is something which is surprising, is that the videos which have come out in which a lot of passengers are seen, but these passengers have actually not come out and recorded their statements with the policemen, and those statements are also key, because remember, it is not that the firing has taken place only in one coach. It's in the 3 different coach of the same train that this firing has taken place, whether these people were running and why these 3 people specifically were targeted. And obviously there is what we are saying, that is a religious angle, but at this point the clarity which the police has is about that prima facie it looks like that he was troubled with some work, and hence he has taken this step. But at the same time, there is no word as to why these 3 civilians were targeted. The police are also saying is that even if we get a version from the eyewitness, we will have to verify if this version is true or not, and that is something which will take some time. Back to you, Akshita.
Right, Mustafa, thank you very much for getting us all of those details. I just want to read out for you now parts of a statement that's come in from a witness. This is mentioned in the FIR. There was another constable called Acharya who was in that train. Here's what he said happened. He confirmed that he was in the train along with Chetan, boarded along with 3 other cops, including Chetan and the ASI. Now, he says that Chetan claimed he was unwell. I checked whether he had fever, but he didn't seem to have a high temperature. He seemed just fine, but he kept constantly claiming he was unwell. Let's get you the next plate as well. Now, after that, according to, in fact, this witness cop, ASI Meena and Chetan repeatedly asked him to stop the train, that he'd get off at the Valsad railway station, which is about 2 to 3 hours before the final stop. Now, this was a request that was constantly rejected by ASI Meena. Chetan, in fact, had convinced the ASI to also reach out to the command center, to the control center, but they too said, rest in the train. You'll reach in another 2 to 3 hours. Now, at this point, the ASI, who was extremely understanding, reportedly asked the constable to get something, to get a cold drink for Chetan. He refused, however, to drink. Chetan was then asked to rest, to sleep till they reach the final stop. And that's why he had directed the witness here, the constable Acharya, to take away his rifle. And Acharya says he was seated right adjacent to Chetan when Chetan refused to sleep for about 15 minutes, tossed back and forth, and then started arguing with him to take back his rifle. So much so that, according to Constable Acharya, the witness here, he was being strangled and threatened by Chetan. So he gave up the rifle. Now, that's when he realized that Chetan, the accused here, had taken the wrong rifle, had taken his rifle instead of his own. So he stopped him, told him, you've taken the wrong rifle. So Chetan gave it back, but then started arguing once again with ASI Meena, who was also present there. Now, it was at that point that this witness says he moved away. Only much later to hear, and there's about 25 minutes later, reportedly, he heard that that the ASI was shot dead. His colleague says that he had reached out to him and told him that your ASI has in fact been killed. So he went back to the coach to see 3 to 4 passengers, he says, running towards me in a panic. He says, I saw Chetan. He looked extremely angry and started moving towards me. So I ran away and went into another coach. And then he says that I saw Chetan standing outside, in fact, on the platform once the train had stopped. He says a passenger had clearly pulled the chain and Chetan had gotten off. But he was still aiming at the train, trying to fire at the train. So this constable says, at that point I was scared and I decided to go ahead and hide in the washroom of the train. Now, once he's hiding there, he says that Chetan, even at that point, was aiming for the train, ready to shoot again, but was clearly making a bid to run away. The train, according to this constable Acharya, then started moving once again. And then at the next stop, when he stepped out, he saw that Chetan was still, in fact, away, wasn't in the train. And the cops officials had managed to get in and started tending to the accused, to those who were casualties of this horrific crime. So that is the sequence of events as mentioned by the witness. Now, there's a lot of talk about whether this has been communalized, particularly over what Asaduddin Owaisi said. We broke it here on India Today last evening. A lot of you have piled onto me on social media questioning, why have we said communalizing? Well, if you look at the definition, it's about dragging religion, taking in religion into a case, which is exactly what had happened yesterday when the reactions came in. So just a Google search will tell you what the meaning of that is. But I want to leave you with some food for thought, essentially. What if the tables were turned? What if the religions were different? What if the case itself was completely different from what it is right now? Would all of those who are outraging today, saying that you must call this out to be a terror attack, to be an anti-Muslim attack, would they have still outraged the same way, or would they have said that there's an attempt to trivialize mental health, that there's an attempt to change the narrative and not talk about mental health if the tables were turned? I want to leave you with that food for thought. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up, on the other side of a short break, we're getting you details of what played out in Parliament. The Delhi Ordinance Bill, the Services Bill, was tabled in the Lok Sabha. Those highlights coming your way.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV when numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
Probably we started the rally a bit earlier than I was expecting or hoping for. But my, the points that I had in my mind is that India is perhaps already at the peak or very close to the peak of its interest rate cycle. We might stay here for a while, but probably as early as Q1 next year, we might actually go downwards in terms of rates, interest rates. So that could be a very positive trigger. Infrastructure development and focus on infrastructure growth is very significant, very sustained. So domestic economy is doing well. Monsoon, it's been a bit problematic. The density of rain has been very different across the country, but that is what we are seeing in the last few years consistently. So overall, I think, and most importantly, I think India is very, very well poised in the global markets, right? We are one of those rare economies which is large, which has market depth, which is doing well. So I will not be surprised if we see sustained inflow of foreign capital coming into India.
Okay. Now, Mr. Pasumalik, so far in the first half of the calendar year, we've seen sectoral rotation being played out.
Pharma seems to have got out of the downward trajectory that it was in, and it should do pretty well. The other couple of sectors which are not being talked about at all right now, which I'm looking at some value emerging in those spaces, is insurance and the AMC kind of business. So the financial side, except the banks and the NBFCs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Delhi Ordinance Dangal reaches Parliament. Home Minister Amit Shah tables bill in Lok Sabha.
हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की.
Opposition rallies behind AAP, opposes bill.
First, the bill violates the defining feature of a federal democracy, the division of power. It undermines the Delhi Legislative Assembly and the Delhi government.
Bill to sail through in Lok Sabha smoothly.
दिल्ली बिल वापस लो, वापस लो, वापस लो. सदन में आके जवाब दो, जवाब दो, जवाब दो. वरना बत्ती छोड़ना होगा.
But will it face impediment in Rajya Sabha? Our top focus at 6:30 p.m.
Welcome back. The Delhi Services Bill was officially tabled in the Lok Sabha by Home Minister Amit Shah, and you had several statements coming in from political parties that gave you a sense of where they really stand. We'll get to the numbers in just a bit, but let me first highlight for you some of the reactions, some of the statements that were made in Parliament.
How can they do like this, sir? जो मुद्दे संसद के नियमों के अनुसार उठाए गए, मैं इसकी स्पष्टता इस महान सदन के सामने करना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष, 239 क और क के अंतर्गत ख, इसमें स्पष्ट उल्लेख है संविधान में कि उपखंड क की किसी बात से संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या किसी भी भाग के लिए किसी भी विषय के संबंध में इस संविधान के अधीन विधि बनाने की संसद की शक्ति का अल्पीकरण नहीं हो सकता। इसका मतलब है हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की। दूसरा मुद्दा उठाया गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का, जो हमारे माननीय सांसद बीजेडी के बताया। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के पैरा 6 जजमेंट के पैरा 6, 95 और पैरा 164 एफ, इसके संबंध में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट किया है कि संसद दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के लिए कोई भी कानून बना सकता है। अतः ये सारे जो ऑब्जेक्शन लिए गए हैं वो राजनीतिक है, इसका कोई संवैधानिक आधार नहीं है। संसद के नियमों के आधार पर भी इसका कोई आधार नहीं बनता है। इसीलिए इस बिल को संसद के सामने पेश करने की अनुमति दी जाए।
अनुच्छेद 239 के स्पष्ट रूप से दिल्ली विधानसभा को राज्य और समवर्ती सूची में सूचीबद्ध मामले पर कानून बनाने की शक्ति प्रदान करता है। इससे संविधान की अपेक्षा करने और उच्चतम न्यायालय की अनदेखी करने में केंद्रीय सरकार की दृष्टिकोण को बारे में गंभीर प्रश्न उठता है। इस विधायक का उद्देश्य उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले से ज्यादा स्थापित दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकार और उसकी स्वतंत्रता को कम करने का है।
The bill violates the defining feature of a federal democracy, the division of power. It undermines the Delhi Legislative Assembly and the Delhi government, and by trying to supersede the Supreme Court's decision on the matter, the union government appears to undermine the constitutional principle of federalism. Number 2, sir, just 4 quick points. Sankshipt mein bol raha hu. Number 2, the bill infringes the principle of representative democracy, which is a basic feature of the Constitution. The legislators are accountable to their electorate. The electorate must have a say in who governs them. If the Delhi government is not able to control and hold to account the officers posted in its service, sir, the fact is that it's their responsibility. The legislature cannot be fulfilled.
ये चेस और लूडो का खेल हो रहा है सर। उधर से चेस खेला जा रहा है, लूडो खेला जा रहा है। सर, मैं इसलिए अपोज कर रहा हूं कि ये आर्टिकल 123 का वायलेशन है। एक सिंपल बिल से आप संविधान को अमेंड नहीं कर सकते। तीसरा, ये थियोरी ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स का वायलेशन है। चौथा ये है कि सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का 4 जुलाई 2018 का 5 जजेस का जजमेंट है। तो इसीलिए मैं ये कहता हूं कि ये इस हाउस को लेजिस्लेटिव कॉम्पिटेंस नहीं है, इसलिए मैं इस बिल की मुखालिफत कर रहा हूं। अब जबकि हमारे लीडर ऑपोजिशन ने अलाउ कर दिया बगैर प्रधानमंत्री के, मेरी आपसे गुजारिश है सर, मैं डिवीजन पूछूंगा, आप डिवीजन कराइए।
There are some very erudite members of parliament here who know the law well. I'm surprised that when legislative competence is being discussed under Article 70 or under Rule 72 proviso, that there is no advertence at all to the actual Supreme Court judgment or the order which the Supreme Court has passed, a speaking order of 7 pages the Supreme Court has passed in the writ petition filed by the State of Delhi against Union of India. Government has brought out a law now pursuant to a Supreme Court empowering it. So how can you challenge legislative competence?
So we've got you some of the reactions that came in from Parliament, each party making their stand clear on the Delhi Services Bill. Most of the opposition parties, as expected, backing the Aam Aadmi Party. But how does this look numbers-wise? Look at the Lok Sabha numbers right now. Of the total 535 seats, it's easy, smooth sailing for the government with 351 in their favour. Against the government, this is the India Alliance and several others, is 147. There are, however, 32 who are undecided and, of course, 5 vacant seats. But it's a comfortable number game, really, in the Lok Sabha for the BJP, for the government. Rajya Sabha is where it gets interesting. Now, all along, it was assumed that the government doesn't have the numbers in Rajya Sabha. But what's worked in their favour is the very crucial support of the YSRCP and the BJD. As you see there, it's 9 each, so 18 that's come onto their side, and that's ensured that they crossed that halfway mark of 120. So the government side now in the Rajya Sabha is 130 and the opposition at 105, despite all of their attempts to stitch together a united front, despite all of the attempts of the Aam Aadmi Party to appeal to all political parties. The YSRCP and the BJD have clearly gone to the government side, and that's what swung things in favour of the government right now. And I want to bring in on this broadcast Mr. Pinaki Mishra, BJD MP, who also spoke in Parliament today on the Delhi Services Bill. Mr. Mishra, good evening. Thank you for joining us here at 6 p.m. Prime. A few moments ago, sir, we played a few highlights, really, of what several parliamentarians said, including you. Now, very often when you heard what the opposition said, they kept questioning the Delhi Services Bill and questioning Parliament's legislative competence. You had a reply to that. Can you just repeat that for our viewers now?
I think the opposition, when they spoke about legislative competence, it was more political rather than legal, because paragraph 95 of the May judgment, the Constitution Bench judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court, clearly says that, however, if Parliament enacts a law granting executive power on any subject which is within the domain of NCTD, the executive power of the Lieutenant Governor shall be modified to the extent as provided in that law. So clearly, the court therefore felt that Parliament had the legislative competence to enact a law at some point in time in future, and that would then be the modified law. So therefore, today it was only for introduction. At the introduction stage, Rule 72 proviso of the Lok Sabha Conduct of Business Rules says that you can object to the introduction of a bill on grounds of legislative competence, that Parliament does not have the competence to pass legislation. Now, that is clearly belied by the Honorable Supreme Court's observation in para 95, number one. Number two, the government of the National Capital Region of Delhi filed a writ petition, as you know, in the Supreme Court, which is writ petition 678 of 2023. On the 20th of July 2023, a 3-judge bench headed by the Honorable Chief Justice wrote a 7-page order actually admitting that and sending it to the Constitution Bench for further hearing. And there a stay was prayed for of the ordinance. The stay was rejected, expressly rejected. So now once the stay on that is rejected, to say that Parliament cannot legislate, now that's a political argument. So my point was, you can't object to the introduction. How you vote later is really, as per your the dictate of your political party and its particular position that you've taken in the country's polity. But the Biju Janata Dal, of course, has taken the stand that we would support this for a number of reasons. Number one being that the Supreme Court has not granted a stay. The matter is pending before a Constitution Bench. Let the Constitution Bench decide finally. There's no problem on that. But in the interim, looking to the fact that Delhi is a peculiar situation in Delhi, being the national capital, with law and order being paramount importance, police being in the hands of the central government. Therefore, if the government has brought out something which the Supreme Court itself said can be done by the government and would not be, outside the purview of its legislative competence, then you can't today object to its introduction. Then, of course, up to the government. If they have the numbers in Parliament, they will pass it.
Sure. Mr. Mishra, I must say that especially to the first part of your statement, a comment came to my mind on social media which said, thank God we have lawyers in Parliament as well. But focusing on your argument, sir, that stemmed from political reasons as well, where you said that, look, we've kept in mind what's happened in the Supreme Court, and then we've gone ahead and taken this stand. Politically speaking, there will be a lot of focus on the BJD stand, whether this translates to support for the BJP, why we've chosen to back the BJP. I'm sure you recognize what really this means for the Delhi government and how it really cripples them.
Look, as far as the politics of the BJP government in the center and the BJD government in the state is concerned, we fight them tooth and nail on the ground level. But, my chief minister is someone, Mr. Naveen Patnaik is someone who's now in his 5th term, going into a 6th term, hopefully in 2024. He's not someone who's needlessly adversarial with the center. He's never been. Even when the UPA was in government, on a number of issues, we supported the UPA. But on a number of issues, we opposed the UPA. Similarly, with the NDA government, for instance, on the farm laws, we opposed the government. We felt that it was not in the interest of farmers. So it's not as if we've given them a blank check.
Okay.
Very often we oppose, but it's all issue-based. And I believe that, particularly on this, as well as on the no confidence, for instance, where, again, we have taken an in-principle stand, that today a no confidence is not only just unwarranted, but is actually fairly, how shall I put it? It's useless because, number one, the country should speak in one voice. That's what Naveen Patnaik ji feels. On day one, when Mr. Amit Shah ji held that meeting, all-party meeting, my mandate was that speak in one voice. The whole, all the parties should speak in one voice and let the people of Manipur feel that the whole country is behind them. This is not a fractious issue. This is not a partisan issue.
Sure.
Everybody is behind them, and we are all keen that resolution is swiftly found. So towards that end, therefore we are with the government on that. Now,
Mr.
today
Mishra,
to bring a confidence only to drag the Prime Minister to Parliament, I believe the opposition has laid a trap in which they will fall themselves. Because the Prime Minister will come on the 10th, he'll make a fiery 2-hour speech, blow the opposition case to smithereens and walk away triumphantly. So it just doesn't make sense. And why would you block Parliament? We could have done legislative business, because blocking Parliament means you handing the government the initiative on a platter. The government is always happy to avoid Parliament. Let's face it. No government wants to face Parliament. So if they can pass legislation in the din, if they can pass laws in the din without any debate, without discussion, ministers are happiest. So you're really falling into a government trap by disrupting Parliament, because government business will go on. They will rule either the ordinance rule or the legislative route. They are not going to stop. The country won't stop. Governance won't stop. It's just Parliament stops, and that is bad for democracy. It's bad for members of Parliament who have struggled to reach the Lok Sabha. It's not easy. I mean, I fought 6 elections. I'm in my 4th term in the Lok Sabha. And I know what it takes to fight the Lok Sabha election, win and come. So, and people want their issues agitated.
Very true.
So, whoever is taking this decision to block Parliament, I believe, is not doing themselves a service. You're cutting your nose to spite your face.
You made a very, very interesting point there on what's happening in Parliament for the last 9 days. My final question to you, however, Mr. Pinaki Mishra, is what you've said is very familiar to the script that most BJP leaders are also talking about right now, or what's happening in Parliament, as well as these bills that are currently being debated in different forms in Parliament. Is the BJD on its course to joining the NDA in 2024, sir, or is it too early?
No question of joining the NDA. That's not even an issue. Whoever comes to power at the center, Naveen Patnaik ji believes that there has to be cooperation and partnership with the center. In a true federal polity, there has got to be cooperative federalism, which means that you can't needlessly keep fighting on every petty small issue and just be adversarial all the time with the central government. That's pointless. Yes, on issues we may have a difference of opinion. We will articulate it firmly. We will differ. We will vote, in the opposite direction. That's all possible, and that has happened in the past. But we will not needlessly, on issues where bipartisanship is called for, or where one voice is called for, we are not going to become fractious and needlessly fight with the government merely to say that we are not with the government. That doesn't make sense to Mr. Patnaik. He believes Odisha's interest is number one. Today, for instance, the offshore mineral bill has come. Now we commend that bill because it's in our interest. it'll give us massive royalties, as it will give royalty to Karnataka, to Andhra, to Goa, to many other coastal states. So therefore, when government brings this kind of beneficial legislation to Parliament, then it's our job to support it.
It's a very interesting stand, Mr. Pinaki Mishra, and I think the comment that you've made on Delhi Services Bill is something that I'm sure the opposition is also taking note of. Thank you very much, Mr. Mishra, for joining us here on India Today with your perspective and making clear for us exactly what the BJD stand is. You've heard it here on India Today. The BJD is saying very clearly that as far as the Delhi Services Bill is concerned, the no trust motion is concerned, they will back the government, and that is essentially a game changer numbers-wise for the government in the Rajya Sabha. We'll continue, of course, tracking the story and much more, but that's all I have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks very much for tuning in. Coming up on the other side is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary.
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा. हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए.
The Gyanvapi is not a mosque, declares Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. A statement that raises the stakes in the Kashi Vishwanath dispute now being heard by the courts.
ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए.
क्या ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद को लेकर प्रॉब्लम का कोई सोल्यूशन है?
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा. हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है कि भगवान ने जिसको दृष्टि दी है वो देखे ना, त्रिशूल मस्जिद के अंदर क्या कर रहा है. ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं, देव प्रतिमाएं हैं.
The Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister, speaking to a news agency, called the mosque a historical mistake that needs correction.
हमने तो नहीं रखे ना, ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं. और मुझे लगता है कि ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए कि साहब ऐतिहासिक गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो.
Chief Minister Adityanath's statement comes ahead of the Allahabad High Court's verdict on ASI survey at the Gyanvapi complex expected on August 3rd. The Muslim petitioner who has challenged a lower court order allowing the survey said that no statements should be made outside the court.
मेरा ये मानना है कि जब कोई मामला सब जुडिशियल हो तो उस पर कोर्ट के बाहर किसी भी तरीके की बयानबाजी नहीं होनी चाहिए. कोर्ट के बाहर गुफ्तगू करने का ही ये नतीजा रहा कि मुल्क में बड़े पैमाने पर हिंदू मुसलमानों के दरमियान टेंशन बढ़ी है.
The Hindu petitioner welcomed Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's statement.
सत्य को स्वीकार करना या किसी से कहना कि सत्य को स्वीकार कर लीजिए, तो गलती क्या है? ये तो मुस्लिम पक्ष को उन्होंने जगाया है कि आप सो रहे हो, आप देखो इतिहास क्या है.
The opposition has trained their guns on the Chief Minister.
देखिए, ये इसको कहते हैं मुख्यमंत्री इस बात को जानते हैं कि इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट में एएसआई सर्वे के बारे में मुस्लिम पक्ष ने उसकी मुखालिफत की है. वो आजकल में हाई कोर्ट जजमेंट देने वाली है. आप मुख्यमंत्री है, कानून को फॉलो करिए. आप कानून को फॉलो नहीं करना चाह रहे, वो मुसलमानों पर प्रेशर डालना चाह रहे, दबाव डालना चाह रहे हैं.
देखिए, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हाईएस्ट पोस्ट पे बैठे हुए किसी भी शख्स को इस तरह की गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात नहीं करना चाहिए. जब कोई भी मामला अदालत में हो, कोर्ट में हो, तो चीफ मिनिस्टर को ऐसी भाषा करके ये बात समझ में आती है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को जो ध्रुवीकरण की कमान है वो उनको दे दी है.
अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद.
Should a chief minister have commented on a matter that is sub judice? Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's reiteration that the Gyanvapi is not a mosque but a temple has raised questions of propriety.
ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए.
Bureau Report, India Today.
ऐसी गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो.
less than 2 months from now, the new iPhone 15 will be on sale across the world. While Business Today TV had reported on Friday about the price of its high-end models crossing the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time, BTTV has got hold of more details about the much-anticipated Apple handset. It's likely to have the smallest bezel yet and could be rid of the infamous notch. Apart from the all-screen upgrade, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also come packed with major camera improvements, and the traditional Lightning connector will give way to the faster USB-C. Tech Today's Danny De Cruz has more on all the new features expected. Danny, take it away.
The new Apple iPhones are coming soon. Most likely, they will be here by September. So a new report has leaked a lot of information about the iPhone 15 series. So let's start with the more affordable iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. The biggest change coming to these models is that Apple will finally do away with the notch. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will get the dynamic island, which was last seen in last year's Pro models. The cameras are getting a massive upgrade too, along with the performance. And yes, gone are the days of Lightning port. All new iPhones will be getting the USB Type-C for the first time. Now on to the Pro models, in which Apple is replacing the shiny frame with titanium, so your new iPhones will be strong too. The displays will also be better because of thinner bezels, and Apple is giving the camera hardware a substantial boost. The performance alone will make the iPhone 15 Pro models a compelling upgrade. They will become the first smartphones to use a 3nm chipset. All these upgrades make the new iPhone 15 models a good upgrade, but you will also have to shell out more money. Some models may even cross the rupees 2 lakh price point in India.
All right, thanks for that, Danny.
Do you believe that the court can provide justice where the executive has failed? It's now 3 months since this horrific gang rape took place almost. Do you believe that it is too little, too late now for the court to intervene? Can they ensure that we actually get justice for the victims with a court-monitored probe? Is that the only way out?
As you rightly said, it is too late, too little. Court itself has been in session of this case for almost now 1.5 months, and the court has done precious little. The court accepted, the statements of the Solicitor General on behalf of Government of India and Government of Manipur on face value, and declined to really actively, intervene. I think one must realize one thing, that this is a case where there is a very, very serious issue of complete breakdown of law and order. The constitutional mechanism in the state has failed. The center has been just looking the other way about it. The Home Minister, who's supposedly so powerful, spent 4 days in Manipur and didn't know about this case about these women. I mean, it is inconceivable that he was not aware of it. So the government of India apparently actively hid the facts from the nation for whatever reasons. And the facts, unfortunately for them, truth always has an uncanny way of surfacing. It surfaced. Now, when it surfaced, the Supreme Court certainly galvanizes itself and, seeks to take suo motu cognizance. But I feel that this is a grossest violations of, human rights against the minority community, because there is no doubt that besides the fact that large number of people have died, many cases of rapes have taken place, over 600 churches, I believe, have been burned down. Schools have been burned down belonging to the Kuki community. So I think, it was something where court should have stepped in and provided a healing touch much earlier by appointing independent, strong observers, like retired, respected Chief Justice like Chief Justice Lodha or Justice Thakur or somebody, and a whole, group of experts, police and bureaucratic experts, to really go there, find out what the truth was. Right. Because one thing is very clear, that the government did not want truth to come out of Manipur. Okay. And that is, I think, the government has done great disservice to the nation, but the Supreme Court, I don't think, has lived up to the expectations out of them.
Okay, so you're saying too little, too late.
worked hard for keeping their city clean, but never lost hope for striking it big. Now, Lady Luck has smiled on these 11 sanitation workers. Part of the Haritha Karma Sena in Kerala's Malappuram, the group has won the jackpot of rupees 10 crore bumper monsoon lottery. The 11 women had pooled in 250 rupees to buy the lottery ticket, which turned out to be the winning number. After paying taxes, each of them will get 63 lakh rupees.
ലോട്ടറിക്കാരൻ വന്ന് പാലക്കാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുത്തം വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ച് പൈസ ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഓള് മേലേക്കാണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരോടും പൈസ വീതിച്ച് ലാസ്റ്റ് വന്നത് ഞങ്ങളടുത്തേക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ 25 ഉറുപ്പ്യ ഇവിടെ ആകെ കൊടുത്തു അതിൽ 12.5 വെളും 12.5 ഞാനും അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും നടു മധ്യത്തിലാക്കി.
These lucky winners collect non-biodegradable waste from homes for a living. But now they are all set to make a fresh start. Bureau Report, India Today.
By Nippon India Mutual Fund. Wealth sets you free.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to put the spotlight on what went down in Parliament. The Delhi Ordinance Bill was tabled in Lok Sabha. We're going to get you all the reactions coming in and very interesting power play in the state of Maharashtra, Pune. Why? What really went down? We're going to tell you more. Quickly to the headlines first. Fresh violence erupts in Gurugram. Shops vandalized, set ablaze day after riots in Nuh. 2 jawans and 3 civilians killed in aftermath. Home Minister Amit Shah tables the Delhi Ordinance Bill in Lok Sabha in midst of massive uproar. Congress and TMC call bill unconstitutional. BJP and YSRCP back center.
हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की.
Lok Sabha to take up no confidence motion debate from August 8th to the August 10th. Prime Minister Modi to reply in Parliament on the last day. Prime Minister Modi and NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar share dais in Pune. Disquiet in opposition ranks over meet. Congress hit streets in protest. BJP's Mahagherav protest in Jaipur against the Gehlot government. BJP cadre takes to the street over crimes against women. However, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, possibly the chief minister face for the BJP, missing. Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan to enter moon's orbit on August 5th. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah today introduced the Delhi Ordinance Bill in Lok Sabha. Shah said that the Constitution had given the House power to pass any law regarding the state of Delhi. Amidst uproar, Amit Shah added that the Supreme Court judgment had clarified that Parliament can bring in any law regarding the state of Delhi, calling all objections political. Meanwhile, the opposition unitedly opposed the bill, calling the bill illegal and unconstitutional. TMC claimed that the bill was well outside the legislative competence of the government. Slamming the centre, opposition claimed that the proposed legislation will reverse the effect of the Supreme Court verdict in May that gave the Delhi government power over administrative services. Remember, the bill tabled by Home Minister Amit Shah empowers the centre to make rules on postings and transfers of Delhi officials.
How can they do like this, sir? जो मुद्दे संसद के नियमों के अनुसार उठाए गए, मैं इसकी स्पष्टता इस महान सदन के सामने करना चाहता हूं। माननीय अध्यक्ष, 239 क और क के अंतर्गत ख इसमें स्पष्ट उल्लेख है संविधान में कि उपखंड क की किसी बात से संघ राज्य क्षेत्र या किसी भी भाग के लिए किसी भी विषय के संबंध में इस संविधान के अधीन विधि बनाने की संसद की शक्ति का अल्पीकरण नहीं हो सकता। इसका मतलब है हमारे संविधान ने इस सदन को संपूर्ण सत्ता दी है कि दिल्ली राज्य के लिए किसी भी कानून को लेकर आने की। दूसरा मुद्दा उठाया गया सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का, जो हमारे माननीय सांसद बीजेडी के बताया सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के पैरा 6 जजमेंट के पैरा 6, 95 और पैरा 164 एफ, इसके संबंध में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने स्पष्ट किया है कि संसद दिल्ली संघ राज्य क्षेत्र के लिए कोई भी कानून बना सकता है। अतः ये सारे जो ऑब्जेक्शन लिए गए हैं वो राजनीतिक है, इसका कोई संवैधानिक आधार नहीं है। संसद के नियमों के आधार पर भी इसका कोई आधार नहीं बनता है, इसीलिए इस बिल को संसद के सामने पेश करने की अनुमति दी जाए।
अनुच्छेद 239 के स्पष्ट रूप से दिल्ली विधानसभा को राज्य और समवर्ती सूची में सूचीबद्ध मामले पर कानून बनाने की शक्ति प्रदान करता है। इससे संविधान की अपेक्षा करने और उच्चतम न्यायालय की अनदेखी करने में केंद्र सरकार की दृष्टिकोण को बारे में गंभीर प्रश्न उठता है। इस विधेयक का उद्देश्य उच्चतम न्यायालय की फैसले से ज्यादा स्थापित दिल्ली सरकार के अधिकार और उसकी स्वतंत्रता को कम करने का है।
I want to cut across to my colleague Paulami Saha, getting us the very latest coming in from the Parliament. In midst of uproar, Paulami, the Delhi Ordinance Bill tabled in the Lok Sabha. What's the next process as per protocol from Lok Sabha? It should be tabled in Rajya Sabha. Can you give us the entire protocol?
Well, today, of course, it has been introduced in Parliament. You, of course, saw members of various opposition parties there challenging the introduction in the House, saying that the House did not have the legal competence to, in fact, intervene and enact a law as far as Delhi services were concerned. But that was defeated by a voice vote, and Amit Shah was able to, in fact, introduce the bill in the House. Tomorrow, it will be taken up for consideration and passage in the Lok Sabha. And subsequent to that, of course, proceedings will move to the Rajya Sabha, where again, of course, it will face stiff opposition from India Alliance members as well as other partners who have lent support as far as the opposition is concerned, which includes the BRS. But already with the YSRCP and the BJD expressing their support for the central government as far as this bill is concerned, it's going to be smooth sailing for this bill in the Rajya Sabha as well, Preeti.
Well, it's going to be smooth sailing for this bill in Rajya Sabha as well. Appreciate you joining us, Paulami, because right after that, the uproar subsides on that. Then the discussion begins on the no confidence, no trust motion in Parliament. Interesting. The last time it happened was right before elections in 2018, similar monsoon session then. And the BJP had slammed the no trust motion out. This time as well, the BJP has comfortable numbers, but the India Alliance hopes that they have perception on their side. Will they win the perception war? We'll only know when that last vote is counted in 2024. But we're going to keep the spotlight on that. With that, let's quickly shift focus to the other political news coming in from Maharashtra, and very interesting. Political rivals, Prime Minister Modi and the Sharad Pawar faction NCP chief Sharad Pawar shared stage in Pune. Prime Minister Modi conferred with the 2023 Lokmanya Tilak National Award at the event where Pawar was the chief guest. Prime Minister greeted Pawar Senior and shook his hand. PM says the cash prize from the award will go to Namami Gange projects and hailed Tilak's contribution to the freedom struggle. Prime Minister also flagged off metro trains marking inaugurations and service completion in sections of the 2 corridors of the Pune Metro Phase 1 and laid the foundation stones of other developmental projects. However, That was just work. This was the money shot, possibly what you see on your television screen. Mr. Sharad Pawar smiling and greeting the Prime Minister shortly after allegedly his party engineered a split, a vertical split where the NCP, his own party, is concerned. Several NCP allies were upset with the Modi-Pawar meet. Congress and UBT Sena leaders held a black flag protest against the Prime Minister, demanding the Prime Minister visit Manipur and face Parliament before receiving awards.
और उनके बाद की स्वतंत्रता संग्राम से जुड़ी जो भी घटनाएं और आंदोलन हुए उस दौर में जो भी क्रांतिकारी और नेता हुए तिलक जी की छाप सब पर थी, हर जगह थी। इसलिए खुद अंग्रेजों को भी तिलक जी को द फादर ऑफ द इंडियन अनरेस्ट कहना पड़ा था। जब उस अवार्ड से तिलक जी का नाम जुड़ा हुआ हो तो दायित्व बोध और भी कई गुना बढ़ जाता है। मैं लोकमान्य तिलक नेशनल अवार्ड को 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के चरणों में समर्पित करता हूं।
या खुद कैसा मुझे इंदिरा गांधी होते, खान अब्दुल खान गफार होते, बाबा साहब देवदास होते, शंकर दयाल शर्मा होते, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी होते, डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंग होते, अशी अनेक मान्यवरांची नावं या ठिकाणी घेतली जाते आणि या मान्यवरांच्या यादीमध्ये पंक्तीमध्ये आज नरेंद्र मोदींच्या नावाचा सुद्धा या ठिकाणी समावेश झाला, याचा आनंद आपल्या सगळ्यांना आहे। आणि म्हणून आपल्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीनं त्यांचं या ठिकाणी जी निवड झाली त्यांना हा जो पुरस्कार देण्यात येतोय त्याबद्दल त्यांच्या अंतःकरणापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि आपल्या सगळ्यांची रजा या ठिकाणी घेतो।
Honorable Sharad Pawar Saab attending the Tilak Smarak Mandir Trust award function in Pune, where the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, will be awarded. One must understand that this function has been organized by a private trust and there is no political involvement in it. Pawar Saab is attending that function as a mark of respect to Lokmanya Tilak and there is no political overtones to this.
Joining me right now, colleague Pankaj Khelkar from Pune. Pankaj, give us the surround sound of it all. Very interesting visuals in that sense. You have the Prime Minister being greeted by Sharad Pawar shortly after. Allegedly, his party split, the BJP split his party vertically. But the question, what was happening on the sidelines? I believe the UBT Shiv Sena faction holding a black flag protest. However, the organizers of this event are also aligned with the Congress.
Yes, Preeti, there were two sides of this coin wherein Sharad Pawar's NCP party's leaders were there showing black flags with UBT, Uddhav Thackeray group. Congress was there, Congress leaders were there, and Shiv Sena leaders, Sushma Andhare was there, ready to show black flags in a way to protest why Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India, was here in Pune when Manipur is burning. So on one side, Sharad Pawar's NCP leaders were there protesting against Modi ji. On the other hand, Sharad Pawar himself was on the same dais, patting, in a way showing a friendly gesture to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his relations with Narendra Modi ji. But the NCP leader said this is normal thing because this program was planned well in advance. On the other side, Congress leaders raised question that this gesture by Sharad Pawar sends a wrong message in the cadre in MVA as well as India faction that is standing, gearing up to fight against Modi ji, against BJP.
All right, Pankaj, appreciate you joining us for that quick update. It will be interesting in days to come. Multiple theories coming in on which side Mr. Pawar will go as time goes on, where the NCP is concerned. And by Mr. Pawar, I mean the senior, Mr. Sharad Pawar. With that, I'm going to go into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
A renowned doctor turned terrorist. A deadly terror plot has been busted in Maharashtra, and the details that have emerged have made it clear that the radicalization threat is very, very real. 43-year-old Dr. Adnan Ali Sarkar, a Pune-based doctor, was arrested days ago by the National Investigation Agency. Sarkar had been called for questioning after the agency received leads that he was linked to the ISIS. The doctor refused to cooperate with the investigation and was promptly taken into custody.
NIA having some kind of proofs, some kind of scientific evidences that they have gathered from his laptop, from his computer, and on that basis NIA is confident that Dr. Sarkar was involved in anti-national activities, was involved in helping Maharashtra ISIS module against India.
The terror-accused doctor's colleagues are in shock, saying they had no idea of the allegedly nefarious activities he was engaged in.
फरवरी 2016 से वो अभी तक काम कर रहे थे. हमें भी ये न्यूज़ उस दिन रात को पता चली, तब तक हमें कुछ पता नहीं था. इट वाज अ शॉकिंग फॉर अस एंड कल हमने इमीडिएटली इनके सर्विसेज डिसकंटिन्यू किया है.
Dr. Sarkar is the fifth person to be arrested in the ISIS module case. The NIA had earlier arrested 4 people in the case during simultaneous raids in Mumbai, Thane and Pune on the 3rd of July. Even as the agencies investigate this ISIS module case, another parallel terror probe is underway, linked again to Pune. The Maharashtra Anti-Terror Squad has now busted a terror plot, and on target was the famous Kabad House in Mumbai. That's right, the same venue that was attacked during the 26/11 attacks.
Security is beefed up by Mumbai police after the Maharashtra ATS given a tip-off to the Mumbai police that 2 accused was arrested by ATS in Pune, and from there the Pune ATS has recovered a picture of this Chabad house, after which they alerted the Mumbai police, and Mumbai police beefed up the security of this Chabad house.
4 accused have been arrested so far. 3 from Pune, including a dreaded terrorist, Shahnawaz Alam, who was on the NIA's wanted list. The 4th accused has been arrested from Ratnagiri for funding the accused terror suspects. The terror plots, both with the intention of spilling blood on the streets of India, both linked to ISIS. With Pankaj Khelkar in Pune, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching Fact Check segment where we bust fake news. A video circulating on social media claims to show a Russian missile attack on the port infrastructure in Odessa, Ukraine, that allegedly resulted in the death of 1 person on 27 June 2023. India Today found that these clips show explosions at Beirut's port in 2020. A massive explosion rocked Beirut, Lebanon, on 4 August 2020. It was triggered by the detonation of approximately 2,750 tons of unsafely stored ammonium nitrate in a warehouse. The explosion killed 218 people, injured 7,000 and displaced over 300,000. India Today's Fact Check team found another Beirut blast video that featured the tallest building visible in the viral video. In conclusion, all the clips in the viral video show footage of the explosion in Biret in 2020 from different angles and places and not of a Russian missile attack on its Odisha port. This fact check on viral fake news is done by India Today's team Afwa. With that, a quick break. Stay with us for the latest news and updates. This is AI Sana signing off.
A bit of a damper as far as the numbers are concerned. Before I go into other questions, just for our viewers, what's really been happening? Why this dip in your profitability and the overall financial performance?
So the first reason for the margin dip is the mix of revenue from a core connectivity in data to the digital portfolio, right? And our digital portfolio was, in the 20s 2 years ago. This quarter, it's come to 34%, right? So we are increasing the digital component of our data portfolio, and with that, there is going to be pressure at the gross revenue level. The second reason is, again, we had called out last year that we are going to be investing in people, both at the front end of the sales in the markets, especially the international markets, where today our revenue share in the international markets is small. And we believe there is a big upside and white space available in the international markets. So we said we will invest that. The second is we said we would invest in continuing to strengthen our products and platforms and building solutions. So there again, we added over 1,000 people last year, and that cost is coming into, in the last few quarters, and we are seeing the effect of that fully through this year. These are the two reasons what you see as the main reasons. And third, of course, is some of the inorganic growth that we have invested in.
Tell the sort of new investor in the market who looks at your company where you stand vis-a-vis competition today.
Yeah.
You have other companies that have invested in submarine data transfer capabilities. How would you describe your company to them?
Already we are exhibiting characteristics that are very different from a regular telecom player, right? So that is one. So we are on our path to become what we are building on is our core strength, which is the power of our network, which is what I explained to you. A third of the world's internet is on our network. We have a very large messaging infrastructure around the world. We have a large voice infrastructure around the world. And these are the core foundation, if you will, of what we have. And on top of that, we are building these platforms that will address the digital needs of our customers. So, for example, the B2C customers of ours, when they want to interact with their consumers, today they have many challenges because those how they interact with the consumers are very fragmented. So people do SMS, people do WhatsApp, people do voice, and there are many, many interaction channels that are there. With our DIGO platform, with our customer interaction platform, we are converging all these conversations and interactions with their consumers and also bringing intelligence to make it more contextual. So that is the platform that we are working on. That's the platform that we've launched. So we are building capabilities on top of this. Now, what is this platform leveraging? The platform is leveraging our voice capabilities. The platform is leveraging our messaging capabilities around the world. So that's what it's leveraging on. But we have built these capabilities on top.
Hey Danish, these India Today people want to do a show on Independence Day, it seems. You heard or what?
Oh, okay. What about it? What am I supposed to do?
Wait, I can't do a full suspense reveal right now, but they're still doing the lineup, but they want a singer for it.
Hey, superb. You know what? I know someone. Let me get him on the call.
Danish, what ra? What? India Today. What show ra?
Okay, 1 second. We have a singer, but we also need a dancer.
Ishna Kutte. You have not heard, huh? You check her Instagram ra.
Ooh, that sounds like fun. Does this work?
Since we're all expressing, I think we should also have her on board.
But what do we all have in common though?
Co-powered by New Hero Zoom. Go big, go zoom. Gee, there's only one.
One hate crime on a train, one communal riot in a state. RPF constable on board Jaipur-Mumbai bound train goes on a rampage, shoots down his senior as well as 3 passengers, goes coach to coach looking for victims to gun down. Kills RPF ASI Tikaram Meena, Asghar Abbas Sheikh, Abdul Kader Bhai Mohammad Hussain, Saeed Saifullah. In midst of charges of rabid bigotry, family claims constable mentally unstable. The other incident, Haryana burns in communal violence. Violence in Mewat spreads to Gurugram. Guns brandished, stones pelted, vehicles torched. Communal hotspot Nuh up in flames on July 31st after stones pelted at VHP's rally passing through a Muslim-dominated area. News of absconder and alleged murderer Monu Manesar being present at the rally fuels the communal cauldron. Home guards Neeraj and Gursevak killed, shopkeeper Shakti found dead inside his shop. VHP member Abhishek killed. Gurugram Masjid Maulana killed. On naked display, manifestations of hatred, bigotry, intolerance and discrimination. 2 incidents of hate spur 2 questions. Who will bridge the communal divide? And how long can we all collectively keep looking the other way? Top focus on To The Point this evening. All right, let's quickly take you through the news break that's coming in. Fresh violence has taken place in Gurugram is what we are getting in. Shops have been attacked in Sector 66 of Gurugram. Slogans raised in Sector 66 of Gurugram, Haryana. These are visuals that filtered in a short while ago. Many have been told who are working in the millennial city to go back and resort to working from home. Things haven't quite ebbed. Arson still rife where Gurugram is concerned. We're going to quickly cut across to my colleague Milan, who's reporting on this news break coming in from Gurugram, Haryana. Milan, can you get us up to speed? What is being reported? Fresh violence, arson. Lots of officers did tell their employees to go back home early. All schools still shut in the Gurugram area, in the New Mewat area as well. What's the latest?
Well, Preeti, I'd like to show you the kind of arson and violence that city of Gurugram has been facing after Mewat and whatever has transpired in Nuh. This is Sector 66 and it is also called as Bahadur Shahpur, and we are at this particular area where shops were vandalized in broad daylight. Of course, because this area happens to be very close to where the Millennial City MNC offices are, people were told to leave early from their offices. Those who were doing work from home, they were okay, but others who had come to offices had to leave early. So this is a remnant of what I'm trying to show you. These are just remainders of what the mob violence has done to the shops of a particular community in this area of Sector 66 market in broad daylight. And you can see how the vandalism has led to the bikes being overturned. Some of them they were trying to torch, but the police was able to come here at the spot at that point. And of course, these fruit carts and the fruit chaat shops belong to one particular community, Preeti. And those
Milan, what's that community? Because, there is so much right now that is being hidden in terms of what is really coming out. But can you encapsulate for us right now which community is facing the brunt of the violence and what is it that the administration is doing? Why isn't there adequate enforcement where you're standing?
Well, Preeti, I'll show you. So if Ankit can show you the boards of the shops that you see here. This is Irfan Pehelwan, and the other one is Raul Bike of Sale and Purchase. So if Ankit could show you the other shop as well, pretty evident that the Muslim community shops have been targeted in this particular area in Gurugram. If we speak of the kind of mob violence that's been witnessed in all the shops that we have visited throughout the day, it's the Muslim community shops that are being targeted. Of course, there was no deployment of Gurugram police. The police, if I can show you, is now stationed on that side of the road since the violence has taken place. There have been a few policemen who have been at the spot for some time now, Preeti, but clearly speaking, the entire area, if you see those shops there, they have just started to open, but this particular stretch of market has been shut since the day because of the mob violence that targeted a few community shops, as we just showed you in the posters that have been torn because they belong to one particular Muslim community. And we've had many of these Muslim migrant laborers flee from Gurugram to safer areas because of what they think is a revenge for what has happened in Mewat and Nuh. Preeti.
All right, Milan, appreciate you joining us. Well, the communal tensions, communal violence has cut both ways where Nuh, Mewat and now Gurugram is concerned. One might keep calling it one community against the other, but it's all too right in the open. It's been a naked display of what is an abused word, intolerance. It's been a naked display at one end of communal violence, rabid bigotry as well. And all of that right now playing out on your television screens. And questions need to be asked of the Haryana government of how did they allow it to happen on their watch. But sadly, viewers, there's not just one incident. There have been two incidents of communal violence. Why do I say that? Well, this was a communal riot which took place in the state of Haryana. Let me get you this other incident. That was a hate crime that took on board a train that was going in from Jaipur to Mumbai, where an RPF constable, allegedly deranged, mentally unstable, opened fire, killing his superior. Not just that. Along with killing his superior, he killed 3 others. Now, those 3 others, many would suggest he did so in a fit of rage and he was angry. But what has been documented is the fact that this man, and we've muted the video, is mouthing words which are bigoted, and then going on from one coach to the other coach. He passed 5 coaches hunting for victims to gun down. Those that he chose to gun down had very visible appearances of a particular community that we spoke of, the Muslim community, skull caps, beards. And all 3 of them that he gunned down alongside his superior were Muslims. However, his family has claimed very clearly that, listen, he was mentally unstable. But can one let it pass in the guise of just being mentally unstable? Was this man mentally unstable or was he rabidly bigoted? Questions need to be asked. Chetan Singh, an RPF constable, how did the RPF allow a mentally unstable man with a medical record to wield a weapon? Why did Singh go coach to coach looking for a victim to shoot down? Why did all victims share visual identities of being Muslim? Because there is right now a division. A certain lot which suggests that this was a man who was mentally unstable. He had a medical record of seeking medical help and was basically a deranged man on the loose. But would a deranged man on the loose go coach to coach looking for people who looked visually very Muslim in terms of identity? Questions also need to be asked of the RPF. How did they allow a man who had a medical record of mental instability to actually wield a weapon? I want to cut across right now to Dr. Deepak Raheja, Director and Chief Psychiatry, Hope Care India. Mr. Raheja, I want to ask you one very quick question. Do we really have checks and balances where mental health is concerned in this country? Here is a man who, by the RPF, was allowed to wield a weapon. His family says that he was mentally unstable. More so, an incident like this, does it also create a fear psychosis in a particular community?
It is obviously very, very disturbing to for a secular nation to witness an incident like that. But also what is of graver concern is that he had a weapon. It was an official weapon that he had. And it doesn't seem that this was an impulsive, impromptu happening. You know, all the senior officers are now clearly saying that he was hot-tempered. And if he was hot-tempered, was he subjected to any psychological assessment? Was any psychometric evaluation done? Did we reconsider if he was mentally, psychologically capable of handling a weapon? So, of course, he chose to target a particular community, and because he's arrested, one of the easier parameter is to plead insanity or being unwell, and that provides possibly some relief in terms of the punitive measures. But more important than that is that, you know, if we have a mechanism, and I'm sure the forces have such a mechanism in place, but I think that needs to be more rigorous, because if in hindsight, now we can clearly say that he was hot-tempered, then even if a license is issued to a particular officer, why cannot, for that period that he seems unwell or the officers feel that he's depicting not totally normal behavior? Because here we are not talking about slightly deviant, even if it's slightly deviant behavior, it is the cause of carrying a weapon where you can't just be harmful to yourself. You can take lives, and that's exactly what he's done.
All right, Doctor, appreciate you joining us. Also, when incidents like these happen back to back, and there have been multiple that have happened, there is a question that we need to ask ourselves: how long can we keep looking the other way? Because yes, this is an incident of a hate crime that has happened on board a train. On the other hand, there is an incident of a communal riot that has happened in Haryana. There have been many more before as well, and they've cut across both communities. I want to cut across two now. Our political panelists this evening. Joining me is Jasmine Shah, National Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party; Raman Malik, Spokesperson, Haryana BJP; Hemant Atri, Senior Journalist. We'll also be joined in a short while by Mr. Pawan Khera from the Congress. I want to begin with you, Mr. Raman Malik. Talking about with what has gone down right now in Haryana, sir. You know, I also come from Haryana, and today you stand accused, Mr. Malik, of what you have espoused, what you have spoken of, the Chhattis Qaum, the Bhaichara, all of that, lip service, Mr. Malik. All of this has happened in your watch.
No, Preeti, I would differ, because there has been some error into assessing the situation. That I fully agree. The local administration, what they have done, where the laxity was, has to be looked into once the situation is under control. But let me be very candid and clear that this is not an incident which has occurred just out of flare-up of emotion. This is a fully planned event which has been duly orchestrated by people who have maybe constitutional position or maybe elected positions. I do not know right now, but yes, the ground reports which are coming to us from all the people are that the people who are supposed to take care of people who have voted for them or not voted for them had other plans, and some go on to the extent of stating
Mr.
that
Malik, you know, it's very easy to sit here and blame a political party or whoever you are trying to put the blame on. But Mr. Malik, what I'm going to do is, for your benefit, I'm going to put out, sir, hear me out. Mr. Malik, what I'm going to do is, I'll come back to you. Sir, just sir, humor me for 10 seconds. I'm going to put forth the entire timeline which I have culled out of incidents of communal violence in Haryana, starting from the last 5 years to the last 10 years. In my memory, and sir, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is the worst communal incident that we have seen at least in the last 12 years. It came to a pass in 2018 in Titoli, Rohtak, and you and I both know what went down there. It wasn't the administration who came in and stemmed the violence, it was the community elders. Before that, 2015, Ballabgarh, sir. You and I both know 400 houses, Muslim houses, were completely, they had to leave their houses and move. You and I both know that, sir. There's a whole timeline of it. Now, you are saying that there is a particular party or a particular somebody who's on a constitutional post to be blamed for that. I'll ask you simple, direct questions. If there was a yatra which was communally charged, especially if we see the videos which preceded it, is passing through a communally strife-torn area, would we have not had enough police presence? Or would we have had police presence like now, which actually ran away and tried to save themselves?
Preeti, this is not the first year of this yatra. This is the 4th year, and everything, whether it was communication with the village elder, whether it was communication with the local representatives, the MLAs, everybody, the same status quo was assured, and every bit of things were looked into. But there were plans. Otherwise, the conspiracy has to be unearthed, which we will. We are finding out, because the stones do not come onto particular terraces without a conspiracy. The weapons do not come in without a conspiracy. The road plan and the attacks which are planned do not come without a conspiracy. Hence,
how is it that there was such abject failure, Raman Malik, that your administration could not pick up on that conspiracy? And I will ask you another question while I bring in our other two guests. What about Mr. Monu Manesar? 8 months ago, this man is accused, Mr. Malik. 8 months ago, this man is accused of killing somebody. He is allowed to circulate videos. Why hasn't your police been able to catch him?
Was Moni Manesar in police station, Cyber police station, that it was attacked? Was he in the showrooms that it was attacked? Was he in?
Why isn't he in the police station, Mr. Malik, is the question.
When not there, why was it attacked? And what about the other videos that you have seen on the social media, where cylinders are kept, where the people are giving threats, where other things are happening? Why is it that only Monu
Sir, are you defending Monu Manesar? You are already saying there's a conspiracy where you're talking about cylinders and stones. It was the job of your police, Mr. Malik, to make sure there were no stones on any rooftops.
That is what
many would suggest your police was complicit. Many would suggest your police was complicit, Mr. Malik. How is it that they allowed stones to be accumulated by a particular community on their rooftops?
Monu Manesar, why is it that the constitution, which is always picked up in the matter of a particular faith, is not picked up right now? Can you stop Monu Manesar from travelling in Haryana as a free citizen?
Sir, he's a wanted man.
Police wants to catch him. Please
he
catch
is
him.
A wanted man.
Wanted.
I just want to bring in. I want to bring in our other guests into this conversation. Jasmine Shah, national spokesperson.
And I'll clear 100 crore Hindus. He's also a wanted man. Nobody has a problem then.
Sir, I don't believe you're getting into whataboutery, not even days from now, but you're getting into whataboutery hours. Why? After your state has still not stopped burning. National spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Jasmine Shah is also with us, as well as Hemant Atri, senior journalist. Hemant Atri, you've been tracking the chronology of events. Mr. Malik, we are going to try and fix your audio because there's a problem with your audio. But Hemant Atri, you have been tracking the events in the state of Haryana. Will you give us a chronology on how this came to a pass? How was it allowed that a yatra could go through such a communally sensitive area? How was it allowed that stones were allowed to be collected on rooftops? Shouldn't the police have known what was going on?
Priti ji, it's a classic case of how not to handle such a sensitive situation as the government of Haryana and particularly the new administration has done. It's a classic case. Basically, if you look into the incidents, since 1991, after the demolition of Babri Masjid, there has not been a single communal right till date before yesterday. It's a history. And how these things are happening basically, I may or may not agree with Mr. Malik has said about a conspiracy. But my plain question is, what for the government and its administrative machinery is meant for? They are there to maintain law and order, preempt any such conspiracies, and stop anything of going beyond any control. See, Gurugram is a millennium city. We all are progressing society, and what we expect for or aspire for a peaceful living. And what has happened there? If Mr. Malik allows me, because he generally doesn't allow anybody to speak except for himself, I will just like to, as you rightly pointed out, to give a narrative of how this thing has panned out. Last 48 hours, rather before this incident, if you go for last 48 hours, what was happening? As you rightly pointed out, Mr. Monu Manesar, he issued a video on his social media platform by inviting his followers to come to this yatra. He is very well within his rights. I have no confusion over that. But did the administration was not aware of as to what the sensitivity is? In a highly charged atmosphere, what should have the administration done? All these things which has come out yesterday since 1:30 p.m., since 48 hours, it was simmering up. Why? Because both sides were playing up on the social media, on Facebook, Twitter, and so many other places. And there are n number of videos of that. What was Gurugram administration doing? The same thing which Mr. Malik is saying, the same has been said by Mr. Chief Minister and the Home Minister of State. You will please tell me.
I will come to you, sir. Just give me a minute. Hey, Mr. Atri, just stay with me. Raman Malik, you want to say something? Let me just bring in Jasmine Shah into the conversation and then I'll come back to you, sir. Please allow me that. Jasmine Shah, your party is looking to enter Haryana and fight this election soon. Is there also somewhere down the line that your own state leadership scared where Haryana is concerned to actually talk openly of what has gone down? Because there is an election in order and a lot at stake?
Absolutely not, Preeti. And I'll come to the topic of Haryana. I want to just step back for a few seconds and point the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room is this, that today no Hindu, no Muslim, no person of any religion wants a riot in this country. It is only the Bharatiya Janata Party that revels in riots in this country. In fact, its name should be changed today to Bharatiya Danga Party. And there are numbers to back it up. From 2014 to 2020, unlike what BJP would like to claim, NCRB data shows that there have been 5,415 riots in India, highest in the span of any 6 years in Indian history. And this is the reality of BJP. Today you see Manipur, an entire state is burning, not a word uttered by the Prime Minister asking for people of all communities to maintain peace. Half of Haryana today is burning, Gurugram today is shut down, not a word uttered by the Prime Minister of India, who has every opportunity to talk about every matter under the sun except when the country is burning. We saw even the national capital, 54 people were killed in broad daylight just 3 years back. Not a word was uttered by the Prime Minister or the Home Minister. And why? The answer is very simple. It serves the BJP to push the country into this fire of communal rage because it serves its vote bank politics. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we condemn every such instance. At the end of the day, the people of this country want peace. I again reiterate what I said earlier, that no Hindu, no Muslim wants any kind of a violence or riot. They want progress. They want their country to go forward. But BJP, and wherever there are BJP ruled states, you're seeing today state after state multiple instances of riots. I stated 5,400 riots. It is surprising that majority of these are actually in Madhya Pradesh, ruled by BJP, Haryana, ruled by BJP, Gujarat even are seeing small instances of riots which somehow don't get reported in the national media. And this is the elephant in the room one needs to talk about. Haryana, it's extremely sad. Everything could have been preempted. Which is the group that brought out the procession? It was Bajrang Dal. It was a Sangh Parivar outfit. BJP government is saying that they didn't know what was going to happen. This Monu Manesar is absconding for 8 months, and the BJP today is sitting. I was hearing the spokesperson of the BJP here sitting and defending that Monu Manesar ne to kuch nahi kiya. तो आप आज उनकी spokesperson बन के आए यहाँ इस debate के ऊपर. It is shameful today that a government and a party which has so much of power.
Raman Malik, you're being charged as being the spokesperson of Monu Manesar and not the government of Haryana.
Is it the same Jasmine Shah who is DDC, some Delhi Dialogue Commission guy?
So that's irrelevant. Can you please answer?
No, that is relevant. I'll tell you why. There is a lot of circumstantial evidences that
your
this person
state is in fire, and you do not have the humility to accept it and put your state back on the track. This shows your real intent. Your state, half of your state is on fire. And
Mr. Shah, let him. Okay, Mr. Shah, let Raman Malik just answer.
I would not like to debate with
Mr. Shah. Okay, Raman Malik, please go ahead, sir. Make your point.
See, if he is the same Mr. Shah who was there with the Delhi Dialogue Commission and all, I would not like to debate with this person because circumstantially it is evident that he works for foreign agencies, which is not acceptable. I do not think it would be appropriate to have a person.
So, you know, let's what personal attacks are we getting at? This is just bizarre.
I would not like to. I would not like to somebody who circumstantially hails and.
Sir, you've not answered any question that we've asked you. We are going to just, okay, I'm going to quickly, I'm going to just quickly cut across to Mr. Pawan Khera as well, Chairman, Media and Publicity Department, All India Congress Committee. Mr. Khera, just a short while back, Mr. Raman Malik from the BJP has actually blamed the likes of your own party, which have fomented the trouble or the violence in the state of Haryana.
Priti, I didn't watch what he said, but I'm shocked if that's true. When riots take place, there is an opening chapter to a riot. What's the opening chapter? The opening chapter is the kind of narrative that they float in the society. So that narrative acts as trigger. So it's not the first time. I mean, you see, whether it's Pehlu Khan, whether it's Kanhaiya Lal, whether it's Akhlaq, you have examples of the narrative preceding it and the narrative following it. And please focus on the narrative first. And that's why I keep complaining, not to your channel, but to several other channels, that for God's sake, don't become pawns in the hands of the government to spread the kind of narrative which leads to such events, which leads to widening of fault lines. What is happening is that this government takes advantage of fault lines and widens them, creates new fault lines, and then they cry wolf. This is a typical toolkit of the BJP. And I'm not surprised that they are resorting to it just before elections again.
But Mr. Khera, you know, the flip side of that is with something that your party's been charged repeatedly, that for over years, because of the allegations of favoring a particular community or appeasement, you've created this kind of atmosphere which sees this belligerent kind of regional or a belligerent kind of communal hatred that has come into play.
Preeti, give me examples of where is this coming from? This mythical appeasement that they keep hurling on us, these accusations, where is that appeasement? What appeasement? If we follow the constitution, if we follow the secularism, the principle of secularism in letter and spirit, what's so wrong in that? That's our country. That we are proud of being secular. I mean, why should we be apologetic for following the constitution of India? It's the Prime Minister's job. He's taken oath of the constitution. He has to come and explain why is he not following, why is he not adhering to the tenets of the Constitution of India. Tell us that the Constitution is wrong. It's a piece of paper which should be thrown in the dustbin. Yes, okay, then let's have a debate on that. But for God's sake, as long as the Constitution is there, have some respect for the Constitution instead of blaming others for following the Constitution.
But Mr. Khera, I'll ask you one quick question. I'll ask you one quick question before I let you go. Mr. Raman Malik, just give me a minute. I'm coming right back to you. One quick question, Mr. Khera. The fact is, when you talk about honoring the constitution, do you not take any responsibility, is the charge, of creating an atmosphere which has seen such a toxic sense of communal division, which has led to so much hatred? Because there has been a community which actually feels they never got their due, even if it is the majority under your term.
Preeti, for the last 9 years plus, who's been in power? Both in Haryana and in the center. What are they talking about? Who's creating the atmosphere? Who controls all the media? Who controls the social media? Who controls all the institutions of the country? And then they have the cheek to blame the Congress party? I don't understand this logic. Who are they talking about? भाई या तो आप कह दीजिए कि आप कमजोर हैं, पूरी सत्ता है, 303 सीटें हैं, डबल इंजन है, सब कुछ है, फिर भी कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे, फिर भी नैरेटिव किसी और का चल रहा है, ये कोई मान सकता है? Who will believe this? Nobody will believe this. It's your government everywhere. You control all institutions. You control propaganda machinery, and then you blame others for spreading a narrative. Where is our narrative? Our narrative doesn't get any platform.
All right, Mr. Khera, appreciate you joining us. Mr. Raman Malik, there have been pointed questions, sir, that have been asked of you. Ours, while your state is still burning, it's still burning. We can't really get into whataboutery, and especially standing up for absconders, sir, who are charged with murder.
I am not standing for anybody. I am standing for justice and the Constitution of India. My simple point is, when their MLA gives an open threat, the same way that you are accusing Monu Mane, sir, it's not whataboutery, it is comparing apples to apples. Then, at the same point, when he is the custodian of the fate of people in that constituency, has he fulfilled that?
Sir, I would think, not because it's a party or the other, but I would think a man who's accused of murder is very different than somebody who's given a threat. Okay. Jasmine Shah wants to come in for 20 seconds and I'm wrapping up there. Jasmine Shah.
Maman Khan ke charge sheets dekhiye, ma'am.
BJP would do well to look at just their adjoining state, which is Punjab, where there is an Aam Aadmi Party government. We know that this is a border state, a very sensitive state.
Okay.
Yet, did you ever hear about any riot of even half of a nature like what we are seeing today? No?
Okay. Raman Malik wants to come in. Raman Malik, 20 seconds. Let's not get into personal attacks and wrapping up the show.
But with such a strong government, you still cannot control your own state. And
people where lawlessness is there. There are drugs, the sand mafia problem, the looting, and above of that, your own MLAs are, they are expecting money out of people.
All right, that's okay. I'm going to just close the show. I appreciate you both for joining us, because the fact was not getting into attacking each other or attacking each political party. It's about looking at the state of Haryana right now, still burning. Taking the conversation further, 8 p.m. Rahul Gandhi.
Ramdevji, since you spoke about the sort of historical, in a historical context, let me just add that as a financial journalist, when I started out, the Sensex was around 3,000 and the Nifty was in just 3-digit level. Given the fundamentals and a lot of reportage in the recent days about this being India's decade, India's growth story, what's your own view as far as the Sensex and Nifty are concerned? Where do you see them going over the short term to medium term, sir?
Short term, I have no clue. You have to ask the chartists. They might give you some idea. I have no idea what market will do. I mean, market can very comfortably go down without giving any reason by 10-15%. So, or it can go by 10-15% on a sustained buying by FIs or something like that. So I have no idea where it is headed, but I'm comfortable wherever it is, and whatever can happen, I'm ready, in the sense that 10% done. See, I'm always a fully bought guy, so I'm ready to see 20%, 30% correction, because the corrections are there for 1 year or so. Within 1 year's time, you again get back the price. So, and that's the price you pay for getting 14-15% return. So clearly, The market is poised to do well, and this is called India's. See, what happens is that in short term, a lot of these things look to be very exaggerated. But when you give a 5-10 years time, then you realize what has happened. Like look at the tech. The tech started in 2000. Y2K happened, and we saw the birth of TCS, Infosys, Wipro. I mean, they were small companies. I mean, even in 99, 2000, there were 1,000 crores turnover, 100, 200 crores profit, 300 crores profit. But they become giant companies. 20 years out, 25 years out, they become like 2 lakh crores turnover, 40,000 crores profit, 20,000 crores profit. So you've got to give time. And that's in India, you have to give not only time to a company, you have to also give time to the market itself. Today, it is a $3 trillion market. In 10 years' time, you will see that this will become a $9-10 trillion market. The issue is that do we have that patience? The market is all about the patience. Do you have patience? I mean, you decide what you want to write, where you want to write, when you want to write, but have patience. And that is what is missing. I mean, look at the option value, look at the futures value. People want to make money tomorrow, not even tomorrow. People want to make money next half an hour. That's not the market. At least I am not from that school.
Absolutely.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
What's up with this child? Do your children behave similarly sometimes? Extremely active, driving you up the wall? Unable to sleep at night after a big dessert? Now that is called a sugar rush. A sugar rush is when you have sudden cravings of indulging into a massive ice cream sundae or gorging on an entire bar of melted chocolate that then makes you feel happy and so satisfied. Almost all of us have fallen prey to these cravings. But how does your body react to this? Once the sugar rush comes to an end, it eventually causes low blood sugar levels in the body, which tends to make you feel hungry even after eating. Consumption of sugar in heavy amounts is one of the most unhealthy habits. It makes you feel tired and drowsy, and these symptoms eventually lead to weight gain and being inactive. Food products like candies, pre-packed items and cakes provide no nutritional benefit and ultimately ends up making you feel lethargic and fatigued. Experts recommend limited sugar intake. The ideal portions are as follows for kids and also for adult men and women. For a kid who's 4 to 6 years old, 19 grams of sugar, that's essentially 5 sugar cubes, is the limited sugar intake that's recommended. A kid between the age of 7 to 10 can consume 24 grams, that's 6 cubes of sugar. If a child is 11 years old and above, that amount slightly increases to 30 grams, which is essentially 7 cubes of sugar. For adults, particularly men, 36 grams of sugar is the recommended amount.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, Fashion for your furniture.
Co-presented by
Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way. Co-powered by Nippon India Mutual Fund, wealth sets you free.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kanwal. An India Today special investigation from Ground Zero Mewat. Who's responsible for the big communal flare-up in Haryana? That's my top focus on the news track.
Stone pelting. Violence. Arson. What fueled communal fire? Villains of Haryana, unmasked. India Today special investigation. Big focus on News Track.
So far, we've seen disturbing images from ground. We've heard a political back and forth, charges, counter charges. An India Today special investigation will show you what really happened and why. I'm glad that our team was able to put it together in just one day, soon after this violence, speaking to key players on the ground to get a sense of why this communal flare-up happened. Before that, here's a look at the headlines today. Fresh violence erupts in Gurugram. Shops vandalized and set ablaze. Schools and colleges in Gurugram to stay open tomorrow. Home Minister Amit Shah tables the Delhi Ordnance Bill in the Lok Sabha amid massive uproar. Congress and TMC call the bill unconstitutional. BJD and the YSRCP back the centre. PM Modi and Sharad Pawar share a stage in Pune as the Prime Minister is honoured with the Lokmanya Tilak Award. Congress hits the streets in protest. Lok Sabha to debate the no confidence motion against the Modi government from the 8th to the 10th of August. Prime Minister to reply in Parliament on the last day. Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan to enter the moon's orbit on the 5th of August. Despite prohibitory orders and a shutdown of the internet, fresh violence erupted in Gurugram this evening. Tension simmers in Haryana a day after communal clashes. The trigger was a Shobha Yatra carried out by the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal in a place called Nuh, a minority-dominated district. How did the situation on the ground spiral out of control? Where were the cops? India Today sent its team of investigators from the Special Investigation Team to Ground Zero in Mewat. So we've got the Special Investigation from Nitin Jain and Muhammad Hizbullah from the India Today SIT, which attempts to unmask the villains of Haryana.
A battleground of flames. Just a short drive from the national capital. Pitched battles between two communities rocked Nuh in Haryana's Mewat region on Monday, reaching even the tech hub of Gurugram. An India Today investigation has delved into the causes behind this destructive frenzy. Our probe reveals how forewarnings about possible communal flare-ups were ignored. This is Vishwajit, the district inspector of the CID. Vishwajit is responsible for intelligence gathering across Nuh. When our investigative team met him in his office, Vishwajit claimed to have formally warned the local authorities about potential trouble during the VHP Yatra. His department's specific warnings about the VHP's annual 130 kilometers Braj Mandal Yatra passing through Muslim-dominated Nuh in the present circumstances ignored.
कल वाले जो रैली को लेकर कोई स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था आप लोगों की तरफ से?
हाँ, स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था। भाई ये लोग यात्रा निकालेंगे तो इनका कानून होगा कहीं कहीं।
अच्छा, ये था।
अगर ये निकलेंगे गांव के बीच से, एक तलवार ले आएंगे, घुसा ले आएंगे।
तो क्या ये पहले से इनपुट आप लोगों ने नहीं दिया?
इनपुट थी, सरकार को सब दे चुकी थी।
कितने दिन?
आपको पता ही टाइम हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले ही
तो हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले दे दिया।
You heard that Nuh's CID gave its assessment of potential trouble during the VHP Yatra planned at Nuh on Monday. The district's CID inspector claimed the intel inputs he shared were not acted upon by law enforcement. A notorious cow vigilante linked to the Bajrang Dal, Monu Manesar, had earlier issued video messages about him participating in the Yatra. Police did not let him attend the event on Monday. In March, India Today exposed widespread extortion rackets of Gaurakshaks in Haryana. According to Nuh's CID chief, the activities of Gaurakshak squads had already infuriated residents of Nuh. Monu Manesar, the notorious cow vigilante, was named in the FIR in connection with the killing of two men, Junaid and Nasir, from Rajasthan's Bharatpur. Their bodies found charred in a burnt vehicle in Haryana's Bhiwani district on Feb 16th. Nuh's CID chief shared his assessment that the pent-up anger over the killings could burst forth. And then came a rumor about Monu Manesar's presence, which acted as a trigger.
तो वहाँ ब्रीफ करने में उनको हैंडल करने में जो शुरुआती दौर में 60-70 जो भी हुए, वो कहीं कहीं अधिकारियों ने सोचा भाई चलो ये मान जाएंगे, खदेड़ देंगे, ये नॉर्मल ये ले लिया उनको। हाँ, एक मोनू मानेसर नहीं आया, समझा देंगे यार, वो आ भी नहीं रहा था। लेकिन वो मानने वाले कहाँ थे? वो मोर्चा और फोन कर दिया, वो कर दिया। भाई किसी ने अफवाह फैला दी, वो आ लिया मंदिर पर। और यात्रा चलने वाली है। अच्छा। तो हम यात्रा को रोकेंगे, उनका मकसद उस रास्ते को रोक करना था।
अच्छा।
जो मोड़ है जिससे जानी थी।
कितने टाइम लगा था बिल्डअप होने में चीज़ों को? मतलब कल
बिल्कुल लग गया था, 1 घंटे का। तो मोर्चा और फोन कर दिया, वो कर दिया।
कौन?
यहाँ के लोकल है ना। अच्छा। और वो बच्चे लगभग 17 साल से 21-22 साल की एज ग्रुप के थे। अच्छा। उनमें बड़ा मैच्योर था नहीं।
Rioters rammed a bus into a cyber police station in Nuh, now an infamous hub of cybercrime in the country. The district's intelligence chief reckons that the ongoing crackdown on cyber criminals, in addition to activities of the cow vigilantes, had already fueled passions in Nuh.
लाटरी का काम, जौलत था वो, हरियाणा के लोगों ने किया, गोरक्षकों ने किया। दूसरा एक साइबर फ्रॉड का बड़ा सर्च अभियान चला था, उसमें काफ़ी लोग ये दिक्कत आ रही है, वो कृषि पर प्रतिबंध में से दुखी हैं। अच्छा। इसको हमारे घरों पर करीब पहले हम खुले चलते थे, कई चीज़ों से हो जाती, तो ये सोचते कि इसी बात को हम कैसा करें कि आवागमन बंद कर दें, दबाव हट जाए।
Kishan Kumar, the SHO of the police station under whose jurisdiction the unrest unfolded. When probed, he claimed he received no intel from his superiors about any potential trouble from the yatra.
मतलब 100 भी पूरे नहीं थे और इतना बड़ा प्रोसेशन निकल रहा है, इतना बड़ा इंतजाम होना चाहिए था। सीआईडी वालों ने कोई पेपर चिट्ठी पत्री तो भेजी होगी आप लोग? सीआईडी ने मेरे पास कोई आपके पास पत्र चिट्ठी नहीं है? कोई ये भी तो आया होगा कि भाई इतने लोग इकट्ठे हो सकते हैं, आप लोगों का ये आपका इंतजाम, कोई इंतजाम के बारे में? मेरे लेवल पर कोई बात नहीं, आपके लेवल पर इंतजाम का भी नहीं बताया ना। अगर ये होता भी इतना पता लग जाता है ये ऐसा हो जाएगा तो यात्रा नहीं रुक जाती यात्रा पूरी इमरजेंसी क्या कोई होती तो ऊपर लेवल पे अपने तो बोले भाई अपने सेफ थोड़ा ध्यान रखना।
You heard Nuh Sadar's SHO admitting that police at his level received no warnings beforehand. In a separate conversation with our investigative team, Kishan Kumar explained how the available force was spread too thin across the yatra route.
लिंक का पुलिस बंदोबस्त उतनी कम थी,
ऐसा पुलिस कम नहीं थी, जो फोर्स थी ना वो सारी लगी हुई थी। इन्हें पहले जो हरियाणा था बंगाल और जाना था नवी से सीधा से खजाना देखा वापस जाना था नवी ना पुनः कुछ पूरा तो कवर करना था। लंबाई बढ़ गई, यात्रा लंबी बढ़ गई, फोर्स तो वही थी, वो एक्स्ट्रा फोर्स थे नहीं, वो फोर्स 10 पॉइंट बढ़ने 50 पॉइंट बढ़ने के बाद 200 पॉइंट बढ़ गई, ऐसे नहीं।
Scars of yet another devastating turmoil. A grim reminder of how intel oversight, inadequate law enforcement, social media manipulation can converge into a storm of violence. A report by Mohammad Hizbullah and Nitin Jain for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
For reactions on this big India Today investigation, we're joined by some key players in Haryana politics. I want to welcome Bhupender Singh Hooda, the former Chief Minister of the state of Haryana. With us also is Yogendra Yadav, leader, founder of Swaraj India. He comes from the belt of Nuh and Mewat, representing the Bharatiya Janata Party, is its spokesperson from the Haryana BJP, Raman Malik. We've got Vikram Singh, former Director General of Police in Uttar Pradesh, well-known police officer. Sriraj Nair is a spokesperson of the Vishva Hindu Parishad. Remember, the VHP and the Bajrang Dal are the ones who took out this yatra. And we've got Randeep Singh Surjewala, senior leader of the Congress, who I want to go across to. First, on this investigation which shows that the local administration and the police had been forewarned. There was this yatra passing through communally sensitive areas, that security needed to be beefed up, and yet for some inexplicable reason, the inputs which were available were not acted on. People with weapons, sticks, throwing stones were allowed to take out this yatra, and mayhem broke out in Mewat. As someone who comes from the state, what do you think really went wrong, Mr. Surjewala?
I have been repeatedly saying that the violence in Nuh Manesar and Gurugram is actually state manufactured. It is failure of political leadership of Chief Minister Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar. Three things stand out. Number one, there was a LIU report, that is intelligence report, saying such an incident is bound to happen. Number two, the infamous goon Monu Manesar was a part thereof. Any sensible government would have either arrested him in anticipation of violence or at least would not have permitted him to participate here. Number three, the superintendent of police of Nuh was on leave. When you knew such a sensitive thing was happening, you had a report that violence will take place. You did not even call the rapid action force, which is situated only 2 kilometers away. That means, in order to gain political mileage, the BJP JJP government was actually permitting this violence to happen. And Rahulji, may I point out to you, we know that over 100 people died in the Arakshan agitation, when the caste war happened in Haryana under the watch of Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar, he turned out to be a political beneficiary of the same in the last assembly election. Now, for the first time in 75 years history of India, a communal flare-up is happening in Haryana, something that is alien to Haryana. We are peace living, we have cohabitated with the Mewat people. There have never been any clashes. In fact, in the pre-partition day, Haryana portion was the only portion of India when, despite there being overwhelming Muslim population, there was never a communal clash. So this is a communal clash that is manufactured for political gain. It's a serious allegation I'm leveling.
Amongst the things that come out in this India Today investigation is that the cyber police station was vandalized, which comes across as being odd, that that's the one police station that gets targeted. The government's defense is that because they've been carrying out a lot of action against the local cyber thieves, because Nuh Mewat, as our viewers would recall, is emerging as a Jamtara 2.0, and the India Today network has reported extensively on that. It is because of this that these local groups of thugs were involved. So it's not Hindu, Muslim. The government claims in its defense that this is really the cyber mafia trying to push back, which is why a cyber police station has been attacked. How do you look at this, Mr. Surjewala?
I think it's a lame duck excuse. There was a time when Mewat was a ghetto. The Congress government in Haryana had changed that when we ensured intermixing of population, and that's how you see the Sona Road in Gurugram, an area which was overwhelmingly populated by Muslim, is no longer so. So the intermixing and creation of IMT, Industrial Model Township at Mewat, has actually changed the picture, where a lot of intermixing of populations happened and a lot of progress happened. There can be criminals anywhere around Delhi, because Delhi and its surrounding areas will always be. Same thing is happening in Noida, that is not called so. Same things happen in Ghaziabad, they are not called so. And we also have a Jewar International Airport, all around that same things happen. Question is, there is a failure of law and order, and these are lame duck excuses now being said. What Mr. Khattar and Dushyant Chautala are not understanding, that Gurugram is not a township alone or a big town alone. It's a millennium city and is home to every corporate, international corporate and national corporate in the country. Every corporate's office is here, and that's how the state of Haryana generates most of its revenue. If you are going to have riots on Sohna Road in Gurugram, vehicles are going to be torched, the whole investment atmosphere is also going to be tarnished, besides the reputation of the state as a peaceful investment destination. So I think what Mr. Khattar has done by his failure of political leadership, as also by closing his eyes to this entire fomenting of communal trouble, is irreparably harmed the reputation of Haryana, which will take years to rebuild.
Let me go across to Raman Malik of the Bharatiya Janata Party to get a counter from him on what we are hearing from the Congress leader. Because how is it that Monu Manesar and his ilk put out videos announcing this rally? So it's not off the spur, sudden mobilization. This is planned. In our investigation, it emerges from the local CID. They claim they informed the local police and administration 8-10 days ago. The video came out a couple of days ago, and yet your government was so inept that you couldn't stop this. You didn't have adequate deployment on the ground. The rapid action force wasn't deployed. It just presents the state of Haryana and the Khattar government in very sorry light.
Rahul, I'm very sorry to hear what Mr. Surjewala has said. I'm very sure he's now an alien to Haryana. Reason being that he's already migrated to Rajasthan to become an MP. But he's also failed as an MP to secure a position as an MLA twice here. So he does not know the correct situation. The correct situation has to be understood like this, that this so-called Monu Manesar shield that the Congress is taking and the others whom they are trying to protect is taking did not have to be in that one. Number two, the most important, Neither was Monu Mane. If Monu Manesa was the reason, why were women attacked, why were children attacked, why were elderly attacked, why was the police station attacked, why were homes attacked, why were businesses attacked? Was there any reason? No. Then, the second most important point. An MLA of the area is supposed to be one who bridges the gap and creates an atmosphere. The local reports, and you can send your people over to this place and find out what was the kind of role played by Memon Khan or Aftab, whether they were secular in nature to give support or whether they were communal in the manner which has been talked about by the entire population. The third point, sir, Memon Khan in the assembly of Haryana had categorically threatened and not just threatened about
no, but what you're saying, Rahul Malik, doesn't sound convincing for the simple reason that this is a law and order situation. Regardless of who takes law and order into their hands, your system should have come down on him. Hindu or Muslim, how does it matter? If he's breaking the law, come down on him.
Please let me finish, Rahulji. And the person he was referring to at that time in a derogatory manner was a Dalit MLA from BJP. Now, let's come to the basic issue. Now, you say that Monu Manesa happens to be the reason why this all happened.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Vishva Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal planned this yatra. A man accused of being involved in murder was involved in this yatra. They took it out. Your government slept on the job. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do your job properly.
That is what Surjewala ji said. That is what the Muslim communities are saying. That is what. But let's not forget, this is the same party where Kamal Nath says this is a Muslim party. Rahul Gandhi says that.
Forget that. This is nothing to do with Hindu-Muslim. It's a law and order situation. Your government should have done the job. You should have bashed up whoever was trying to break the law. You should have arrested them, detained them, taken them into preventive custody. Why didn't you do that?
Rahul, let the investigations happen. Let the facts come out. Whoever is responsible, the acquisition and the Kudki would happen. The bulldozers would happen, everything would happen, irrespective of.
That's not the point, sir. That's post facto. In 8 to 10, according to this India Today investigation, according to your local CID official, 8 to 10 days before this mobilization, you knew that such a yatra was being planned. This was passing from a communally sensitive area, that this could potentially turn communally strifeful. Why did you not prepare for that? That's my question.
Rahul, Delhi riots just after the COVID thing, and then this last week in the procession of Muharram and other things, the same pattern happens. Why is it always the same pattern that happens? And the same people come to protect it?
Who's protecting it? What conspiracy are you talking about? You are in power. It's your job to enforce the law. Why did you not do that? Why was the rapid action force not deployed? Why was there not enough police personnel on the ground? Why are people roaming around Haryana with guns? What's your answer to that, sir?
Rahul, you should remember this Mewat area, the so-called claiming by Surjewala ji, he's forgotten that these people, when under Mr. Huda's leadership, when they were running the government, this was a kala pani for officers. It is after Manohar Lal ji who came into power that this area started improving. Otherwise, they used to say, Isne Mewat bhej de. That was the dialect.
No, but which is why you got a chance to come to power. You can't now blame what happened during Huda Saab's time. Let me go across to Bhupender Huda, former Chief Minister of the state of Haryana, the senior most Congress leader on the ground, leader of the opposition. Huda Saab, welcome. आपके विचार में मेवात नूह गुरुग्राम में जो हुआ उसके लिए आप किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? Where do you think the whole system collapsed? हुडा साहब,
देखिए ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फेलियर है, गवर्नमेंट का फेलियर है, क्योंकि कब ऐसी परिस्थिति होती है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण हुआ जो नहीं होना चाहिए था, और जब ऐसी कोई अंदेशा होता है तो सरकार पूरी तैयारी करती है, प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स लेते हैं। कोई ऐसा कोई कदम नहीं लिया सरकार ने। दुर्घटना घटने के बाद जो है फोर्स भेजी है, सेंट्रल फोर्सेस भी आई हैं और वहाँ किया है। तो ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव फेलियर मैं इसको कहूँगा, और लोगों से अपील करूँगा कि वो शांति बनाएं, कानून व्यवस्था को कायम रखने में मदद दें और भाईचारा कायम रखें। यही मैं उनसे कह रहा हूँ।
खट्टर साहब की सरकार ये कहती है कि ये सारा कंस्पिरेसी है, इसमें कांग्रेस के कुछ एमएलएज भी इन्वॉल्व थे जिन्होंने आग में घी डालने का काम किया। उनका मानना है कि क्योंकि उन्होंने साइबर क्राइम के खिलाफ एक ऑफेंसिव एक्शन किया है, इस वजह से साइबर पुलिस स्टेशन को डिस्ट्रॉय किया गया। बेसिकली वो कह रहे हैं कि इसमें कंस्पिरेसी एंगल की जांच हो रही है। इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, अगर वो ये कह रहे हैं तो उनको प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स तो लेने चाहिए थे। खाली होमगार्ड के भरोसे छोड़ दिया। वहाँ पुलिस का, इतनी पुलिस है हरियाणा को, उनको अगर मान लो मैं कोई जुलूस निकालता था जब भी विपक्ष में था, तो पुलिस साथ चलती है। तो ये कदम उठा सकते हैं, प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स लेने पड़ते हैं, और ये नहीं लिए गए, ये फेलियर है।
आप अगर सीएम होते तो क्या करना चाहिए था? कहाँ पे चूक हुई, क्या नहीं किया खट्टर साहब ने आपके विचार में? हुड्डा साहब
देखिए, जैसा ये बताया इन्होंने, ये अंदेशा था, ये था, तो उसी हिसाब से तैयारी करनी चाहिए थी। जो भी जुलूस निकला या प्रोसेशन निकला, उसको पूरी पुलिस की प्रोटेक्शन होनी चाहिए थी। वहाँ पुलिस का पूरा इंतजाम होना चाहिए था, ताकि कोई आपस में ऐसा कोई ना कर सके जहाँ अंदेशा होता है। ये कदम उठाने की जरूरत थी।
Raman Malik,
जो आप उठाए हैं कदम।
Okay. Thank you very much, Huda Saab, for joining us. This is an important point that the former Chief Minister makes, Raman Malik, that even if you think that this is a conspiracy, that doesn't take away the fact that you only had the Home Guard deployed, that you didn't deploy the police personnel, the armed police personnel on the ground who could have prevented. It's almost as if you wanted for something like this to happen, because then it becomes Hindu-Muslim, then the questions are not around job losses, economy, industry, inflation. It becomes Hindu-Muslim, everybody is polarized and you benefit electorally from it.
Rahul, first of all, this is a false statement that only home guards were there. There were police personnel, there were the same number of police personnel that were given a year before and the year before and the year before. So that is one part of it. The second part of it is, if you want to talk about conspiracy theories and other things, the journal assessment of people in Mewat who have been affected by this, especially those who are captured in the temple and in their homes and in other places, is very clear that Nuh was designed to become the Godhra, and then for 2024 this entire thing would be played the same way as the witch hunt that happened for 12 years with Mr. Modi. The same kind of witch hunt would keep happening and the nation would win. The progress of India cannot be tolerated by people who have been supported by...
Sir, your government is in power. All of what you're saying is hollow because you didn't do your job. You could have prevented if you didn't want violence. Sir, there's only Home Guard over there. The protesters have guns. They have sticks. They're throwing stones. Your police is not on the ground.
There were armed police personnel.
Let me go across to Anmol Bali. Anmol Bali is our correspondent. This young man was in Nuh at the time this violence was taking place. So those visuals which are playing on my screen right now, the ones that have gone viral all across social media, were shot by Anmol, who yesterday was chased by the mob. He had to take refuge in a police station because there were people outside stopping him. You've seen those clips as well. They're saying, "Band karo, camera." So Anmol actually did a great job continuing to shoot through all of that. So Anmol, the Haryana BJP leader says there were armed police personnel, that there was enough deployment on the ground. You were on the ground. Did you see adequate deployment of police personnel? How many police personnel were there? Were they at all armed?
Rahul, around 2 when the stone pelting started, I was there on the main medical chowk where the stone pelting started in between the two communities. As the BJP leader has claimed that there was full deployment of police, that was not on the ground. There were only 2 gypsies for around 1,000 to 1,500 people from both the communities. Those who have gone maverick, they were having stones, they were having axes, sticks in their hand, even guns were also seen. 5 to 6 air shots took place, but police was no there. There were only 2 gypsies which I have shown on the live television. Those 2 gypsies have also ran from the spot. There were around 1 dozen of policemen, police constables, but when the stone pelting started, they also ran away from the spot, and around after 3 to 4 hours, the police came, the police deployment and the paramilitary came, then the calm started in this town.
So what was happening in those 2 or 3 hours when these 2 gypsies went away? Raman Malik, please listen to what Anmol is saying. What happened in those 3 or 4 hours when these gypsies ran away from there?
Stone pelting was taking place from the both sides, from one side from the Hindutva groups and from the other side from the local people. And for the 3 hours there was no rule, law and order. The situation was so bad that people, those who were locals, have scared and they moved into their homes. I was in a shop. I took refuge in a shop, and what I saw from the terrace was terrible. The stone pelting was taking place. People were having sticks, axes, rods in their hand. They were beating each other. Even air fire also took place, Rahul.
Raman Malik, respond to this. This is our correspondent. He was on the ground capturing all of this on the camera. You had 2 gypsies for 1,500 protesters when you knew that the situation could get incendiary.
I do not accept that, because with this kind of a movement, even last year, there were over 100 people deployed. Now, where all were they? What was the traffic arrangement? What was those things? How and what was placed has to be looked into. I fully say that with full responsibility. I say that, but at the same time, we must understand when the kind of mob that had accumulated and that came forward to people, these people, the reaction that they did would be investigated later. But the point is that as per what was last year, the same number of police personnel were deployed, Rahul. And that's very honestly I'm saying. But how and what happened is a time when the investigation happened.
Okay,
right
let
now,
me put that question to Vikram Singh, who's been former Director General of Police in a state as big and complex as Uttar Pradesh. Raman Malik says last year we deployed the same number of policemen. This year also we deployed the same number of policemen, and therefore hum jo kar sakte the humne kiya. Do you buy that, or do you think that this is an epic lapse of security, a big mistake in terms of the law and order situation in the manner in which it was handled?
Rahul ji, good evening. I would say that it is an epic flaw on the part of the police arrangements. And so to say, I did not get any intelligence input. Every police station in the country has what is known as a Tyohar register, festival register, Sampradayik Gunda register, Sampradayik Sutna register, and the police station is equipped to handle all such situations. And the very fact that you had home guards lining up the road, it was not a matter to be relegated to home guards. RAF and commandos and the paramilitary forces should have run. There is advanced intelligence. I'm sitting in Noida. I know fully well that Nuh is extremely sensitive and one of the hot spots, not in Haryana, but in the country, because it is also the hub and epicenter of cyber crime. Also, because of the ban on cow slaughter, there the tension is imminent and the straws were in the wind. What preemptive action has been taken? Mr. Raman Malik is my good friend. My advice would be, before any such agitation, please take pains to make preventive arrests, ensure 151 arrests, recovery of firearms, legal and illegal, confiscation of all explosives, search house to house of the rooftops, and this was perfectly doable. Rahulji, it is not rocket science. We have done this. Even a Chowki in charge intelligence, some inspector could have done it. And so to say, I did not get advanced intelligence. This is totally unacceptable. You are designed and programmed to work independently. And the very fact that you say that I didn't got the intelligence, the fact of the matter is, the basic ground reality is that you're sitting there. The deployment of the paramilitary force, first preventive arrest, rehearsal, peace committees, community outreach, there is so much of homework that is done before any such agitation. And yes, Manu Manesar is a persona non grata.
No, but he hasn't been arrested. I was speaking to somebody who told me he runs around, floats around Manesar just on a common basis after being accused of that horrific case in Rajasthan. Action should have been taken against him. He's roaming around, Raman Malik in Manesar.
He should not have been treated by police officers.
The first, let's say, Rahul, the first report that came in, he was accused. Then in the charge sheet, his name was taken off. Later on, again, there were some alterations done. But the point is that the case is in Rajasthan, and the Rajasthan police has to come forward with whatever they want to do.
No, when he issued a video saying, "Oh wow, look at how he's speaking in that video," why didn't you take him into preventive custody?
There are a lot of other people talking, Rahul.
Sir, why didn't you take him into preventive custody?
Okay, Rahul, what are you going to say about people when they line up cylinders in the center of the road stating कि जो आएगा हम फाड़ देंगे, दूसरा CIA आए या कोई भी आपके गांव में आए, आपको कोई जरूरत नहीं है, आप उनके लाते तोड़ दें, हाथ तोड़ दें. This is the kind of statements being given by
Sriraj Nair from the Vishva Hindu Parishad. This is a Vishwa Hindu Parishad Bajrang Dal Yatra. Why in the world would you associate with the likes of Monu Manesar? The man is accused of heinous crimes. Your organization, which commands a strong following, should be disassociating from such criminals rather than glorifying them.
Well, Rahul, first of all, let me tell you the yatra, the Shobha Yatra, which took place in Mewat was with full permission, and we are just beating around the bush. The real concern is the Mewat has become a mini Pakistan. It has become a terror breeding ground, and that's what we have seen. And here, the Congress spokesperson, Congress leader, Mr. Huda and Randeep ji, they are beating around the bush, and they are not ready to confess that this jihadi elements have been attacking these yatras for years together, and this has become a global pattern. And this is not only happening in India. Stone pelting, rioting, hooliganism is a part of a global Islamic terror network, and that's what is happening in Mewat. Now coming back to Monu Manesar, he is just an accused. And as Mr. Raman Malik rightly said, if there is a strong case again, like Congress has been trapping Hindus, left, right, and center without any kind of proof. So if there is any concrete proof, Rajasthan police should come forward and talk to Haryana police and do the needful. But here, why are we not talking about the Islamic terror elements who have been attacking small kids, women, and elderly persons? What wrong they did? So we are not getting into the core area of concern. It is the appeasement politics by the Congress and so-called secular party is encouraging this kind of terror elements that we have to understand. So the yatra had all the necessary permissions. We also understand, and we also believe.
So why were your yatris roaming around with guns? No, one second, Sriraj Nair. If this is a simple protest, why do those people, as is captured in Bali's story, why do they have automatic weapons with them? Why are they carrying stones with them? Why are they carrying sticks with them?
Mewat pattern now.
You're not even listening. Sriraj Nair, if this is a simple protest, why do these protesters have guns with them? Why are they opening fire? Why are they throwing stones? It's all captured on my camera. Sriraj Nair, if this is a simple protest, why do your protesters have guns, swords with them? Why are they throwing stones? Why are they brandishing sticks?
See, who is throwing it is not from the VHP side or the Hindus.
Sir, the images are on the screen. They are speaking for themselves. Look at what's playing on the screen.
Who were at the receiving end? Who was throwing? You see the footage.
I'm seeing the footage. I'm talking to you after seeing the footage. All of India is watching the footage.
It is an organized attack. Please, there was nothing from the Hindu side. They were all peaceful.
So what you're saying doesn't square with the images, swords, guns carried by the people who are passing through this yatra. That is what is caught on camera. You can't run away from the reality. Look at what's on the screen right now. I want to go across to Yogendra Yadav.
Let the investigation happen. We are also saying.
Yeah, but will it be an honest investigation? The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal are so closely associated with the ruling government. Will there be an honest investigation? The guns, the swords, the sticks, they're all on camera. The images are speaking a million words, all of them together. Only if you are reading the writing on the wall, except if you pretend that you're not reading, then I can't tell you anything because you're not looking at what's happening. Yogendra Yadav, you are on the ground, you belong to this area, you've gone and spoken to people. What have you found out? The India Today investigation seems to suggest that at least 8 to 10 days before this yatra came, the LIU, the CID told the state administration and the police that there would be a build-up, that there may be violence, and yet we find that there was very limited police deployed on the ground. Yogendra Yadav.
Rahul, I don't know about your investigation, but I'm not surprised at all by what you are telling me, because I can add two more things to it. Number one, this yatra, which is only a 3-year-old tradition, the year before last, this very yatra had seen a major communal situation in which a mazar was broken. Fortunately, things were brought under control. So police and administration have good reasons to believe that this is a very sensitive issue. Number two, on the 27th of July, there was a peace committee meeting in Nuh where our colleagues had informed, my colleague is standing with me, he had informed the police and administration about the videos, about counter videos, about the fact that this is extremely tense situation and that they should reconsider giving permission. So despite all this, not only was the permission given to carry out the yatra, but people actually carried arms, as India Today footage has also shown. Not just that, there was no sufficient law and order preparation when the pelting started. So I'm not surprised by what you are saying. Either it is a case of criminal negligence, or worse, that someone knew that this would happen and wanted it to happen so that the spark from Mewat can be used to ignite the rest of NCR.
I just spoke to Randeep Surjewala, who seems to suggest that this is being done so that the BJP benefits electorally, that the elections become Hindu versus Muslim. Muslims are only 7% of the population, and therefore he believes that it will be to the advantage of the BJP government, or at least that's the way they're trying to position it. As if you put on your analyst hat for a moment, how does this play out electorally?
Rahul, as a citizen of this place, as a neighbor of Mewat, and as someone who has worked for 22 years in this area, I cannot pretend only to be an analyst. I'm extremely concerned. I'm concerned about the image that Mewat would have. I'm concerned about the image that Haryana would have. I'm concerned that by deliberately stoking communal fire here, someone is trying to create a political career. Someone is trying to use this divide. Haryana government has in the past used the Jat versus non-Jat divide, and there is every apprehension that this particular situation is being used in order to polarize, in order to make sure that the political capital that Haryana BJP lost due to the farmers' agitation can be gained by making it Hindu-Muslim. So I must say, I'm very depressed. I must say, I'm very concerned.
Let's spend a moment on the cow vigilante angle. I find it very disturbing that Monu Manesar puts out these videos urging people to come, that he's a man who's accused of being part of a brutal killing in Rajasthan. He's roaming free. Apparently, he's just floating around. People can see him locally, and yet he isn't acted against, even after he puts out a video where he's saying, come, we'll go. He's very incendiary in the way that he's calling people together and asking them to mobilize.
This really is the question, Rahul. And I am just coming out of a meeting with the Superintendent of Police and the DC, who heard us patiently. And we placed the following demands. First of all, do arrest those who are responsible for stone pelting, but after identification. Number two, the Supreme Court judgment makes it absolutely clear that hate speech of this kind must not be tolerated. And these are not the only two videos, Rahul. This area has seen, you would remember there was a Mahapanchayat in Indri, in this area, where provocative speeches of the worst kinds were given, where people said, we will burn police stations, and so on. No action has been taken. So yes, hate speech is an issue, and yes, Monu Manesar, who is no leader. I mean, no one, I know Manesar. This is my area. No one knows these people, and the impression that I'm told, that I get from everyone speaking to me, is that these are petty criminals. These are petty criminals who are currently hiding their crime under the name of cow. And these are people who have been, Monu Manesar is accused in murder. He is facing so many trials. And police says he's absconding. My friend from Manesar, who's with me today, he says, no, but I get to see him almost every second day. So here is someone who's absconding and who my friend gets to see every day. Police obviously doesn't get to see him. What kind of law and order are we talking about? This is obnoxious. If this cannot be controlled, all the wonderful things that we get to hear from the Supreme Court come to a naught.
Yogendra Yadav, thank you very much for joining us. I don't want to hold you in a very poor signal zone, and that's also one of the realities of Nuh. It's so close to the NCR, and yet it's so backward in so many ways in terms of being a area infested with criminals. And that's one of the problems that are playing themselves out. I want to go to Randeep Surjewala on the issue of Monu Manesar, the fact that he's charged in Rajasthan. We just heard from the BJP. They're saying Rajasthan police should come, give evidence, act against Monu Manesar. That hasn't happened. The fact also is that he's able to put out these videos, issue threats. There's a claim made by local eyewitnesses that he was there. The police, however, say nahi wo nahi tha, he wasn't there. But he's roaming around with a level of brazenness given the charges against him, which is simply unacceptable.
But let me say with a sense of responsibility and confidence both, Monu Manesar has active protection of BJP, JJP government in Haryana. And Monu Manesar is not the only goon. I can give you separately for a separate debate list of half dozen goons who are absconding but put up their pictures with deadly firearms and weapons and send threats through social media for extorting money. Monu Manesar happens to be part of the same malady. Since he happens to be part of the communal polarization design, we all know what kind of a goon he is. India Today, Aaj Tak have done multiple such stories evidencing as to how he operates, and he operates under the shadow of the state, under the protection of the state. Such goons having active protection of the BJP, JJP government of Haryana is not only detrimental to the law and order, but detrimental to the peaceful, loving citizens of the state and our reputation as a progressive, peaceful state where people from all over the world, why all over the country, come and cohabitate and are welcomed.
Randeep Surjewala, thank you for joining us on an important day on a big story. One final word from Vikram Singh, former DGP Uttar Pradesh. What do you think, sir, needs to be done now? If you were DGP Haryana, what would be your order to your force today?
Rahul ji, FIRs are there, investigation, round up the top 100 criminals there.
No, but we just heard the VHP say कि हमारे बंदों के guns नहीं थी, weapons. We have images, hours of images playing even on our screen right now, which show those people taking out the yatra, roaming around with guns, firing in the air. They're wearing these saffron bands, carrying swords, machetes, and wielding them. And yet he's denying the naked truth that's visible to anyone who's not blind.
Rahul ji, 24 hours. Either we get them by tonight, by tomorrow morning. Each one spotted in the video carries a reward of 2 lakhs on his arrest. Proclaimed offenders. It is not that you administer Chavanprash in a riotous situation. You have to go in for the kill, invoke the provisions of the National Security Act, as also 332 IPC, 302, because 2 home guards have died and other civilians have died. And therefore, the harshest legal punishment, the raid should happen tonight, and all the perpetrators should either be accounted for before 6 a.m. or a reward of 2 lakhs on each one of the perpetrators.
I think you make an important point, and I want that to be the last word. You can't give these vandals Chavanprash. You know, the images are caught on camera. What happened is caught on camera in broad daylight. This is not some kind of riot or violence that happened in the dead of the night or their grainy CCTV images. Each one of their faces, I mean not each one, but many of their faces are caught on camera. If the police was serious, if the state administration is serious, they can act against them. The question is, are they serious? Or these are our boys and therefore let them be. That is the approach. If that's the approach, this case will never get fixed. If they are serious, what needs to be done is obvious as day. You can't be giving Chavanprash to vandals. I'm going to slip into a break. I want to thank our special investigation team. In virtually no time, they mobilized faster than the local police, faster than local administration, and were able to bring this compelling investigation together. We'll keep following up on what happens on the ground next. I'm slipping into a break. Coming up on the other side, 11 dead, nearly 27 missing, flash floods and landslides sweep Chinese cities. Details on the other side. On politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
In less than 2 months from now, the new iPhone 15 will be on sale across the world. While Business Today TV had reported on Friday about the price of its high-end models crossing the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time, BT TV has got hold of more details about the much-anticipated Apple handset. It's likely to have the smallest bezel yet and could be rid of the infamous notch. Apart from the all-screen upgrade, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also come packed with major camera improvements, and the traditional Lightning connector will give way to the faster USB-C. Tech Today's Danny De Cruz has more on all the new features expected. Danny, take it away.
The new Apple iPhones are coming soon. Most likely, they will be here by September. So a new report has leaked a lot of information about the iPhone 15 series. So let's start with the more affordable iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. The biggest change coming to these models is that Apple will finally do away with the notch. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will get the dynamic island, which was last seen in last year's Pro models. The cameras are getting a massive upgrade too, along with the performance. And yes, gone are the days of Lightning port. All new iPhones will be getting the USB Type-C for the first time. Now on to the Pro models, in which Apple is replacing the shiny frame with titanium, so your new iPhones will be strong too. The displays will also be better because of thinner bezels, and Apple is giving the camera hardware a substantial boost. The performance alone will make the iPhone 15 Pro models a compelling upgrade. They will become the first smartphones to use a 3nm chipset. All these upgrades make the new iPhone 15 models a good upgrade, but you will also have to shell out more money. Some models may even cross the rupees 2 lakh price point in India.
All right, thanks for that, Danny.
Days of unusually heavy rains around China's capital Beijing have flooded houses, torn apart roads and left at least 11 people dead and 27 missing. More than 50,000 people in the city have been evacuated so far.
North of China is witnessing the wrath of the rain gods. Fierce rain and flooding that have pummeled Beijing since the weekend have killed at least 11 people and several are still missing. Major flooding has forced the evacuation of tens of thousands of people. The torrential rains have caused havoc in the city, with rivers overflowing and submerging various areas. The Yongting River in Beijing has been a significant source of flooding. As more videos emerge, a clearer picture of the extent of the damage is revealed. The flooding has hit several districts, disrupting train services and traffic. Military helicopters have been deployed to deliver emergency food supplies and ponchos to people stranded.
As you can see behind me, the traffic boards and trees were blown down and many trees have been inundated. Authorities have issued red alert, which is the highest of its kind for floodings and heavy rainfalls, and warning that the Dashi River in the region, which is just the river behind me, could continue to flood, and telling people to stay away from the rivers.
With heavy rains likely to persist through the week, flooding could worsen in northern regions around Beijing, Tianjin City and Hebei province. Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
They worked hard for keeping their city clean, but never lost hope for striking it big. Now, Lady Luck has smiled on these 11 sanitation workers. Part of the Haritha Karma Sena in Kerala's Malappuram, the group has won the jackpot of Rs 10 crore bumper monsoon lottery. The 11 women had pooled in 250 rupees to buy the lottery ticket, which turned out to be the winning number. After paying taxes, each of them will get 63 lakh rupees.
ലോട്ടറിക്കാരൻ വന്ന് പാലക്കാട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുത്തം വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളോട് ചോദിച്ച് പൈസ ഇല്ല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഓള് മേലേക്കാണ്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരോടും പൈസ വീതിച്ച് ലാസ്റ്റ് വന്നത് ഞങ്ങളടുത്തേക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ 25 റുപ്യ ഇവിടെ ആകെ കൊടുത്തു അതിൽ 12.5 വെളും 12.5 ഞാനും അപ്പോൾ ഒന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ രണ്ടാളും നടു മധ്യത്തിലാക്കി.
These lucky winners collect non-biodegradable waste from homes for a living. But now, they are all set to make a fresh start. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 35 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Apple iPhone 15 series will most likely launch in the month of September, but buyers may be in for a shock. The prices may go up substantially, especially for the Pro models. Barclays analyst Tim Long says iPhone 15 Pro will be $100 more expensive compared to the iPhone 14 Pro, and the Pro Max model will be a full $200 more expensive. He says the starting price of the normal Pro model will be around $1,100, whereas the Pro Max model will start at almost $1,300.
So in India, Danny, will the iPhone finally breach the 2 lakh rupee price point?
So let's do a little math here to understand that. The current most expensive iPhone in the country, which is the iPhone 14 Pro Max 1 TB model, sells for around rupees 1,89,900, which is roughly around $2,300. And at the same time, the model in US costs just $1,500 plus taxes. So if we just add $200 to the total price in India for the iPhone 15 Pro Max, it comes down to $2,500, which is a whopping 2,05,000. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but the next generation iPhones could easily breach the 2 lakh mark.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Co-powered by Sera, this is your space, play it your way.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news. Newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point is coming from the spiraling hate that's seen communal violence in Gurugram and Nuh in Haryana, and also seen a tragic killing on a railway compartment. We'll tell you more on how to combat the hate wave. Also among our exclusive guests tonight, Asaduddin Owaisi, on why he's describing the massacre in the train as a terror attack. For all that and more, first, the 9 headlines at 9. Fresh violence now erupts in Haryana's Gurugram. Shops vandalized, set ablaze, schools and colleges to remain closed tomorrow in Gurugram. An imam is killed near a mosque. Supreme Court pulls up Manipur police and summons DGP for next hearing, says complete breakdown of constitutional machinery in the strife-torn state. Top court calls Manipur police probe lethargic and tardy. Railway guard accused of killing 4 on board Jaipur-Mumbai train remanded to police custody until August 7th. AIMIM chief Owaisi calls the shooting a terror attack against Muslims. Home Minister Amit Shah tables the Delhi Ordnance Bill in Lok Sabha amidst massive uproar. Congress and TMC call the bill unconstitutional. BJD and YSRCP back the centre. Lok Sabha set to debate no confidence motion against the Modi government from August 8 to 10. Prime Minister will reply in Parliament on the last day. Prime Minister Modi, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar share a stage in Pune as the Prime Minister is honoured with the Lokmanya Tilak Award. Congress hits the street in protest. Big win for Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar as Patna High Court upholds a caste survey. Caste census to now resume with immediate effect. Enforcement Directorate conducts raids at Hero Motorcorp Chairman Pawan Munjal's residence in connection with a money laundering probe case filed against Munjal under PMLA. Chandrayaan 3 leaves Earth's orbit and heads to the moon. Chandrayaan to enter moon's orbit on August 5th. But tonight I want to focus on what I'm calling the genie of hate. That's right, Nafrat. It's out of the bottle and it is sparking violence in different parts of the country. We've seen shocking instances in just the last 48 hours. 5 people killed in Nuh in the riots that followed stone pelting on a VHP Yatra on Monday. The communal fire that erupted in Nuh on Monday has now spread to Gurugram. Last night, an under construction mosque in Gurugram was targeted by unknown people and the local Maulana was shot dead. His aid is critical. Today's shops in the Millennium City were targeted, sparking fears of more violence. Yesterday, we witnessed another horrific hate crime. An RPF Jawan allegedly shot dead 4 people, including his superior officer and 3 Muslim passengers inside the train that was going from Jaipur to Mumbai. And this is being linked by some to a pure hate crime. So all you have is the genie of hate spreading Hindu-Muslim conflicts that are leaving innocent lives, unfortunately, being targeted. What can be done to combat the hate wave is our focus tonight. So is the genie of hate now sparking off another bout of communal violence? That's the question we are raising. My first guest is Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM MP, joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Owaisi. You have come out very strongly against what has happened in the railway compartment, the cold-blooded murder of 4 people, and then what's happened in Nuh Hindu-Muslim violence. Let's get it clear. You have called the railway compartment incident a terror attack. Have you jumped the gun? Because the FIR is very clear. It says there is no communal angle. At least no communal angle is specifically mentioned in the FIR. Should one be more cautious in the times in which we live before suggesting it is a communal crime?
The reason I have called it a terror attack is because this was a man who was in uniform, and he had first assassinated or murdered his superior AS officer who belonged to the tribal Meena community. Then he went into 3 different railway compartments and identified Muslims who were having beard or wearing a cap, and then shot them dead. In fact, there is a video still available wherein this man who he shot, who's cringing in pain, who's turning from right side to left side, subsequently he died. Unfortunately, he's from Hyderabad, a place called Bazar Ghat. So this man went around 3 compartments of the railways, identified Muslims with their attire or with their beard, and shot them dead. And in a video he says that is desh mein rehna hai to Yogi, Modi or Thackeray. Now, unfortunately, the government of India wanted the Twitter to remove my tweet, and unfortunately the Twitter had succumbed to the government pressure tactics, and that tweet of mine has been removed from, it cannot be seen in India.
No, that is because again these are very sensitive. No, Mr. Owaisi, that's because these are very sensitive issues. You know, this is clearly a killing that needs investigation. No one doubts about it. It could well be a hate crime. You could be right that it could be a hate crime. The only point is, in the times in which we live, one has to be a little cautious. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Rajdeep, whatever times we live in, we have to say the truth clearly and loudly without mincing words. I will reiterate again that it was a terror attack done by a person who was radicalized and who had become extremist because of the conducive atmosphere of radicalization and extremism that has been created by the ruling party in last 9 years. And that is why we see that this man has no fear. He's standing at a dead body with his licensed weapon, as if he has the human corpse which is lying on his feet is like some sort of a trophy for him. And everyone in that compartment just sits quiet. So it is a deliberate terror attack. To call it a hate crime would be understatement. To call him a madman would be completely wrong. He was in his senses, and that is why first he assassinated his ASI from the tribal community, and then went on to 3 different compartments and shot Muslims.
Mr. Owaisi, you know, I don't want to engage at one level in whataboutery. Every crime is dastardly, but let's be clear. You might recall last year, just over a year ago, 28 June 2022 in Udaipur, Kanhaiya Lal Teli, a Hindu tailor, was murdered by 2 Muslim assailants. Now, let's be very clear. Do you also see that as a terror attack, or will that be called a hate crime? Let's be clear. Whether what happens in Udaipur or what happened in the railway compartment, we have to unequivocally condemn it, Mr. Owaisi. Are we very clear? If someone makes Sar Tan Ke Juda slogans and threatens to kill people, unacceptable. Are we clear on that?
Well, people who had assassinated Kanhaiya Lal are terrorists. No 2 things about it. I have said this at that time also, I am saying it now. My question is that if Kanhaiya Lal was assassinated, was murdered in a brutal way, The Rajasthan Congress government had given 50 lakhs to Kanhaiyal's family. But that same empathy was not shown when Junaid and Nasir were also kidnapped by these so-called Gau Rakshaks, but they are terrorists. They kidnapped them, took them to Haryana and burned them to death. And you know what the great secular party Congress did? The Chief Minister gave them only 5 lakhs. Now this is the point over here, that even in death, we do discrimination.
But let's be clear, whether there's cold-blooded killing in Bhiwani, which is the incident you just mentioned, whether it is what happened in Udaipur, or whether it is what happened in this train yesterday, we are very clear these are all acts of terror that must be condemned, right? We're clear on that. These are unacceptable. You will raise your voice you will raise your voice as strongly as you would whether the victim is a Hindu or a Muslim.
Well, Rajdeep, you know, when people indulge in terrorism, I would say that terrorism has become the new religion. And all these people, they camouflage their brutalness, they camouflage their animalistic behavior by giving it a religious color. And this is what we had seen, which was done by the RPF person who was radicalized, who became extreme in his views, and the same thing happened to, unfortunately, to Kanhaiyalal also, and to Junaid and Nasir.
But do you believe that the genie of hate is out of the bottle, and controlling it is now going to be virtually impossible? And to some extent, not just the political class, we could even look at the media, all of whom seem to be aiding in this polarized atmosphere. We've seen what's happened in Haryana, in Nuh. You've got a procession taking place, then you have a stone pelting, cars are set on fire, and people have died. Let's be very clear. When there are clashes, communal clashes taking place in Nuh, when you've got the incident in the train, all of which builds up to the fact that we are entering a very dangerous polarized world.
Well, Rajdeep, I am sorry to disappoint you that we have already entered into this domain of uncertainty, into domain of hate from last 9 years. It is the state which is actively promoting, which is the state which has created this conducive atmosphere of hatred for Muslims and Christians and Dalits. It is the state which helps these perpetrators, and it is the state which did not take any action against the hate speeches that emanated from the so-called Dharam Sansad. But for the Supreme Court intervention, no FIRs would have been even booked against them. Let me give an example of your home state of Maharashtra. 50 so-called love jihad public meetings were held in the presence of ministers of the Maharashtra ruling party. Everywhere it is happening, so it is not happening right now.
So when an
violence has to be condemned.
When an Akbaruddin Owaisi also is accused of hate speech, I hope that you will also take up the issue even against your own brother. Anyone who tries to play to identity politics eventually only helps in polarization, Mr. Owaisi. That is the reality. Let's get real about it.
Well, let me again correct you. Your facts are completely wrong. You should tell your team to do their homework properly. Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi, after giving that speech, which he was subsequently exonerated by courts of law, did go to the prison despite being in immense pain, despite fainting 4 or 5 times in the jail, despite his life was very risky position in the jail. For 45 days he was in jail. Now the courts have exonerated him. So don't compare Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi's case with what is happening in these hate speeches which are we seeing in Maharashtra and in so-called Dharam Sansads. How many of them have gone to prison? How many of them have faced the music of the law? So I have to correct you. You are quoting wrong facts, and I have quoted you the true facts. The problem is
you're very clear. You're very clear. So anyone who under the law commits the crime of hate speech should be prosecuted and put in jail. The point I'm making is that we've reached a stage, Mr. Owaisi, where the only way you can control this genie of hate which is out of the bottle is by taking tough action on anyone who takes the law into the hands, whether it is someone who resorts to violence in Nuh or whether it is in that railway compartment. We have to be very clear now. Whether you are anyone who takes a life of an innocent in the name of religion will have to be given exemplary punishment.
Well, it is the selective implementation of the law. BJP can talk about uniformity, uniform civil code, but they do not want to impose the law uniformly. That is the main problem. The biggest work which the BJP can do is to implement rule of law. Why is the BJP eulogizing, why is the BJP promoting this culture of Goli Maro? Why is BJP taking credit for someone shooting an ex-MP, a convicted ex-MP who was in handcuffs in the police custody? Who's celebrating all these incidents? Why is it that in Madhya Pradesh, a Muslim three-story house was demolished by a bulldozer, and you know what happened? A band was played in front of his house while his three-story building was being demolished. Who's promoting all this? It is the state, it is the BJP which is the ruling party. Now if the state compromises and forgets rule of law, but wants to govern on the basis of rule by gun, then what will happen to the constitution? What will happen to the rule of law? What will happen to fairness? What will happen to propriety, reasonableness? It will all be finished.
So the larger point you're making is impunity is stemming, you believe, from a state that has become partisan. All these years we've been told of minority appeasement and the impact that has had on the majority. Today you're turning around and telling me it's about majority appeasement and a partisan state that is responsible in a way for a reaction from the minority. But let's be clear, action and reaction both have to be condemned.
Well, I am not talking about action and reaction. I am saying that the government of the day has no religion. The government of the day has to follow the rule of law, implement the rule of law. The government of the day cannot get blinded by their ideology. The government of the day must implement the constitution in toto. What we are seeing is that the government closes their eyes if their own ideological creatures indulge in violence. That is the problem. Who has radicalized these people? How is it that they have become so much extreme in their views?
So there is, sir, with due regard, there is radicalization within a section of Hindutva forces. There is radicalization within a section of Islamist forces. Let's be very clear about this today, that we have to condemn it all. Unacceptable.
Rajdeep, do you know that in the Ministry of Home Affairs, there is a counter-radicalization department, and that counter-radicalization department only deals with Muslims and Islam, no other religion. There is no other monitoring of radicalization in the majority community. There is no other monitoring of radicalization among various so-called all these radical majoritarian groups which have emerged. Only counter. I have asked this question in Parliament. I have demanded, please have a counter-radicalization monitoring unit for every religion. Can the government of the day come out and say that they are doing it? No, they are not doing it.
Let's leave it there, Mr. Owaisi. I think what you pointed out, you've sort of given your viewpoint very strongly as ever to your belief that the state has turned partisan and therefore the state is partly responsible for spreading the genie of hate, as we are calling it. Appreciate your joining us, Asaduddin Owaisi, here on the show today.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Owaisi has set the stage in a way. That's one viewpoint. We are going to get many more viewpoints, but our focus, therefore, is on what's happening in Haryana. Because what we've seen in the last 48 hours is, despite prohibitory orders and internet shutdowns, fresh violence erupting in Gurugram, the millennial city this evening. Tension simmering in Haryana a day after communal clashes in Nuh. Well, the trigger was a yatra carried out by the VHP Bajrang Dal through Nuh, a minority-dominated district. How did the situation spiral out so dangerously out of control? Where was the police? Here is an India Today investigation that brings you the villains of Haryana.
A battleground of flames. Just a short drive from the national capital. Pitched battles between two communities rocked Nuh in Haryana's Mewat region on Monday, reaching even the tech hub of Gurugram. An India Today investigation has delved into the causes behind this destructive frenzy. Our probe reveals how forewarnings about possible communal flare-ups were ignored. This is Vishwajit, the district inspector of the CID. Vishwajit is responsible for intelligence gathering across Nuh. When our investigative team met him in his office, Vishwajit claimed to have formally warned the local authorities about potential trouble during the VHP yatra.
कल वाले जो रैली को लेकर कोई स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था आप लोगों की तरफ से?
स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था, भाई ये लोग यात्रा निकालेंगे तो इनका कानून होगा कहीं कहीं।
अच्छा, ये था।
अगर ये निकलेंगे गांव के बीच से, एक तलवार ले आएंगे, फरसा ले आएंगे।
तो क्या ये पहले से इनपुट आप लोगों ने नहीं दिया?
सरकार को सब दे चुकी।
कितने दिन?
आपको पता ही टाइम हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले ही
तो हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले दे दिया।
You heard that Nuh's CID gave its assessment of potential trouble during the VHP yatra planned at Nuh on Monday. The district's CID inspector claimed the intel inputs he shared were not acted upon by law enforcement. A notorious cow vigilante linked to the Bajrang Dal, Monu Manesar, had earlier issued video messages about him participating in the yatra. Police did not let him attend the event on Monday. In March, India Today exposed widespread extortion rackets of Gaurakshaks in Haryana. According to Nuh's CID chief, the activities of Gaurakshak squads had already infuriated residents of Nuh.
ब्रीफ करने में उनको हैंडल करने में जो शुरुआती दौर में 60-70 जो भी हुए वो कहीं कहीं अधिकारियों ने सोचा भाई चलो ये मान जाएंगे खदेड़ देंगे उसमें ये नॉर्मल ये ले लिया उनको। हाँ, एक नॉर्मल से नहीं आया, समझा देंगे यार, वो आ भी नहीं रहा था। लेकिन वो मानने वाले कहाँ थे? वो मोटरसाइकिल रोड फोन कर दिया, वो कर दिया भाई, किसी ने अफवाह फैला दी, वो आ लिया मंदिर पर और यात्रा चलने वाली है। अच्छा, तो हम यात्रा को रोकेंगे, उनका मकसद उस रास्ते को रोक करना था। अच्छा, जो मोड़ है जिससे जानी थी।
कितने टाइम लगा था बिल्डअप होने में चीज़ों को? मतलब कल
बिल्कुल लग गया था 1 घंटे का। तो मोटरसाइकिल रोड फोन कर दिया, वो कर दिया। कौन? ये जो यहाँ के लोकल है ना। अच्छा, और वो बच्चे लगभग 17 साल से 21-22 साल की एज ग्रुप के थे। अच्छा, उनमें बड़ा मैच्योर था नहीं।
Kishan Kumar, the SHO of the police station under whose jurisdiction the unrest unfolded. When probed, he claimed he received no intel from his superiors about any potential trouble from the yatra.
करीब 100 मतलब 100 भी पूरे नहीं थे और इतना बड़ा प्रोसेशन निकल रहा है, इतना बड़ा इंतजाम होना चाहिए था। CID वालों ने कोई पेपर चिट्ठी पत्री तो भेजी होगी आप लोग? CID ने मेरे पास कोई आपके पास पत्र चिट्ठी नहीं है? कोई ये भी तो आया होगा कि भाई इतने लोग इकट्ठे हो सकते हैं, आप लोगों का ये आपका इंतज़ाम, कोई इंतज़ाम के बारे में? मेरे लेवल पर कोई बात नहीं, आपके लेवल पर इंतज़ाम का भी नहीं बताया।
अगर ये होता भाई इतना पता लग जाता ये ऐसा हो जाएगा तो यात्रा नहीं रुक जाती यात्रा को ये इमरजेंसी क्या वो होती थी होती तो ऊपर लेवल पे ऊपर तो बोले मैं अपने सेम थोड़ा ध्यान रखना वो कोई सब।
You heard Nuh Sadar's SHO admitting that police at his level received no warnings beforehand. Scars of yet another devastating turmoil. A grim reminder of how intel oversight, inadequate law enforcement, social media manipulation can converge into a storm of violence. A report by Mohammad Hizbullah and Nitin Jain for India Today's Special Investigation Team.
So how do we combat this hate wave? Who let the hate genie out? Is society polarized like never before? The hate triggering politics of violence, with our special focus now on what's happened in Haryana. Joining me in the studio are Vinod Bansal, BHP's spokesperson. Professor Sangeet Kumar Ragi is Department of Political Science and author, RSS and Gandhi. I'm joined by Yogendra Yadav, co-founder Swaraj India, and someone who comes from that part of the country in Haryana. And Shashikant, former DGP Punjab, joins us. Let's get it clear first, and I want to get a clear answer from you, Mr. Bansal. आग किसने शुरू की? ये जो सवाल उठ रहा है, आप लोग यात्रा उठाते हैं, उस यात्रा में मोनू मानेसर जिसको अक्यूज्ड किया गया है एक क्राइम में इन भिवानी इन हरियाणा, ही इज पुटिंग आउट वीडियोस कि आई एम गोइंग टू जॉइन द रैली, मैं उस रैली में पार्टिसिपेट होऊंगा, जो एक तरह से लोग कह रहे हैं भड़काओ, लोगों को भड़काने की ये साजिश थी, दूसरी तरफ से पत्थरबाजी हुई एंड यू हैव सीन व्हाट हैज हैपेंड. किसको जिम्मेदार ठहराएंगे? व्हाई डिड यू हैव टू हैव समवन लाइक अ मोनू मानेसर हु इज एन अक्यूज्ड बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ योर यात्रा? क्यों उसके वीडियोस चलते हैं इस तरह से?
राजदीप, सबसे पहले तो मुझे बड़ा दुख हो रहा है कि आज इंडिया टुडे के स्टूडियो में बैठ करके
जी
मुझे आपकी बात को काटना पड़ रहा है
जी
कि आप जिस तरह से झूठ परोसना चाह रहे हैं मोनू मानेसर के वीडियो के नाम पर, दैट इज़ वेरी शेमफुल. मैं बताऊं आपको, ये जिस वीडियो का आपने अभी चैनल पर दिखाया वो इस यात्रा का है ही नहीं. ये पहले जो यात्रा निकली थी तब का था कि मैं आ रहा हूँ. दिस इज टोटली फेक.
बिफोर द यात्रा उसने वीडियोस निकाले थे, वो कह रहा था कि मैं यात्रा में आ रहा हूं.
मेरी बात को कृपया पूरा होने दीजिए. आई डू ऑल्सो हैव द राइट टू.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल यू आर.
मैं कह रहा हूं कि देखिए, मोनू मानेसर की जो वीडियो है, हाँ, इस वीडियो ने इंस्टिगेट जरूर किया. वो क्यों? क्योंकि 4 दिन पहले षड्यंत्र पूर्वक कुछ हिंदू द्रोही तत्वों ने, जिहादी तत्वों ने इस वीडियो को जो पुराना था उसको भी सर्कुलेट किया. हो सकता है कि आपके जैसे कुछ पत्रकार भी उसमें सहयोगी रहे हों, मैं नहीं कह सकता, आई एम नॉट ब्लेमिंग यू, बट जिस तरह से आपने अभी दिखाया है ना, इट इज़ वेरी शेमफुल. एक बात, मोनू मानेसर वाज नॉट सपोज टू जॉइन दिस यात्रा, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, नोबडी हैज स्टॉप हिम टू कम एट हियर. थर्ड वन इज दैट अगर वो आता है तो क्या बच्चों पर, महिलाओं पर आप आक्रमण कर दोगे? क्या इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर मोनू मानेसर किसी तीर्थ यात्रा में जा रहा है तो उसको जला दोगे पूरे कुनबे को? हजारों की संख्या में लोग जो पिलग्रिमेज के जा रहे हैं, आप देखिए कि मेवात कोई, आप जो कह रहे हैं ना कि माइनॉरिटी डोमिनेटेड एरिया है, नो, मैं कहूँगा माइनॉरिटी डोमिनेटेड एरिया नहीं है, दे आर द मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दैट एरिया. दूसरी बात ये कि वो जो भूमि है कोई जिहादियों की भूमि नहीं है, वो भगवान कृष्ण की पवित्र भूमि है, कर्म भूमि है उनकी. और उस पवित्र भूमि को अगर आप जिहादी लैंड बनाना चाहते हैं तो दिस इज नोवेयर एक्सेप्टेबल टू द हिंदू कम्युनिटी और द कंट्री ऑफ.
यू टेल मी नाउ, विनोद बंसल, लास्ट नाइट an under construction mosque in Gurugram was attacked and the imam was murdered. His assistant is grievous. Who did it? Who is coming? Are you saying all of this? Dekhiye, nobody is saying that violence has not taken place involving both communities. I'm very clear about that. But you cannot escape responsibility. Who are these people who are out on the street today burning property?
Are you saying that we have burned the mosque?
I am asking you who's responsible.
So why are you asking me?
I am asking you.
Who am I to
Who has
respond?
killed an imam?
Why should I respond? Why should I respond?
You have nothing to do with it.
Let the investigation done. But why are you escaping that route? कि भी जो हिंदुओं पर हमले हुए उसको तो आप कह रहे हैं कि मोनू मानेसर जिम्मेदार है, और जो मस्जिद पे कुछ हुआ तो आप मुझे जिम्मेदार समझ रहे हैं.
I am saying whoever is involved in hinsa has to be condemned, whether it is Hindu or Muslim. You accept that?
अरे क्यों नहीं भाई, इसमें कहने वाली क्या बात है?
तो इमाम को किसने मारा?
लेकिन पहले मुझे बताइए, आपके चैनल पर मोनू मानेसर का वीडियो क्यों चला? आपके चैनल पर आपने झूठ क्यों परोसा? आपने स्टार्टिंग यहाँ से क्यों चलाई? मैं कहता हूँ this is very simple.
You are saying that Monu Manesar may have incited people. I want to bring in Yogendra.
Nowhere.
He has not incited people.
Not at all. He was not the part of the yatra. He has not participated in the yatra. Neither he has circulated any video, nor he has made any video. और आपका चैनल दिखा रहा है, तो कमाल की बात है. No one channel in the country has shown this video, which you are depicting.
No, 1 minute. The video is in the public domain.
सर वीडियो को वेरीफाई करिए कि कब का है सर. कम से कम राजदीप सरदेसाई.
अच्छा, you are saying this is an earlier video, ये आज का वीडियो नहीं है? Maybe.
मैं कह रहा हूँ, लेकिन आज का नहीं है.
Okay.
ये गारंटी है कि आज का नहीं है ये वीडियो.
Yogendra Yadav, the point Vinod Bansal is making is that a yatra was to be carried out. The VHP Bajrang Dal gave adequate notice of this yatra. When the yatra was wending its way through Nuh, cars were set ablaze, stone pelting took place, people in the yatra were targeted, and the minority community, which is the majority as is being pointed out, Mr. Bansal, in some parts of Haryana, was responsible for it. Do you accept that needs a further inquiry, that it cannot be seen as one-sided violence?
It is absolutely one-sided violence, sir.
I have spent the day today in Nuh and Barkali, the other place where some violence took place. I have spoken to the people whose shops were burnt. I have spoken to many people in that area. I also went and met the SP and the DC of Mewat. So I speak with some knowledge on this issue. First thing first, there's absolutely no doubt that stone pelting did take place, that home guards, 2 home guards were killed, and that nothing can absolve it. People responsible for that must be identified, must be punished. I also happen to agree with Bansalji on another thing, that Muslims are the majority community in Mewat. And therefore, if one thinks of a moral responsibility, which is an important thing apart from legal responsibility and the state's responsibility, the moral responsibility in Mewat is that of the majority Muslim community to assure Hindus that they are welcome, that they would be safe. And that's actually something that I said today when I went there. I met many delegations and everyone agreed with me that yes, it is our moral responsibility and that Muslims will guard the temples and will give a sense of assurance to Hindus. Now coming specifically to the question of the videos. Rajdeep, number one, Mr. Bansal says these videos were old. The important thing, Mr. Bansal, is that on 25th, 26th, 27th of July, this particular video was being circulated. The important thing, Mr. Bansal, is that on 27th, there was a peace committee meeting in Nuh presided by the ASP responsible. And in that meeting, this video was shown. And she said, yes, it is very serious. Yes, we will take action. By then, not only this video, a counter video has also come from the side of some Muslim groups saying we will stop him from, we will respond to him. If all this was so fake, why did Haryana government not come out with a simple thing saying this is a fake video? Number two, would you deny, Mr. Bansal, that on the morning of 1st of August, that is to say yesterday morning, 31st, yesterday morning, before all the violence took place, 2 hours before that, Mr. Bittu Bajrangi gives a video which is even more inflammatory, which cannot possibly be old because he's saying we have started the yatra, ab hum yahan aayenge, hum chup ke nahi aate hain, hum tumhe bata ke aate hain. And he says things about women, which I cannot reproduce here on your channel. This is so inflammatory video. Who made that? Who should take the responsibility? More importantly, Rajdeep, not only were these videos available, not only was it pointed out in the peace committee, and now your investigation says that CID had also reported it, the same yatra 1 year ago had seen a similar incident of communal violence in which a mazar was broken. Fortunately, both the communities settled it. So the government had every reason to know that this is a sensitive yatra. Now, why was such a yatra allowed to take place? Number one.
This is the problem.
Why were so many people
This is the problem actually.
Number three, why were they allowed to bring in arms? Please listen to me.
Yes,
I heard you.
please go ahead.
Why allowed to bring in arms, which India today has shown in its video, swords, lathis, And then when violence took place, why is it that the administration and police disappeared for 3 to 5 hours? Rajdeep, I must put it on your channel. A magistrate, Mrs. Jain, who works in Nuh, she was caught in this violence. The sessions judge requested the police to please rescue a magistrate who's caught in violence. The police failed to rescue a magistrate, and my colleagues went and rescued her.
Oh.
In Barkali, where 3 houses were already burnt, and more could be burnt. Who rescued it? Finally, not the police, not administration. Finally, the local sarpanch happens to be a Muslim. He gathered Muslims and Hindus from the village Nakina. He took them to Barkali Chowk, 500 people. They stopped violence.
Very
So
interesting
it is
story.
not a case of communities fighting against each other.
Very
This is
expert in
one
story making.
politicized, provocative group versus gundas from the other side.
You know, therefore, before you say these are facts that Yogendra Yadav is putting, you may have a different story, but what is very clear.
You must are you certifying? Are you certifying this fact? नहीं आप मुझे बताइए आप इन्होंने बोला these are the facts. आपने कहा these are the
He's
facts.
giving an instance of what he has heard.
नहीं are you certifying this?
I am not certifying anything. I am saying Yogendra Yadav is giving us what he has heard on the ground. You are giving us your story. What is very clear in both the stories, and I will play those pictures, is the fact sticks and guns were used in a Shobha Yatra. Now, I don't know what sticks and guns, 1 minute, sticks and guns are doing and where the police is. You know, Shashikant ji, what is very clear, and our sting has shown that this was known. Till a week ago, there were warnings issued. The local police is admitting that they had sent warnings to their top leadership that this could happen. And yet when it happens, the police are not there on the ground, they are outnumbered. This suggests either complicity or incompetence. Ya to incompetence hai, either the police there is incompetent or it is complicit. One of the two. How can you have a situation where people on both sides seem so heavily armed and are able to carry out this kind of violence?
Not both sides.
No, 1 minute. These are
making the fake story.
Sir, 1 minute. I'll let you
playing the fake story.
Sir, मैं आपके पास आऊँगा. Let Shashikant ji respond.
Shashikant ji,
Sir, मैं आऊँगा आपके
पास. Gentlemen, look, I'm not a politician. I'll not go into that side. I'll say one thing, that in the police we have SOPs, standard operative procedures. And the situation in this particular area has been brewing up since February, when these 2 persons, Nasir and Junaid, were killed, by God knows by whom. I will not go into it, number 1. And secondly, our Honorable Prime Minister has said a number of times that this kind of thing, vigilantism or whatever it is not permitted. First question is, why the local authorities failed to take adequate action in this regard, which has been desired even by the Prime Minister? Were they trying to think that the Prime Minister was wrong on this particular thing? And then, coming to this particular issue, for almost 2 weeks, the social media war was going on like crazy. No attempt was made to stop them. And the standard SOP about these processions is that they have to ensure that the route is absolutely clear, and if there is any possibility of any disturbance at any point of time, there has to be slight detour, which was not taken. And now your videos out here is saying that the people, I don't know from which side, they were all heavily armed. I'll say that I don't know whether it's accomplices or whatever it was, but it's a very serious matter.
No, who do we blame? Who do we blame? The top police leadership of Haryana or the people on the ground? Somebody has to take responsibility. Let's be clear, Shashikant ji. If the police wants, no riot will take place. If the police really wanted to stop it, they would stop it. It seems people have impunity. An imam has been killed last night. Who is to be held responsible?
Yeah, look, sir, I have worked in IB for ages. I know the SOP. Written information is shared with the local authorities at the highest level, not at the level of the SHO or anything. It means that somebody higher up, he just tried to ignore these warnings and didn't take adequate action. No adequate police force was there. It was not ensured that the guys, either from this party or that party, that they were not armed. They didn't take cognizance of the fact that somebody was collecting stones, which were collected from the local quarries and all those things. I say it was a failure, a shameful failure all around. Thank you.
Okay, shameful failure all around. Presumably, therefore, before I come to you, Ragi ji, Bansal ji, let's be very clear. मैं ये वीडियो आपको दिखा रहा हूं, उसमें लोग, पीपल आर विद गन्स, पीपल आर विद स्टिक्स. Is this the way a yatra goes? I am being very clear. Stones have been pelted. Mr. Yogendra Yadav is also accepting that the majority Muslim community in Mewat has a specific responsibility. But are you telling me that the people who I am showing you on the video now are all people who are not lumpen elements? What are they? Are they really yatris, or are they out to provoke people with swords and sticks? ये मुझे बताइए.
अच्छा, आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि जो यात्री, तीर्थ यात्री वहाँ पर पांडवकालीन मंदिरों के दर्शन करने गए थे, साथ में अगर तलवार लेके गए, तो आप उसका मतलब हजारों की संख्या में. कौन है ये लोग? मेरी बात सुनिए ना. नहीं, ये कौन है? ये मुझे बताइए, ये कौन है? देखिए राजदीप, आप नहीं, लोग गन्स के साथ, स्टिक्स के साथ, आई वांट टू नो हू दे आर. योगेंद्र को इंटरव्यू नहीं किया था और मेरे को सुनने की आपके हिम्मत नहीं है. वेरी क्लियरली सेइंग, देखिए आपने जो पूछना मेरे से पूछ रहे हैं,
आप मुझे जवाब दीजिए. टू
द पॉइंट आंसर दूंगा मैं स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड बोलने के लिए जाना जाता हूं. विश्व हिंदू परिषद का प्रवक्ता हूं, कोई विनोद बंसल नहीं अकेला. ये मैं कहना चाहता हूं सीधा सीधा, क्या स्वॉर्ड रखना अपराध है वहां पर? पांडवकालीन मंदिरों के दर्शन करने मान लो कोई तीर्थयात्री जाता है, तो इसका मतलब क्या आप हजारों की संख्या में हमला कर दोगे? क्या हमला पूर्व नियोजित नहीं था? क्या पहाड़ियों के ऊपर चढ़ करके पेट्रोल पंप चलाओगे? हमारे ऊपर गन ला दोगे? लड़कियों को, महिलाओं को मारोगे? और मैं कहता हूं, ये योगेंद्र यादव जी और ये दूसरे पैनलिस्ट साहब के बैठे हैं, मुझे बड़ा ताज्जुब होता है, इतने इंटेलेक्चुअल होने के बावजूद भी इनके मुंह में से एक शब्द नहीं निकला उसको घटना को कंडेम करने के लिए कि इस्लामिक जिहादियों ने उनके ऊपर हमला किया. अरे हमले के बारे में बोला भाई, आपने स्वॉर्ड तो देख ली, आपने कोई राइफल तो देख ली, जो लाइसेंस राइफल थी वो बिना लाइसेंस के चला रहे थे, लगातार हमला कर रहे थे. न तो आपके मुंह में से एक जवान निकली सर, आई एम वेरी सॉरी टू से, और नहीं आपके दोनों पैनलिस्ट में बोला. लेकिन हिंदू मरा, और वहां पर जहां पर भगवान श्री कृष्ण की जन्मभूमि है, और आप कह रहे हैं कि हम हमारा स्वॉर्ड ले जाने की वजह से मरा, हमारा एक वीडियो जारी करने से मरा. कमाल की बात कर रहे हो यार.
बंसल जी, हम स्टूडियो में हैं, क्या हुआ है? होमगार्ड्स मरे हैं, हिंदू यात्री मरे हैं, और एक इमाम भी मरा है, और उसका असिस्टेंट घायल है. ये हिंदू मुस्लिम छोड़िए, ये सब इंसान है, ये सब भारतीय है. योगेंद्र यादव हिंदुओं पर हुआ, हमला जिहादियों ने किया. अच्छा ठीक है, और देखिए यात्रा पे किया, श्रावण के महीने में किया, और उसके बावजूद भी आप इसको इग्नोर कर रहे हैं. योगेंद्र यादव, you want to respond and condemn it before I go to Mr. Yagi, because according to Mr. Bansal, he seems to suggest that you are only giving us one side of the story. Just quickly, if you want to give a clarification.
Rajdeep, maybe Mr. Bansal should go home and watch the video of this very show again, because I began by saying, no matter what, those who have pelted stone, this is condemnable and they must be arrested, they must be punished. Why do I need to repeat it? I'm not, I mean, unlike Mr. Owaisi, I'm not sitting here as a representative of the Muslim community or this or that community. I'm sitting here as an Indian who's very concerned that my Indians, that 2 home guards who were on duty have been killed. Possibly one person from the yatra has been killed, that an imam has been killed, and that the fire is spreading in other places. I'm concerned about all of them. And I have met all kinds of victims. So why should I play any particular side? I'm just saying, as an Indian, we should be shocked, and we should be very worried about the role of the state as well.
Can I just bring in Mr. Naiman? Now, Mr. Nagi, let's be very clear. You see, what is happening tragically is, even in TV debates like that, and that's the danger, they get so polarized and bitter. Fact is, innocent people have lost their lives, people who have got caught in the crossfire. Why should an imam be killed, even if it, let us assume that yesterday the violence, as is being suggested, was started by Muslims in Nuh, that there was stone pelting. There's a reaction from the other side. Then we have people with sticks and guns, and now an imam is killed last night. When are we going to end this cycle of violence? Each one will blame the other. Sticks and guns are not what a civilized society is about. And where is the police is a question that will be asked. And Haryana is going to the polls next year. ये भी सवाल उठेगा.
Rajdeep, I agree with all the panelists who are ready to condemn violence from any quarter. There is no place for violence in any civilized society, and nobody should approve of any kind of killing. Having said so, You know, the perception, unfortunately, we are living in times of polarization. Let us have this reality. Secondly, when you are talking about how we should end it, then you are working on a prescriptive and normative framework. The matter of fact is that there is a polarization.
Who has created?
Just a moment. Yes, let me give you answer. There has been a perception, and this perception has percolated down to the masses in this country, that the spurious notion and the bogus practice of secularism of this country has been nothing but the continuity of Muslim appeasement. Everybody knows that what Mewat stands for. If you go and talk to the commoners, Mewat is known as a mini Pakistan. Let me again say, why does it happen that all Muslim dominated areas in this country have become sensitive areas? Let me ask this question to your viewers, that why only those police stations are sensitive which are located in the Muslim dominated areas? Why does it happen that such kind of pelting of a stone happens only in a Muslim majority area? Why does it happen that this kind of things happens not only here in India, but you go to all over the world? The sensitive, communally and religiously sensitive areas are those areas where the Muslims are either in majority or in a dominant position. Let me come back to this position. Let me again, don't expect, why this is happening. Yes, I'm telling you, because Muslim Hindus have been feeling somewhere down the line frustrated that this spurious and the bogus secularism, which is served before the public in a sweet voice, wrapped up in jargons of that, we condemn both kinds of, and
why,
that is
how does that justify? No, 1 minute. First of all, all Hindus may not feel the way you do. All Hindus do not carry guns and sticks in a yatra.
I'm not.
No, all Hindus also don't. So while there are Islamic radicals, there are Hindutva radicals, and they are both feeding on each other. That is the reality. That is the reality.
There is no Hindu radicalism.
There is no Hindutva right.
Bansalji, let me answer.
Let me answer. रागी जी,
आप उनको पैरिटी में लाने के लिए हमें रेडिकल बता रहे हो, कमाल की बात कर रहे हो आप।
रागी जी, complete.
Rajdeep, it is not correct to say that all Muslims are radicals, and in the same fashion it would also be incorrect to say that all Hindus feel the same way.
Yes,
you are also a Hindu. There are multiple. You will find a difference. Why does there is not a dominant voice coming from the Muslim community against this radicalism? There is a dominant voice, and that I include even Yogendra Yadav, that when there is a Hindu fanaticism, all of us coming from, the reaction is from the Hindu community, and it is far more dominant than even sometimes coming from the Muslim community. But why this kind of, justification? I heard of
Owaisi on my show called Kanhaiya Lal's killing also terror attack.
No. Same Asauddin Owaisi was with the people who were, singing slogans. They are in Hyderabad, Sartan se juda ho jaye, is naare ke saath khade the. Same Asauddin Owaisi. Tell me one single public address by Asauddin Owaisi when he doesn't talk about Muslims, and Muslims.
Okay. So the Bajrang Dal and Owaisi may be feeding on each other. They do not necessarily represent all Hindus and all Muslims in this country.
What I'm saying that
you cannot equate.
What I'm saying that the perception has percolated down to the minds of the Hindus. Okay. I'm not saying all Hindus.
Okay.
But the predominant majority, that there has been a bogus secularism, and the fanatic secularism has done more harm to this country.
Yogendra Yadav, you want to respond to that what we are seeing in Mewat, in a major area which is dominated by the minority community, according to Mr. Ragi, is typical of a mindset, and that has had a reaction within the Hindu community. A yatra gets pelted by stones. There will be a reaction, and it's tragic. But that's the nature of polarization caused by what he calls
fake. You have given too much opportunity to Yogendra. When Kar Seva was taking place, when Godhra happens, it was Hindus who were accused that they went to the Kar Seva and it was provocative. Every time such incidents take place, and first the motive and the intent of Hindus are questioned. Why does it happen all the time?
Okay. Let Yogendra now respond to you. Let him respond.
अगर किसी के पास राइफल थी, वो भी लाइसेंस की थी, आत्मरक्षा के लिए थी। आपको बताऊं राजदीप जी, आपने फोटो तो ले ली, लेकिन उनसे पूछा नहीं। सारी एक भी कोई इलीगल नहीं थी और उनके पास कोई लीगल नहीं थी।
I don't believe yatras are meant for swords and guns, but Yogendra Yadav respond.
Not meant for, but yatra.
These are not pictures of yatris. But go ahead, Yogendra ji, respond to what you've heard so far.
I agree with Professor Ragi that it shows a mindset. It shows a mindset that even professors of universities get, use such.
Please, Yogendra Yadav, don't don't allow him to make a personal comment. I can also say so many things, Mr. Yogendra Yadav.
Ragi ji, we have Ragi ji, without being personal.
No.
Okay, without being personal,
stop him to make personal comments. I have seen him during the Kisan movement. We have seen how he was batting for the Congress party and how he was working with the lumpen elements and claiming in the public domain that he is secular, he is non-partisan. It is absurd, Mr. Yogendra Yadav.
Okay, you
stand exposed, Mr. Yogendra Yadav.
Mr. Ragi,
don't make personal comments.
Mr. Ragi, let's not make personal comments on both sides.
When I need
let Yogendra Yadav.
We know your face, Mr. Yogendra Yadav.
No, these are not.
We know it very well.
Mr. Ragi,
we know it very well.
Mr. Ragi, let Yogendra ji complete. Yes.
Professor Ragi is a friend.
Okay, एक मिनट खत्म करने दीजिए. Yes.
But meanwhile, I just want to say, it does show a mindset that people on national television can come and defend swords being carried in any procession.
Nobody has defended, Mr. Nobody has defended.
No,
sorry to say.
I haven't defended. No, you may not have defended. But Bansal ji has in self-defense, he says it was done. No, let him complete. The viewer is not hearing. Let him complete. Then I'll complete.
Because we are looking at two expressions of the same mindset. One by Bansalji, one by Ragiji. And to my mind, that mindset is really the disease of this country. That we have come everything in the same frame. And I do feel that Assam's also suffers from the same mindset. And it is the same mindset, whether it is Owaisi or Mr. Bansal. Unfortunately, they are two sides of the same coin. And this country needs to be saved from both of them.
Hate speech.
Okay, so in a way, what we are seeing...
Can I respond to Mr. Yogendra
like
Yadav?
Like it or not, we are seeing competitive extremism.
We also find that Mr. Yogendra Yadav all the time, in a sweet voice, always sides with the radical Islamist. I never have come out. No. Always.
By what
He's the
word
man.
No, by what
He's
word?
the man.
By what word?
He was not as critical to those people who were stones.
My point is, are we all accepting that radicalization within any community is dangerous? Yes or no?
Yes.
So therefore, the Bajrang Dal and the Bajrang Dal and a Muslim extremist group are dangerous.
Should not take out processions through the Muslim-dominated area.
The Bajrang Dal, which was responsible for violence during Gujarat, leading the cheerleaders, the Bajrang Dal, which has been involved in cow lynching today. What is Bajrang Dal? What is Bajrang Dal? It's not a radical Hindu organization.
Not at all. What is radical? आप इस्लाम से तुलना कर रहे हो, जिहादियों से तुलना कर रहे हो.
Bajrang Dal people have been involved in the last 20 years in killings.
Bajrang Dal, please. Does Bajrang Dal talk about that the entire world has to be Hinduized and with the use of the force? Does it talk about
Bajrang Dal has been involved in instances of violence, radical Islamists have
never condemned? He doesn't. Yogendra has never.
Absolutely not. Okay. I'm going to say this as a final word. I believe all right-thinking citizens must distance themselves from all forms of radicalization and extremism. The polarization which was spoken about is being built because one form of extremism is feeding on the other. Who dies in the process? Innocent Indians. And questions must be asked of the police and the state. Because if the state wants, and I was told this by my late grandfather who was a police officer, no violence and no major riot takes place without the incompetence or complicity of the police administration or both. So the Haryana government will have to answer to those questions. Incompetence, complicity or both.
So killing of Hindus in Bengal have taken place in complicit with the political establishment.
The failure of the state.
No. Why don't you say that Mamata Banerjee is complicit to that? Are you going to make this a statement?
Either incompetence.
Are you going to make this a
statement? I have said it. Whether any part of the country, incompetence, complicity of the state is responsible for instances of violence involving killings of this kind. But no riot takes place. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for watching, but I'm going to leave you with an image that perhaps also tells you ये कैसा politics इस देश में है. Political rivals, Prime Minister Modi and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar sharing a stage in Pune. Now, the NCP protested against it even though Mr. Pawar was the chief guest. The Congress protested against it even though congressmen were the trustees who had organized it. That image is the image of the day. Pawar and Modi. Few weeks ago, Mr. Modi was being accused of breaking the NCP. Today, there, Sushil Kumar Shinde, former Congress Chief Minister, Sharad Pawar sharing a platform. This too is India. Ye hai Rajniti. Thanks for watching as Mr. Modi was conferred with the 2023 Lokmanya Tilak Award. Good night. Goodbye. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn. Extra safe polycab green wire.
Day after communal clash at Delhi's doorstep. Fresh attacks explode in Gurugram. Shops attacked, tension grips smart city. First-hand reports tell the full story. India Today investigation nails lapses. The villains of Haryana revealed. That is a big focus on India First.
Tension continues to grip the big suburban area of Mewat outside India's national capital of Delhi. These are pictures from yesterday and today, but the story is not over. There have been sporadic counter-attacks between the communities that have taken place in the smart city, the so-called smart city of Gurugram till late this evening as well. Targeted attacks and an air of tension continues to consume this, the largest of Delhi's suburbs. Here on India First, we're going to take you live to the epicenter of where things are the most tense to get you an up-close, first-hand, uncompromising and factual view of where things are at on Delhi's doorstep. But before that, we've got some breaking news coming in. Well, things are so tense in Gurugram and the surrounding areas of the national capital. The Haryana government's latest action now is a crackdown on the sale of loose fuel from petrol pumps. Loose fuel sale has been prohibited in Gurugram at this point of time until further notice. I want to go across straight now to Anmol Bali, who's live from Nuh in Haryana, which is the epicenter of the violence and where all of this violence actually started and then spread to Gurugram. Anmol, you've been doing an amazing, fearless job on the ground right from the start, when the procession took place, during the violence, and now you're tracking it overnight there as well. The latest action, Anmol, from the Haryana government now is on the crackdown on the sale of loose fuel, because there is a fear that fuel will be used to set, shops and vehicles ablaze.
As you can see, Shiv Aroor, I am in Nuh, the main epicenter where the yesterday violence took place. This is around 9 in the night, but the situation here looks like that it is 2 to 3 a.m. of the night. As you have informed earlier that the sale of loose sale is prohibited by the government. As I was there on the epicenter when the incident took place, I was live on the television. I shot there were swords in the hand, there were axes in the hand of the people. There were also seen there were guns and many air shots took place. But I have also seen people having petrol bombs in their hand. It was around 3 to 5. I was trapped in a shop on Medical Chowk. I was scared. My cameraman was scared. The mob was coming from one side and from the other side. They were pelting stone, and then the mob started burning the cars, and they were having petrol bombs, bottles, beer bottles filled up of petrols in their hand. So that was the situation yesterday. And now after 24 hours, when the calm has now prevailed in the town, the police has been deployed in the whole Nuh, in Gurugram and the adjoining city. And just now, this new order came from the Haryana government, where they have prohibited the sale of open petrol or diesel or fuel to the general public.
Okay, that's a safety measure. Believe me when I say that India Today's coverage is going to hinge itself on the enormous number of lapses at the hands of the Haryana government. Incredible intelligence failure, bordering perhaps even on complicity, incompetence, negligence, dereliction of duty. All of these words can be used to describe how this communal flashpoint was allowed to happen. Shreya Chatterjee is also with me. She's been reporting from Gurugram as well. Shreya, clearly this horror is not over, as we can see from the eruption of more attacks that took place from this afternoon in Gurugram. And that's the reason why parts of Gurugram, not all of Gurugram, but parts of Gurugram continue to be tense.
Well, absolutely. So, Shiv, the areas of Sector 57, 66 and 65, these are the places from where sporadic violence has been reported in Gurugram. Unfortunately, there is a time when the Haryana police has suggested that they've got adequate forces also from other districts. These incidents are still being reported. We only hope that by tomorrow such incidents do not get reported. But time and again, what has actually been pointed out is the failure on the part of Haryana police to contain the violence when it started in Nuh, despite having intelligence of a possible communal clash. And now, when the situation has already taken place, they also failed in actually containing the sporadic violence that continued as an aftermath of the Nuh violence. Because even till today evening, we saw shops being gutted down in Gurugram. This is a spillover of the Mewat violence that we continue to see till today evening.
Okay, Shreya and Anmol, continue to stay with me, because the story is clearly not over, and that's the reason why you see our reporters still out in the field, because at any moment things can flare up once again. Now, before I go back to our reporters, and in a moment I'm also going to be showing you an absolutely heartbreaking video of the effects of communal tension on those who have nothing to do with the crossfire between two motivated groups. I'm going to show you that video that's already going viral. Shreya Chatterjee shot it. We're going to show it to you in just a couple of minutes. But before that, I want to show you how India Today, first off the mark, has already begun investigating the build-up to this entire flashpoint in Gurugram and Nuh. Tension simmers in Haryana a day after the communal clashes. The trigger was a Shobha Yatra carried out by the VHP Bajrang Dal through Nuh, a minority-dominated district. How did this situation spiral out of control? Where was the police? India Today unmasks the villains of Haryana, because it was their job to know that something like this could have happened and prevented it. Take a look at this India Today special investigation.
A battleground of flames. Just a short drive from the national capital. Pitched battles between two communities rocked Nuh in Haryana's Mewat region on Monday, reaching even the tech hub of Gurugram. An India Today investigation has delved into the causes behind this destructive frenzy. Our probe reveals how forewarnings about possible communal flare-ups were ignored. This is Vishwajit, the district inspector of the CID. Vishwajit is responsible for intelligence gathering across Nuh. When our investigative team met him in his office, Vishwajit claimed to have formally warned the local authorities about potential trouble during the VHP Yatra. His department's specific warnings about the VHP's annual 130 kilometers Braj Mandal Yatra passing through Muslim-dominated Nuh in the present circumstances ignored.
कल वाले जो रैली को लेकर कोई स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था आप लोगों की तरफ से?
स्पेसिफिक इनपुट था, भाई ये लोग यात्रा निकालेंगे तो इनका कानून होगा कहीं कहीं।
अच्छा, ये था।
अगर ये निकलेंगे गांव के बीच से, एक तलवार ले आएंगे, घुसा ले आएंगे।
तो क्या ये पहले से इनपुट आप लोगों ने नहीं दिया?
सरकार को सब दे चुकी।
कितने दिन?
आपको पता ही टाइम हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले ही
तो हफ्ता 10 दिन पहले दे दिया।
You heard that Nuh's CID gave its assessment of potential trouble during the VHP Yatra planned at Nuh on Monday. The district's CID inspector claimed the intel inputs he shared were not acted upon by law enforcement. A notorious cow vigilante linked to the Bajrang Dal, Monu Manesar, had earlier issued video messages about him participating in the Yatra. Police did not let him attend the event on Monday. In March, India Today exposed widespread extortion rackets of Gaurakshaks in Haryana. According to Nuh's CID chief, the activities of Gaurakshak squads had already infuriated residents of Nuh. Monu Manesar, the notorious cow vigilante, was named in the FIR in connection with the killing of two men, Junaid and Nasir, from Rajasthan's Bharatpur. Their bodies found charred in a burnt vehicle in Haryana's Bhiwani district on Feb 16th. Nuh's CID chief shared his assessment that the pent-up anger over the killings could burst forth. And then came a rumor about Monu Manesar's presence, which acted as a trigger.
तो वहाँ ब्रीफ करने में उनको हैंडल करने में जो शुरुआती दौर में 60-70 जो भी हुए, वो कहीं कहीं अधिकारियों ने सोचा भाई चलो ये मान जाएंगे, खदेड़ देंगे, उसमें ये नॉर्मल ये ले लिया उनको। हाँ, एक मनु मानेसर नहीं आया, समझा देंगे यार, वो आ भी नहीं रहा था। लेकिन वो मानने वाले कहाँ थे? वो मोशाना रोड फोन कर दिए, वो कर दिए। भाई किसी ने अफवाह फैला दी, वो आ लिया मंदिर पे। और यात्रा चलने वाली है। अच्छा। तो हम यात्रा रोकेंगे, उनका मकसद उस रास्ते को ब्लॉक करना था।
अच्छा।
जो मोड़ है जिससे जानी थी।
कितने टाइम लगा था बिल्डअप होने में चीज़ों को? मतलब कल
बिल्कुल लग गया था 1 घंटे का। तो मोशाना रोड फोन कर दिए, वो कर दिए।
कौन?
ये जो यहाँ के लोकल है ना। अच्छा। और वो बच्चे लगभग 17 साल से 21-22 साल की एज में थे। अच्छा। उनमें बड़ा मैच्योर था नहीं।
Rioters rammed a bus into a cyber police station in Nuh, now an infamous hub of cyber crime in the country. the district's intelligence chief reckons that the ongoing crackdown on cyber criminals, in addition to activities of the cow vigilantes, had already fueled passions in Nuh.
लॉटरी का काम ज़ोलन था वो हरियाणा के लोगों ने किया, गोरखपुर ने किया। दूसरा एक साइबर फ्रॉड का बड़ा सर्च अभियान चला था, उसमें काफ़ी लोग ये दिक्कत आ रही है, वो कृषि पर प्रतिबंध में से दुखी हैं। अच्छा, तो हमारे घरों पर रेड पहले हम खुले चलते थे, कई चीज़ों से हो रहे थे, तो ये सोचते कि इसी बात को हम करके ऐसा करें कि आना आवागमन बंद कर दें, दबाव बढ़ जाए।
Kishan Kumar, the SHO of the police station under whose jurisdiction the unrest unfolded. When probed, he claimed he received no intel from his superiors about any potential trouble from the yatra.
मतलब 100 भी पूरे नहीं थे, और वो दौर इतना बड़ा प्रोसेशन निकल रहा है, इतना बड़ा इंतजाम होना चाहिए था। सीआईडी वालों ने कोई पेपर चिट्ठी पत्री तो भेजी होगी आप लोग?
सीआईडी ने मेरे पास
कोई आपके पास पत्र चिट्ठी नहीं है? कोई ये भी तो आया होगा कि भाई इतने लोग इकट्ठे हो सकते हैं, आप लोगों का ये आपका इंतजाम, कोई इंतजाम के बारे में?
तो मेरे लेवल पर कोई बात नहीं,
आपके लेवल पर इंतजाम का भी नहीं बताया ना।
अगर ये होता भाई इतना पता लग जाता है ये ऐसा हो जाएगा, तो यात्रा नहीं रुक जाती। यात्रा पूरी वर्तसी थी, क्या वो होती थी, होती तो ऊपर लेवल पे अपने तो बोले भाई अपने सेम थोड़ा ध्यान रखना, वो तो सब करते।
You heard Nuh Sadar's SHO admitting that police at his level received no warnings beforehand.